car. At this critical moment, a low rumble of car engines came from the village entrance without warning. Then, at the bend at the end of the village road, a massive black motorcade burst into everyone's sight. All were uniform black sedans. There were so many of them, driving along this narrow village road in the north part of the village, that they seemed to go on forever. The sudden appearance of this motorcade instantly caught the attention of everyone in the back of the village, of Miller's village. People stood in front of every house to watch. They had never seen anything so massive and imposing in their lives. The motorcade wasn't moving fast, yet it gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. Finally, this long black dragon stopped less than 10 meters from the Miller family courtyard. All at once, the vehicles braked. A second later, thud, 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 thud. A dense series of car doors opening rang out. Nearly 100 young men got out one after another. They were all in uniform black suits. Their expressions were solemn. Their figures were sharp and sturdy. The cold, handsome young man leading them was Lance, whom many in the village had seen before. As Lance walked in the lead, he was followed by those who had just gotten out of the cars, a dense, overwhelming crowd of young men in black. Arthur Doggett and those few who had just raised their clubs and were about to lunge at me. His loyal clansmen saw this scene and froze in their tracks as if they were paralyzed. Their ferocious expressions from a second ago were instantly replaced by extreme horror. This included the ordinary villagers watching from afar, and the dozens of Doggett clansmen who hadn't moved. On their faces, a strange, inexplicable fear emerged. This group of men in black brought a huge shock to these villagers, who lived in the countryside year-round. It gave them a certain feeling that the menacing, all-powerful underworld figures, who were above the law in movies, had suddenly become real. And right there, before their very eyes, as the group in black walked over, both the Doggett clansmen and other villagers instantly retreated. Lance led the 100+ young men in black, ignoring the pale Arthur Doggett and his group, and came directly to the girl who was still wearing an old apron, holding a potato and a knife, yet appeared exceptionally calm. Then, Lance and the core members, like Mitch on either side of him, bowed slightly at the very front. "Young lady, Happy New Year." At the same time, the 100+ young men in black standing behind them also bowed in unison to greet the young lady. "Happy New Year." The voices of over 100 people combined to form an invisible sound wave that exploded in the ears of the surrounding villagers. Young lady, those villagers were all stunned. Every single one of them even doubted if there was something wrong with their ears. Did I hear that right? These men in black called the Miller girl young lady? Could it be that the Miller family is actually some great family from the city, and this girl has just returned to her roots? Then Accountant Miller has really hidden it well. I knew it. When the Miller girl came back for New Year's, her whole aura was different. Who do you think these people are? This display is scarier than the underworld figures in movies. Could the Miller girl have gone down the wrong path? No wonder she suddenly became so rich. Arthur Doggett himself was now completely frozen in place. The cruel sneer he had on his face, and the expression of certain victory, completely collapsed the moment the words, "young lady," were spoken. They were utterly shattered. In their place was an indescribable sense of fear and absurdity. How could this girl have connections with these underworld people, and even be called some kind of young lady? Arthur Doggett knew the Miller family's background all too well. They'd been in the village for decades. He even knew where their ancestral graves were located. He knew it all. This had to be fake. What? Were they filming a movie? Right, it must be a movie. Arthur Doggett, like a man clutching at the last straw, shouted to the men in black, Are you here to film a scene? Did the Miller girl hire you to come here? How much did she give you?" "I, Arthur Doggett, will pay double. No, triple. Lance and the 100+ men in black behind him ignored his ramblings completely. Their eyes were focused entirely on me, the young lady. Their deep-rooted respect was more convincing than any answer. This was definitely not an act. I looked at them. While I was touched, I also felt a bit helpless. Why did you come without letting me know in advance? Mitch scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled. "Young lady, isn't it the New Year? Everyone missed you. So we thought we'd come to give you an early greeting and give you a surprise." Lance stepped slightly to the side, his gaze sweeping over Arthur Doggett and the others like a blade. He asked, "Young lady, were they trying to move against you just now?" As soon as these words were spoken, swoosh, those men in black who had just given greetings moved rapidly. They were like a black tide, directly surrounding every single one of the Doggett clansmen. Then, they all pulled out dark telescopic batons in unison, pointing them directly at Arthur Doggett and his men. The entire scene instantly became thick with murderous intent. This was the moment that showed the difference between a professional force and a ragtag bunch. Usually, outsiders rarely dared to act wild in the village. Just look at Julian Hale. But when these villagers faced the Grand Apex Alliance, the situation was completely reversed. The mighty dragon could finally crush the local snake. Oh my God, one of the Doggett youths in the middle, who had been ready to move, with Arthur Doggett earlier, looked at the dense crowd of menacing men in black on all sides. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his crotch. He had actually peed his pants in fear. Then, thud, 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 people began to kneel down one after another. No one dared to make a move. No one dared to resist. They had seen movies too. Their petty arguments and fights in the village were like child's play compared to these truly ruthless men. They weren't even in the same league, not to mention these men in black looked even more hardened than movie characters, and there were far more of them. So they didn't dare to resist and surrendered directly. As the kneeling started, it caused a chain reaction. Everyone else fell to their knees. Only Arthur Doggett did not kneel. It wasn't because he was tough, nor because he had integrity. It was because he felt the Miller girl, or rather, the young lady would not let him off. Rather than begging for mercy like a dog, he thought he might as well stand. No, Hori was just frozen in place by the fear in his heart. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to lift them and unable to bend them. He finally understood why Julian Hale was so respectful to me. The answer likely was that the Miller girl was even more powerful and dangerous than the local king, Mr. Ching. Even more powerful. Miss Miller, we were wrong. We beg you to be generous and let us go. We'll leave right now. Right now. We won't be an eyesore anymore. Arthur Doggett, you're a curse. You've ruined our whole clan. Miss Miller, we support you. Arthur Doggett is not fit to be the village head. We support you in making him step down. The villagers watching secretly from a distance were also whispering among themselves. Their words carried a hint of fear. The Doggett family is probably finished. Yeah, compared to how things used to be. Who would have thought Leonard Miller's granddaughter would be so ruthless? Shh, keep it down. Don't let them hear us. Right. Lower your voice. How do you think they'll handle those people? How will they deal with those Doggett clansmen? They'll probably be chopped up and thrown in a ditch. No way. Why not? I've seen it with my own eyes. These underworld people are incredibly ruthless. Someone once hired men in black who dressed just like them. The boss even had a meal with them, so they were considered to have a connection. But not only did the other side show no mercy, they even used axes to chop the person into mincemeat. That's way too brutal. By the way, where did you see that? In a movie. Mitch then went to a car trunk. He pulled out his commanding artifact, a high-power megaphone. He shouted to the villagers watching from afar, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, brothers, and sisters. You don't have to be so afraid. If you want to watch the excitement, come on over. We are all law-abiding good people. We would never hurt anyone. As soon as he said this, not only did no one come to watch, they actually backed away a few steps. Some even ran back into their houses, dead-bolted their front doors, and peeked out through the windows. Mitch saw this, and only assumed the villagers were being too polite, thinking the place was too small, and fearing their watching would get in the way of business. He couldn't help but sigh. Country folk really are simple and kind-hearted. They don't want to disturb us. Everyone, move a bit faster. Don't ruin the young lady's new year. Yes, drag all these people away. Old rules, whatever should be coughed up, must be coughed up. Once the order was given, the wolf-like men in black swarmed forward. Soon, near several haystacks outside the Miller yard, screams that were even more miserable than those caused when Julian Hale brought his men, even more heart-wrenching sounds, spread through the village one after another. Ah, I was wrong. Mercy, have mercy on me. We were wrong, truly wrong. Sharp screams echoed far and wide. Those hiding at home, the villagers peeking with bated breath, heard everything crystal clear. This noise was worse than when Julian Hale dealt with Calvin and his men. It was more heart-wrenching. It gave them the feeling that the Doggett family members were undergoing the world's most brutal torture. Oh my God. It started. Those screams are way too pathetic. Listen to that sound. How much pain must they be in? I told you so. They're definitely using torture. Just wait and see the methods of these underworld people. Arthur Doggett was usually so arrogant in the village. Now he's squealing like a stuck pig. What a sin. Look quickly, behind that haystack over there. Is that blood? A sharp-eyed villager pointed toward a distant haystack, his face turning white with fear. Some people looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, they saw shadows moving behind the haystack, followed by red liquid splashing onto the haystack. Truly terrifying. Dear Lord, they're using knives. It's over. The Doggetts are going to die here today. Quick, call the police. No, we can't. If these underworld people find out, what if they kill us first to silence us? What a sin. Panic spread rapidly among the villagers. The villagers who hadn't hidden in their houses before now scrambled back home in terror, hiding behind door cracks or windows. Listening to those miserable howls, their minds couldn't help but imagine the haystack, the bloody scenes unfolding behind it, dismembered limbs, flaying and skinning. However, the scene behind the haystack was completely different from the torture hell imagined by the villagers. Talk. The funds allocated by the county and town these past years. How much did you embezzle? Where is it all hidden? I didn't embezzle any. It all went to road repairs. Still stubborn? Mitch signaled to a nearby man in black. He gave a look. Use some methods on him first to clear his head. Sure thing, Mitch, the man in black grinned, revealing 2 small canines. Then, with a harmless expression, he went next to Arthur Doggett, in front of his nephew separated by a haystack. Right after that, he pulled out a jar of bright red ketchup and a chicken feather for tickling. And then, while Arthur Doggett's nephew looked on completely bewildered, he took off his shoes. He nimbly stuffed the removed socks into his mouth. Finally, he said with a wicked grin, "Hehehe, bear with it, brother. It'll be very comfortable." These words reached Arthur Doggett next door, and were completely misconstrued. These people must be devils, torturing someone and calling it comfortable. Soon, he heard his nephew's voice from the other side. It was a very suppressed, nearly distorted whimpering sound. It sounded like extreme agony, as if he was undergoing some kind of unspeakably cruel torture. It was particularly bone-chilling. Just as Arthur Doggett's fear reached its peak, a splash of bright red liquid accidentally flew out and landed on the dry straw. Seeing this, Arthur Doggett's mental defenses completely collapsed. I'll talk. I'll tell everything. I have an account book. It's in a hidden layer of my wife's camphor wood chest. It's all recorded in there. Please, just let me go. The results came quickly. The men sent out effortlessly found that camphor wood chest. They pulled out the account book from inside. Mitch briefly flipped through a few pages. After confirming it, he respectfully handed it to me. Young lady, the records in here seem to be correct. I also flipped through a few pages and nodded. Arthur Doggett really embezzled quite a lot over the years. That's enough. Put them in the cars and watch them. The evidence has been collected. Hand it over to my sister. Now that I have what I needed. Once the items were in hand, Arthur Doggett and those few relatives who had also undergone the torture were dragged like dead dogs by the men in black and stuffed into the cars. The area behind the haystack was also quickly cleaned up, leaving only a barely noticeable bit of ketchup and a faint smell of foot odor in the air. Once everything was settled, Mitch started shouting through his megaphone again. Folks, come on out. Everything has been resolved now. Our young lady has also prepared New Year gifts for the elderly. In the village over 70 years old, come and collect your gifts. However, as soon as he said this, not only did no one come to collect gifts, it actually had the opposite effect, especially those families with elderly members. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies trembled. What did he say? New Year gifts. Giving gifts is probably a lie. Haven't we all seen it on TV? It's like a hangmen banquet. Right, it's a trap. They say they're giving gifts, but they really want to lure everyone over. And then, oh dear parents, they're going to get rid of the old ones first. It's over. Dispose of the old ones first. Then next it'll be our turn, the able-bodied ones. How terrifying. Just then, they heard from outside. Mitch shouted once more, unwilling to give up. Folks, gather at the Miller house entrance to collect gifts. Everyone gets one. Don't miss out. But still, no one came. It even made the villagers more panicked, and he said everyone gets a share. This is really going to be a total wipeout, gathering us all together. Just makes it easier for them to finish us off. Exactly. Those screams from the Doggett's house were so terrifying. They want to trick us into going over there. We're not falling for that. I used to think that Miller girl was so well behaved. A good college student. Now I see you can't judge a book by its cover. What kind of college student is that? She's clearly the devil himself, all right? How do you think a person could turn so evil? Exactly. Everyone, lock your doors. Don't you dare go out. Suddenly, doors and windows were tightly shut in every house in the village. The villagers were clutching all sorts of weapons in their hands, like kitchen knives, hose, and rolling pins. Some were even clutching handfuls of chili powder, hiding behind their doors. If those thugs dared to show up at their door, they were prepared to fight to the death. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. Mitch and several men in black stood there, looking at the stacks of cash and the bags on the ground, feeling extremely puzzled. This is weird. Doesn't the internet always say that elderly folks in the country love freebies? I've shouted so many times. How come not a single person has come? We don't exactly look like bad guys, do we? Brother Mitch, maybe it's because the seniors in this village have higher standards and never like taking advantage of others. Mitch felt a surge of respect upon hearing this. You're right. I was being too narrow-minded. The young lady's neighbors really are a cut above. Aside from Arthur Doggett and those few bad seeds, everyone else really is the type to view money as nothing but dirt. Noble people indeed. They won't even take free red envelopes. Their level of character is truly high. Just a moment ago, I had asked them who had cash on them. Lance indeed had a lot prepared in his car. It was usually for emergencies. Now, it happened to come in handy. I intended to give the village elderly some New Year's red envelopes. Consider it a good deed. And it could also help build support for my Uncle Richard Miller for the upcoming village head election. At the latest, I have to go back the day after tomorrow, the third day of the new year. I don't have time to stay in the village and slowly canvass for him. So I wanted to first build up some visibility and goodwill. I didn't expect that not a single person would come to collect them. Brother Mitch, what do we do now? We can't even give out the gifts the young lady ordered. Mitch was out of ideas too. He could only attribute it all to the neighbors' standards being too high, and them looking down on his group for being too tacky. He reported back to the young lady. I didn't force the matter. I figured I'd just let my uncle distribute them later. At this time, Claire Grant finally managed through much persuasion to bring over that villager who had been hacked by Calvin. Back then, at the same time, police sirens sounded from the village entrance. A large number of police cars appeared in the village. The officers arrived quite quickly. They even brought a truckload of fully equipped soldiers. This meant someone had called the police in advance, and they must have described things very dramatically on the phone. Otherwise, the soldiers wouldn't have shown up. Those villagers hiding in their houses saw the officers arrive and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their sense of security returned instantly. Slowly, more and more villagers reopened their doors and came out. They gathered in the open space near the Miller family courtyard. Some even leisurely started peeling sunflower seeds. In this country, the security brought by the police and the military is beyond doubt. The villagers, now feeling emboldened, prepared to watch the officers arrest these thugs. After all, no matter how overbearing Arthur Doggett and some of the Doggetts were in the village, at least they hadn't actually beaten anyone, right? But look at these thugs. They had actually physically beaten people, just as the villagers were about to shout for the officers to hurry up and arrest them. The next scene that unfolded completely shattered their worldview. They saw beside me the short-haired girl quickly go up to the leading officer. She whispered something to him and took something from her hand and handed it over. There were too many people there, and the villagers didn't dare get too close, so they couldn't see clearly. They could only see the motion of handing something over. Then the villagers saw that officer, who originally had a stern expression, actually walk up to the Miller girl, a smile appearing on his face. He even reached out and shook her hand while chatting and laughing. This scene completely dazed the villagers. Wait, what's going on here? Why aren't they arresting anyone? The villagers who were slightly closer could even vaguely hear things like, "Thank you for your assistance. It's been a pleasure working with you. And we will handle this according to the law." They even seemed to be thanking the Miller girl, and thanking these thugs. Then came the scene where Arthur Doggett and Calvin and the others were being taken away. As for those men in black, not a single one was arrested. They weren't even asked a single question. The residents of Miller's village, though most of them didn't know much about the law, still had basic common sense. Things like fighting and hurting or beating people were definitely supposed to result in arrest. But what was this supposed to be? Something's not right here, is it? After the officers had all left, they were still standing there, dazed, with blank, disbelieving expressions on their faces. Especially when they came to their senses. They realized those men in black had all come up to them, grinning at them in a friendly way. The villagers instantly felt like the world was ending. Mitch, leading the members of the Grand Apex Alliance behind him, tried hard to squeeze out a kind expression. And clutching a stack of red envelopes in their hands, they walked toward the still terrified villagers. Folks, neighbors, this is a small token of appreciation from our young lady. We guarantee everyone gets one. Just for good luck. However, they had only taken a few steps when a middle-aged man in a tattered cotton-padded jacket suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Big brother, have mercy. My family is dirt poor. I'm the only breadwinner. I have elders and children to support. I beg you, please be merciful and let my family go. I don't want this money. You keep it to buy some drinks. This happened so suddenly that it scared the life out of everyone else. They all started begging for mercy. Don't come over, don't give us money. We didn't see anything. Arthur Doggett got what he deserved. We don't know him, we really don't. Right. We didn't see anything at all. The group of people kept begging for mercy. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. I shook my head helplessly. I walked directly up to the villagers. Uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas. You've misunderstood. They aren't bad people. They're all employees of my company. Mitch immediately nodded in agreement. Right. We're all employees of the young lady's company. The legitimate kind. Our company even has a very resounding name. It's called the Grand Apex Alliance. Doesn't that sound great? Doesn't it sound very official? We people of this country need names with this kind of power and vision. Names that sound grand and especially give a sense of security. The fear on the villagers' faces didn't disappear. Instead, it only intensified. It even hinted at a faint trace of despair. The name Grand Apex Alliance sounded even more terrifying than the screams of the Doggett family earlier. What kind of legitimate company would have a name like that? It sounded just like one of those local gangs that robs and kills. Names only protection racket gangs would pick. Great, now it's completely confirmed. The Miller girl didn't do well in college and joined a gang instead, and even became some kind of young lady. Seeing the villagers quiet down, I pulled out a red envelope. Many of you elders watched me grow up. You should know what kind of person Vanessa Miller is. Deep down, you should be clear about that. Even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe in my grandfather. My grandfather has been in this village for decades. Think of how much he's done for our village. Everyone should remember that. Now that I have some capability, within the scope of what I can do, I naturally want to do something for the village. Inside these are red envelopes I prepared for the village elders. Each one has $500 inside. It's just a small token of respect from a junior. Having said that, I opened a red envelope in front of everyone, revealing the $500 to prove I wasn't lying. $500 might not seem like much, but for these people, who have hardly traveled their entire lives, elders living off just a few acres of land, it wasn't a small amount. That could cover 6 months' worth of basic groceries, or the cost of several egg-laying hens. My gaze swept through the crowd, finally landing on someone standing at the edge, an elderly woman with a stooped frame. She was Mrs. Lewis, a lonely elderly woman in the village. She had no children. She usually just tended to her small plot of land. Life was extremely difficult for her. When Mrs. Lewis saw me walking toward her, she instinctively wanted to shrink back, but her legs wouldn't quite listen. Before she could speak to refuse, I bent down slightly. I handed the red envelope to her and said, Mrs. Lewis, this is a New Year's red envelope for you. I wish you good health. Mrs. Lewis looked at the very real money before her, hesitating whether to reach out and take it. The surrounding villagers all held their breath. They stared intently at the scene. In a way, whatever happened to Mrs. Lewis after taking the envelope would be what happened to them. Finally, Mrs. Lewis tremblingly accepted it. Nothing happened. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The imagined, "You dare take it just because I offered," followed by an immediate bloody execution, didn't occur. Mrs. Lewis was not only fine, she even started crying, though it was unclear if it was out of gratitude. "Please keep it safe, ma'am. If you have any troubles after the new year, tell my uncle. Or tell me." I stood back up, my gaze turned toward the crowd once more. "Bitch. Start handing out red envelopes to the eligible elders. Everyone gets one. Take them and open them right here." "Yes, young lady." Mitch immediately ordered his men into action. This time, the effect was completely different. With Mrs. Lewis as a living example, the other villagers grew a bit bolder. Of course, many felt in their hearts that this was hush money from the men in black, to keep them from talking about the beatings earlier. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you, Miller girl. Oh my, it really is 500. I'll take one for my mother. My mother is old enough. Don't you worry, dear. Since we've taken the money, we'll definitely keep our mouths shut." Right, we'll certainly keep it a secret." I was full of question marks. Keep what shut? It's not like I have anything to hide. Didn't Arthur Doggett bring his end upon himself? When the distribution was almost finished, I looked at the large group in the yard, weary from travel, the Grand Apex Alliance members who suddenly came for New Year's. I felt a bit conflicted. They came all this way on New Year's Day. It would be wrong not to let them stay for lunch. But the house was only so big, and the ingredients were limited. With so many people here, they'd have to squeeze in the yard for an outdoor banquet. "Mitch, did you guys bring any ingredients?" "Young lady, how did you know we brought some?" "Nothing gets past you, as expected." "Ah!" Mitch immediately shouted. "Hurry, get the lobsters out of the car. Get the abalone and the hairy crabs out too. The young lady is treating us to a meal." I really had just asked casually. I never expected Mitch and the others to be so prepared. It seems they had planned this all along, and they really brought quite a lot of ingredients. Piles of various fresh seafood were stacked up. Now that we had ingredients, I faced a new problem. The issue was actually cooking it. We didn't have enough stoves or cooks, but that didn't stump me either. I then turned my attention to the neighbors living near my house. As soon as I asked if I could use their stoves and get some help, the neighbors living nearby responded with immediate enthusiasm. "Use my stove. Mine is big. I have a big table at my place. I have several chairs too. I'll bring them over right away. My family just stewed chicken and fish today. I'll bring them over to add to the meal. I have a steamer." In an instant, households didn't just bring over tables and chairs. They even brought over the dishes. They had cooked this morning. I didn't let them help for nothing though. Everyone who helped could stay and eat together. Though every family had meat and fish during New Year's, none of them could afford lobster, abalone, or hairy crabs. For one, it was hard to buy. The town didn't sell them. You had to go to the city. Second, they were expensive. After all, they weren't near the coast. With everyone pitching in, very soon, table after table of a lavish lunch was ready. And through this interaction, those neighbors weren't as afraid of the Grand Apex Alliance people anymore. This New Year's Day meal turned out to be quite pleasant. Once everyone was full and satisfied, and the banquet was coming to an end, I stood up to announce something. I have an important matter. I want to take this opportunity to talk to the elders, uncles and aunts first. As you all know, village head Arthur Doggett has been taken away. The position of village head is now vacant. Miller's village cannot be without a leader. The villagers all nodded. That was the truth. "But wasn't that because of what you did?" I pointed to my uncle sitting beside me. "My uncle, Richard Miller. You know what kind of man he is. You all probably know better than I do. He's honest and decent. He's kind-hearted and has helped many people in the village over the years. He's never done anything to wrong his neighbors. I'll tell it to you straight. My uncle, he wants to run for the next village head of Miller's village. He wants to lead everyone, to build a better Miller's village, to make our roads smoother and our water cleaner, to give our children a better environment for school, to ensure our elders are well cared for. I know my uncle certainly can't do it alone. This requires the collective effort of the whole village. Today, I'm standing here, not as the young lady of some alliance, but as a daughter of Miller's village. I earnestly ask all you uncles and aunts, and all you grandpas and grandmas, when the election comes in a few days, to please cast a vote for my uncle, Richard Miller. I, Vanessa Miller, promise you here that I will do everything in my power to provide funds and effort for our village's development. As my voice faded, the scene fell into a brief silence. Then Grandpa Leonard Miller slowly stood up. This elder, highly respected in the village, scanned the crowd with his gaze. He spoke, "I know. Everyone might have some misunderstandings about my granddaughter today. But I want to say, my, Leonard Miller's, granddaughter, has always lived a life of absolute integrity and acted with honor and decency. She is certainly no villain. Today, she cared for the village elders, thought about helping her neighbors, and thought about having her uncle step up to lead everyone toward a better life. This kindness and this sense of responsibility makes this old man feel proud and truly honored. Richard is my nephew. I know his character better than anyone. He is honest and kind-hearted and willing to do real work. Choosing him to be the village head is absolutely the right move." Mrs. Lewis, sitting at the main table, was the first to raise her thin, withered hand. "Richard is a good boy. This old woman trusts him and supports him." Immediately after, the villagers one by one expressed their stance. "Richard is quite reliable. I'll cast a vote for Richard too. Richard is a good man. He gets things done steadily. I support him as well. I support Richard Miller for village head." Support. Following the villagers' statements, the Grand Apex Alliance members standing behind them replaced their serious expressions with smiles. They even enthusiastically poured drinks for the villagers. The heavy stone hanging in the villagers' hearts finally hit the ground. They wiped away cold sweat that wasn't even there, thinking, isn't it just casting a vote? We already took the hush money earlier. What's one more vote? As long as they aren't arrested, anything is negotiable. Having gained the support of the villagers, Richard Miller straightened his back and stood up. He made a solemn promise. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your support and trust. I, Richard Miller, don't know how to speak fancy words. I never thought about being the village head before. I just thought farming my few acres of land was enough. But for the sake of our village, I've decided to run for village head. Today, in front of all of you, I'll tell you the honest truth. If I really get elected, I can't guarantee anything else. But I'll guarantee these three things first. 1. I, Richard Miller, will never embezzle a single cent. I'll ensure every penny is used right here on our land in Miller's village and spent on our people. 2. I will give it everything I've got, whether it's fixing roads or providing water, helping children with school, or letting elders enjoy their later years. As long as you all think it's something that needs doing, we'll do it, with no deception and no laziness. 3. I, Richard Miller, don't have much talent, but my niece Vanessa is a very capable person. She has decided to invest in the village. I promise not to waste a single cent of her investment. Of course, for the benefits everyone deserves. I won't be shy with my niece at all. I will do my best to fight for them, so that everyone can benefit. Alright, that's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. Perhaps because of Richard Miller's sincerity and determination at this moment. Hearing these heartfelt words, many villagers' eyes grew a little warm. They expressed their support once again. "Richard, we believe in you. Let's go for it. Richard, we will definitely vote for you." Seeing my uncle accepted by the neighbors, I also had a gratified smile on my face. I then broadly explained my plan. The Corps had two main directions: the organic planting plan and the land leasing scheme. When organic planting was mentioned, the villagers all looked dazed. They didn't really understand it. When I explained that, in the future, whether growing grain or vegetables, no pesticides or chemical fertilizers would be allowed. They must use organic fertilizers and use manual weeding and pest control. The yard instantly erupted in an uproar. What? No pesticides? Won't the bugs eat all the crops then? Exactly. The yield will definitely plummet. How is that okay? People raised their doubts one after another, but I calmly stated that, for grain and vegetables that meet the standards, the purchase price would be at least 2 to 3 times the normal price. As soon as these words came out, many people's attitudes shifted. If the price was up, then what was there to complain about? However, some cautious people still had concerns, because they were worried that, like the vegetable farmers in the village this year, they'd lose big if the crops were grown but no one bought them. I had also thought of this point, and directly told the worried people that they could choose my second option. They could lease their land to me. I would pay $600 per acre. This was already double the price offered by the former village head, and at that time, I would also hire villagers specifically to manage the fields. The hired people would be paid an extra salary. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about sales problems. Whether it was a drought or a flood, their income was secure. Many people did a quick calculation and found that they'd earn much more than farming on their own. Farming themselves for a whole year, after costs, they'd only make a few thousand at most. But if they leased it out for 600 an acre, plus earning a salary from working in the fields, doubling or tripling their income wouldn't be a problem at all. These two choices, for these farmers who spent their whole lives working the soil, were already very good. That whole afternoon, the villagers hardly moved. They all crowded into the miller yard, listening with rapt attention as I described the blueprint for the village's development. For some reason, the more they listened, the brighter their hearts felt, and they increasingly felt that organic agricultural products were truly a viable venture. Only when they truly settled down did they realize that this daughter from their village seemed to have a kind of magic that made people fall into her vision unconsciously and even want to believe in her from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder. Even those scary-looking Underworld types were all respectful toward her. This miller girl's brain really was sharp. She really was incredible. While inside the miller courtyard, many people were heatedly discussing organic planting. On the other side of Miller's village, a young man with an exaggerated, messy explosion of hair and dark circles under his eyes was riding a beat-up old motorcycle, chugging his way into the village. It was Jason Miller, who had been missing for several days. Ever since he was kicked out by his grandfather last time, this guy had scammed a little more money from his old man and went to the town's internet cafe to gain day and night. He ended up playing for several days straight and didn't even come back for New Year's Eve. If his pockets hadn't run completely dry, he probably would have stayed until the internet cafe went bust. Jason Miller had just returned to the village, intending to go home and sleep like a log, but as soon as he reached the village entrance, he ran into a few villagers gathered there chatting. From their mouths, he learned a series of shocking news that left him stunned. What? My dad was arrested? And my sister did it? What? Buck Doggett was arrested too? And my sister did that too? What? That killer Calvin was also arrested? And my sister did that as well? What? The village head and many people from the Doggett family were arrested. Some people were even beaten up? And my sister did all of it? How is that possible? His sister, Vanessa Miller, who had been quiet and introverted since they were little. Could she really be that powerful? They had to be pulling his leg. Unless his sister was in the underworld, and some kind of super badass boss, to be able to deal with so many people in Miller's village, and change the whole town. Although he highly doubted this news was true, when he heard the next sentence from the villager, "Your sister seems to have sent people looking for you everywhere," his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. What? My sister sent people looking for me? Jason Miller's first reaction was to turn the bike around and run away immediately. However, just as he twisted the throttle and before he could turn around, he saw a seemingly endless motorcade of black luxury cars driving toward him head-on. The motorcade stopped just a few meters in front of him. The car doors opened in unison, and a group of young men in black suits, with an imposing presence, quickly got out of the cars. They stood on both sides. Immediately after, behind that signature Maybach at the very front, the door opened. A familiar figure stepped out of the car. It was his sister, Vanessa Miller. Jason Miller was completely dumbfounded. He looked at his sister, who was just a few steps away. That delicate face that used to be so familiar now held nothing but a coldness that made him feel chilled to the bone with unfamiliarity and a sense of majesty in her eyes. That aura, that style, that presence. How was this the Vanessa Miller from his memory? The sister who only knew how to study? This was clearly the look of an underworld young lady who held the power of life and death in movies. That was her stance. Before he could even speak, I looked at his exaggerated messy hair and his haggard face. I directly ordered him to be seized and handed over to the village committee. And while you're at it, tell my uncle and the others that the village's appearance must be completely transformed in the future. First off, littering is not allowed. All trash must be thrown into trash cans from now on. He'll be responsible for cleaning up all the trash in the village every day. If he refuses to do it or tries to run away, then throw him into the waste pit at the garbage station and let him keep company with the real trash. Hearing my words, Jason Miller's legs instantly went weak. He collapsed to the ground in an instant. Even at this point, Jason Miller still hadn't given up. He shouted at me, "I'm your brother. I'm your brother. You can't treat me like this. You can't treat me like this. But no matter how much he screamed, the men from the Grand Apex Alliance wouldn't be polite to him. They stuffed him directly into the car and took him to the village committee. By now, my uncle Richard Miller had also biked to the village committee. He was with some villagers who were eligible to vote and run for village head. They were discussing the details of holding the village head election on the third day. Although it was called a discussion, none of the eligible candidates dared to step forward to compete. Regarding the polite words I said to them, if anyone actually took them as mere politeness, then they needed to take a good look back at what happened to Arthur Doggett. So many people had seen it with their own eyes. She didn't just deal with the Doggett family. She even beat people and nothing happened to her. Instead, it was Arthur Doggett who was arrested by the officers. This was enough to see how ruthless the Miller girl was and how far her influence reached. With such a precedent, who would dare to be the first to stick their head out? Shortly after Jason Miller was brought in, he was quickly appointed to the village committee as the head of the garbage station. Jason, your sister Vanessa has given instructions. Starting today, you are the person in charge of the garbage removal station in our Miller's village. Jason Miller thought, garbage removal station manager? That sounds like some kind of official position. Does that mean I only need to order others around to do the work? And it's not like what my sister said earlier, where I actually have to pick up the trash myself. Before the unrealistic fantasies in his heart could even surface, Richard Miller's next words immediately forced him to face reality. However, right now, you're the only person in the station. I'll go purchase the tools tomorrow. Once the tools are ready, it'll be up to you. From now on, the village's public areas must be swept once every morning, noon, and evening. All trash is to be collected together and taken to the designated dumping site at the east end of the village. If the villagers find litter in any area, or that you haven't cleaned on schedule, your pay will be docked. Jason Miller grumbled internally. All this work for just one person? Doesn't that mean he has to juggle multiple roles? Sweeper, porter, trash collector. Every single job involving trash had to be done by him alone. This was basically treating him like a pack animal. But he truly didn't have the courage to refuse. Especially thinking back to the image of his sister Vanessa Miller. That aura was too powerful, too terrifying, as they say. Better to live a dog's life than die a noble death. He would only dare to refuse if he didn't want to live anymore. Nowadays in the countryside, people actually tend to throw domestic waste everywhere. It doesn't just pollute the environment, but every summer, the small ditches and small ponds all give off a foul stench. So, the first thing I thought of was setting up a garbage station to process trash collectively. At the very least, the village's environment would improve, so there wouldn't be a strange smell everywhere you go. And while I'm at it, I'd find something for my good-for-nothing brother to do, so he doesn't spend all day idly loafing around. Luckily, he wasn't home last time. Otherwise, right now, it wouldn't be as simple as dealing with garbage. The watching villagers looked at Jason Miller's soul-crushed expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, Manager Miller, the village's hygiene depends entirely on you now. Manager Miller, as a new official, when are you going to start making your mark? Why don't you start by cleaning up that pile of cow dung at the village entrance? Listening to their schadenfreude, Jason Miller wished he could take them and stuff them all into the garbage truck to be processed at the trash station, but he could only think about it. However, when he thought about his future miserable life, his heart was filled with despair. The only consolation was the $500 monthly allowance given to him, so he wouldn't starve to death. On the way back to Pearl City, young lady Chris Young has sent back confirmed news. That old fox Terrence Reed has teamed up with Big Larry and Victor, the Ghost Vance. Tonight, they want to hold the arena tournament ahead of schedule. Didn't Chris Young go back for the new year? No, there were some things he couldn't handle over there, so he brought Chloe Young over to spend the new year in Pearl City. It couldn't be helped. They were pushing too hard. They're getting desperate. I smiled. I originally didn't plan on returning to Pearl City today. I wanted to stay at home for another day or two. But then I suddenly received the news from Chris Young. Terrence Reed of the East Bay Alliance has joined with several other groups to hold the arena tournament tonight. This so-called arena tournament has always been a powder keg. In reality, the true objective is to carve up the profits from the city center, specifically the commercial district centered around Belon Square. That place is Pearl City's most famous entertainment hotspot. It's a gathering place for almost all the famous nightlife spots. Bars, KTVs, and high-end clubs are all clustered there. It also boasts the city's most prosperous shopping plaza. Whoever can secure the development rights for the surrounding area can basically achieve financial freedom. Although the financial crisis is set to fully explode this year, in the future, once the government's economic stimulus plan is released, real estate will also completely take off next year. Whether it's the East Bay Alliance or other syndicates, their biggest industry has always been entertainment. Aside from entertainment, they are most interested in real estate, because they all know there is a lot of money to be made here. A quick deal during demolition and another during development would fill their pockets to the brim, but they seem to have forgotten. They aren't the ones who truly call the shots on this matter. Help me set up an appointment tomorrow. Tell Logan Shepard I'm inviting him to dinner. Yes, young lady, if Logan Shepard knew you were inviting him to dinner, he'd probably jump for joy. Lance felt a little unhappy. Unhappy that a persistent guy like him could get close to the young lady. After all, what that guy did in college was quite a sensation at the time. Everyone knew Logan Shepard was in love with the young lady, but the young lady had never appreciated his feelings. Now that she was suddenly inviting him to dinner, it would be a wonder if he wasn't excited. I didn't explain much. I turned my gaze to Claire Grant, who seemed to be sleeping with her eyes closed, but in reality had been eavesdropping intently. Sister, are you going over tonight? Claire Grant didn't hesitate at all, and nodded. Her purpose for seeing the arena tournament was different from mine. She was purely curious about that mysterious tournament, and wanted to see if she could collect any key evidence on site. Catching all those cancerous growths in Pearl City in one sweep was her goal, but she was slightly worried. Would it involve her sister, Vanessa Miller? Time can really change a person easily. Before, Claire Grant's mind was full of how terrifying Vanessa Miller was, wanting to bring her to justice, and not wanting to see her grow powerful. But now she was actually wavering. I could also guess what was on Claire Grant's mind, but I truly wasn't afraid of any scrutiny. Sister, if you want to go, then go. The scene there might be a bit chaotic, with all sorts of people around. You should be careful yourself. Just keep in mind whatever you see or hear then. Don't act rashly. Safety is the most important thing. I know, Claire Grant nodded solemnly. That kind of occasion would certainly involve strict body searches. If she were caught secret filming or doing other things, it would be trouble. At this time, the benefits of having this sister were evident. With Vanessa Miller there, she probably wouldn't be searched. I said no more. I leaned back once again to rest with my eyes closed. But my brain was spinning at high speed, quickly calculating the things that might happen next. Terrence Reed and his lot were getting desperate. They wanted to carve up the profits ahead of time while I was away. Although this was unexpected, it was within reason, but they seemed to have forgotten that Pearl City wasn't a place where a few syndicate bosses could cover the sky with one hand and do as they pleased. As for Bellin Square, that piece of fat meat, there were plenty of people staring at it. The person who could truly decide the development rights was never one of these unpresentable Underworld bosses. My sudden invitation to Logan Shepard was a very crucial move. Logan Shepard's biological father was high-ranking and powerful. The demolition and relocation near Bellin Square and the development project were destined to involve this influential figure. Only by truly winning him over would there be a real game. As far as I knew, someone successfully won over this leader in my previous life, and later smoothly rose to the top as the sole king of Pearl City's underworld. As for how to win him over, the focus was still on Logan Shepard. Perhaps I didn't even need to invite Logan Shepard specifically. He might also appear at the tournament to watch. If Logan Shepard really appeared on an occasion where he didn't belong, then whoever was by his side would be someone I'd need to pay special attention to. The edge of Pearl City, the Eastport Old Industrial Zone. This place was once the shipping heart of Pearl City, and the center of the shipbuilding industry. As the era shifted, it had long since become desolate and dilapidated. The location for tonight's tournament was chosen in one of the largest abandoned dockyards. The internal space of this dockyard was very spacious, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Inside the dockyard right now, a clearing had been made, and an octagonal cage arena, 3 meters high, above the ground, had been temporarily constructed. Besides the general viewing area on the first floor, on the second floor of the dockyard, there was a temporarily converted VIP room, directly facing the arena below, and inside the room, several relatively comfortable sofas. and coffee tables were placed. This was where Terrence Reed and other Underworld bosses, along with certain specially invited guests, watched the fight. By the time it reached 8 p.m., the dockyard was getting more and more crowded. The sound of voices was deafening, with a mix of all sorts of people. Outside the dockyard, all kinds of cars and motorcycles were parked. Speaking of which, why do these Underworld bosses choose an arena tournament to distribute contested interests, instead of thinking about other ways to get the interests they want? It's actually because they're still living in the old way of thinking, because they feel there are only a few groups who truly pose a threat to them. As long as these few don't participate, even if others had 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare compete with them. In a situation where no one dares to compete with them for interests, getting the interests they want is much easier. But they've overlooked a fact. To use an internet meme, times have changed. Inside the second-floor VIP room, Terrence Reed was dressed in a tang suit, rolling 2 glossy walnuts in his hand. He stood at the railing, looking down at the noisy crowd and the arena below. A smile of self-satisfaction hung on his face. The other bosses of Pearl City leaned back lazily on the sofas, puffing out smoke with cigars in their mouths. Terrence, you chose a good place here. The space is large enough. I'm glad everyone is satisfied. Things aren't like they used to be. Before, we could hold it in the city. Now, we can only find a remote place like this. It's not bad either. The most important thing is that it's exciting enough. Terrence, are all the agreements ready? Don't worry, they're all ready. Just waiting for everyone to sign and put their thumbprints. But we agreed beforehand. Whoever takes that piece of fat meat must leave some scraps for everyone else. No problem. Then, Terrence Reed, Big Larry, and the others signed the agreements. Just as the signing was almost finished, Scar arrived late with Chris Young and the others. But when he walked into the VIP room, things got awkward. Neither Terrence Reed nor the other Underworld bosses even bothered to acknowledge him. For this new boss of the Unity Society, they hadn't even prepared a seat. They all sat on the sofas smoking cigars, watching the arena below and whistling. They treated Scar as if he were invisible. Scar was so angry inside. When he was a low-level lackey, people looked down on him. When he was a hallmaster, people still looked down on him. Now that he's finally a boss, people still look down on him. Was he really that easy to overlook? Or did they all think Scar was a pushover? Believe it or not, he'd tell on them. After a long time, Terrence Reed finally pretended to notice Scar. Oh, Scar's here. Why didn't you give us a heads up? The others also turned their heads upon hearing this. Isn't this Scar? He's managed to become the boss of the Unity Society now. I really didn't see it coming, Scar. You're ruthless enough. You even took out Patrick Hale. Huh? Why is there one seat missing in the VIP section? Where's Scar's seat? Terrence, you didn't handle this right. Exactly. The boss of the Unity Society is here. It's not appropriate for him to just stand there. A group of people chatted back and forth. Scar took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a stiff smile and nodded to everyone. They were clearly mocking and humiliating Scar on purpose. Besides looking down on Scar, the former lackey of the Unity Society, who had risen to the top, there was another reason. That was because they had been suppressed by the Unity Society for far too long. Now that the Unity Society had gone through several upheavals, and its strength was not what it used to be, they could finally hold their heads high. Terrence Reed put on an act of having a bad memory and patted his forehead, making a very fake apology. Oh dear, look at that. It's all my fault. I was so busy preparing for the tournament that I forgot we were missing a seat. But you can't blame me, Scar. Who told you to arrive so late? I heard from my boys you came in a regular sedan. You must have been stuck in traffic. Like us. It's either a Mercedes or a BMW. You couldn't get stuck in traffic even if you tried. Haha, the group suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone, stop laughing. Scar just took over. He probably hasn't had time to buy a new car yet. Terrence Reed then turned his head toward a trusted subordinate beside him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring a chair. How can we let Scar stand? That's simply outrageous. The subordinate moved quite nimbly. Very quickly, from a pile of junk in the corner, he dragged out a dilapidated, wooden stool covered in a thick layer of dust. Then, with a loud clatter, he placed it right at the entrance of the VIP room. Scar, sorry to make you sit here. The spot is a bit out of the way, but at least it's a seat. It's better than standing, right? Terrence Reed then warmly invited him to sit, Come, come. Please sit down. The match is about to begin. Don't keep everyone waiting. Scar looked at the stool by the door, and his face turned red with anger. This was too much. If he actually sat there, wouldn't he truly be acting like a watchdog? This was pure, unadulterated humiliation. Just as Scar was about to explode, Chris Young, who had been standing quietly behind and to the side of Scar, moved. He stepped straight forward. Under the startled gazes of the bosses, he grabbed a sofa. With a sudden burst of strength, he actually lifted it over his head. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Chris Young swung his arms and hurled that sofa, and hurled it viciously off the second-floor balcony. With a thunderous crash, it hit the ground and shattered into pieces. Then, he did the same thing again, throwing all the other sofas down. He only left one behind, the one originally prepared for Terrence Reed's main seat. After finishing all this, Chris Young turned around, expressionless, looking at the dumbfounded bosses, and said in a calm voice, "I think the match will be more comfortable to watch while standing. The view is better too. Gentlemen, what do you think?" This move of Chris Young's was truly peerless and imposing. Instantly, the dignity of Scar, which had been stepped on and ground into the floor, was forcefully raised back up. "However, Chris, let's not throw things from heights next time. That's not very nice. Even if you don't hit any children below, it would still be inappropriate if you hit the plants. That also wouldn't be appropriate." Scar couldn't help but remark. Chris Young nodded. "You're right, Scar. I won't litter anymore." Scar nodded. "Next time, you can throw some blind pieces of trash down instead." As soon as those words came out, the atmosphere in the VIP room instantly ignited. "You little brat. Are you goddamn looking for death? You actually dared to throw our seats. This is outrageous. How dare you act wild in front of us? Cripple him, damn it. You really think you're someone special?" The bosses were all furious. Chris Young's actions clearly showed he had no respect for them. Following their angry shouts, their underlings immediately rushed in from outside, surrounding Chris Young and his group. At this critical moment, Terrence Reed suddenly spoke. "Wait, stop." Big Larry and the others turned to look at Terrence Reed in shock, not understanding why he was stopping them. Terrence Reed didn't explain to them. Instead, he sized Chris Young up with great interest. The two glossy walnuts in his hand were also clicking as he rolled them. "Young man, you've got guts. Your name is Chris Young, right?" Chris Young remained unfazed. "That's right. What can I do for you, Mr. Reed?" Terrence Reed was very direct. "I can see you're someone with real talent. Following a waste like Scar is truly a waste of your potential. Interested in working for me?" There was a reason he suddenly wanted to recruit Chris Young. This kid was ruthless and wild enough. Based on the strength he just displayed, his fighting skills were likely not bad either. It was also highly likely this guy was the one the Unity Society was preparing to send into the arena for the tournament. That alone made him worth Terrence Reed's recruitment. And then there was the fact that this kid had tossed every other boss's seat, but specifically left Terrence Reed's seat alone. What did that signify? It showed that this seemingly crazy act of slapping everyone in the face was actually intentional. It was purposeful. This kid must have seen through the landscape of Pearl City and knew who the true future master of the city would be. He used this method to get his attention, even going as far as offending all the other bosses, to show his loyalty. In short, the young man wanted to rise. He had ambition, guts, and strength. He was a useful talent. Moreover, by making this scene, the kid had held Terrence Reed tremendously by, severely wounding the pride of the other bosses, and invisibly raising Terrence's status among the group. For such a status-boosting event, he had no reason not to stop the others from attacking. Of course, he never thought that Scar could handle someone so bold. A lucky waste who rose to power was simply not worth mentioning. Thinking of this, the smile on Terrence Reed's face became even more sincere, waiting for Chris Young to nod in agreement. However, the scene he anticipated didn't happen. The expression on Chris Young's face still didn't change. "Mr. Reed, I will never betray Scar." The smile on Terrence Reed's face stiffened. He pointed at the seat. "Then why did you do that? Didn't you do it specifically for me to see?" Chris Young looked in the direction he was pointing. He seemed to understand something. He hadn't expected Terrence Reed to be so narcissistic. "I did preserve that seat on purpose, but it wasn't left for you to sit in." "What do you mean?" Terrence Reed furrowed his brows. "Why talk to him? Terrence, since he insulted us like this, we should just cripple him. Big Larry beside him couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a nearby wine bottle and smashed it hard toward Chris Young's head. But he had clearly and severely underestimated Chris Young's reaction and strength. Just as the wine bottle was about to strike, Chris Young immediately raised his right foot and kicked out quickly. With a muffled thud, that thick wine bottle was actually kicked to pieces by Chris Young. Simultaneously, a massive force traveled through Big Larry's wrist and into his chest, making him feel like he'd been hit by a heavy hammer. He screamed and flew backward, crashing violently into a pile of junk behind them. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Once they snapped out of it, the people in the room were enraged, especially Big Larry's men. Damn it! Cripple him, kill him. Over a dozen thugs in the room immediately swarmed forward. Chris Young prepared himself for a massive fight. Seeing this, Scar knew he couldn't just sit idly by, and shouted, "Get in here, men." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the doorway, except it wasn't the backup Scar had called for. Instead, it was a cold, pleasant girl's voice carrying a hint of authority. "I've come uninvited. I haven't disturbed everyone, have I?" Those bosses and thugs, the instant they heard this voice, paused with their weapons raised. Stunned, they turned around. Terrence Reed's hand rolling the walnuts also came to a sudden stop. He turned his head uneasily to look at the doorway. Right at that moment, at the entrance of the VIP room, the figure of a girl appeared. She looked very young, perhaps even a bit too young. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, with long pitch-black hair, simply tied behind her head. It showcased her exquisite face perfectly. She was wearing a cashmere coat with a black turtleneck sweater underneath. Her posture appeared tall and slender, like a green bamboo standing proud in the snow. Judging by appearance alone, she was clearly a stunningly beautiful college student with a remarkable aura. She even carried a sense of worldly innocence. However, when her gaze calmly swept over, everyone who met those eyes felt their hearts skip a beat involuntarily. A strong sense of wariness instantly arose. Those eyes gave them a feeling that could be described in one word: clear, yet bottomless. She clearly looked so young, so tender. Yet just by standing there quietly now, she seemed to become the absolute center of the entire space. As she walked into the VIP room, the thugs originally crowded at the doorway subconsciously stepped back, clearing a path for her. She walked calmly through the path, her gaze falling on the group nearby, where tensions were high. Seeing Chris Young surrounded in the middle, Chris Young immediately lowered his hands slightly upon her arrival, and his posture became respectful. Finally, her gaze landed on Terrence Reed, whose expression was shifting, with a mix of shock and suspicion. "Mr. Reed, such a lively gathering. How could you not notify me? Or is it that our Grand Apex Alliance isn't qualified to join the fun?" Her tone was very calm, as if she were chatting with an old friend. But everyone present, including Terrence Reed, felt a massive, looming pressure. From those calm words, like a storm was about to break. Grand Apex Alliance, a group that had only existed for half a year, yet at a jaw-dropping speed, rose strongly, entering the sights of many in the underworld. There were even rumors saying the current Unity Society had been taken under its control. This was also why Terrence Reed was in a hurry to unite the various bosses of Pearl City and hold the arena tournament ahead of schedule. If the rumors he heard were true, then the impact on Pearl City's underworld would be enormous. Enormous. The Unity Society looked weak enough as it was, having gone through several rounds of weakening in just over 6 months. Even if the newly appointed boss seemed like a total waste, no one yet dared to casually cause trouble on the Unity Society's turf. That in itself was a form of deterrence. The Grand Apex Alliance went without saying. No one currently dared to have designs on this newcomer group. The only strange thing was that they always claimed to the public they weren't a syndicate, but just regular company employees. It very much had an air of self-deception, of trying to cover up something obvious. But regardless, if these two truly united, the consequences would be unimaginable. Many would likely lose sleep at night because of it. The rumor that Vanessa Miller might be the young lady of the Unity Society was not exactly a secret in the underworld. Many had heard it, so, theoretically, given that she held this identity, it was indeed possible for the Grand Apex Alliance to swallow up the Unity Society. Terrence Reed, naturally a suspicious man, took the attitude that it was better to believe it than not. after hearing this news, and quickly organized this gathering. The goal was to exclude the Grand Apex Alliance, ideally along with the Unity Society. As long as he successfully forced them out, Terrence Reed would have a high degree of certainty in winning this arena tournament. Then, by promising some benefits, he could rope in the other bosses present and form an alliance. This way, even if the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society really merged and grew larger later, their alliance would have enough say to avoid having to follow the other party's lead. Of course, most importantly, he still wanted revenge. The Grand Apex Alliance had swindled 60 million out of him. To him, that was no different from cutting off his own flesh. If this grudge wasn't avenged, how would Terrence Reed ever save face in Pearl City? Where would his dignity go? How would he get his money back? So he absolutely had to make the Grand Apex Alliance pay the price, if necessary. He wouldn't mind putting a hit on Vanessa Miller. A flash of ruthlessness passed through Terrence Reed's eyes, and he spoke. I didn't expect the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance to be so young. But is it appropriate for a girl like you to come to a place like this? I replied composedly. Why? Is this place off limits to me, Mr. Reed? Terrence Reed said with a hollow smile. You must be joking, Miss Miller. Is there anywhere in Pearl City you can't go? It's just that I recall for tonight's tournament. I remember. No invitation was ever sent to the Grand Apex Alliance. Miss Miller, by coming uninvited. Are you representing the Grand Apex Alliance or the Unity Society? He asked this on purpose. If Vanessa Miller represented the Grand Apex Alliance, then according to the rules, she had no seat at the table. After all, since the inception of this arena tournament, no spot had ever been given to the Grand Apex Alliance. To put it plainly, they felt the Grand Apex Alliance had existed for too short a time, and was too green. Of course, even if qualified, I wouldn't participate. I wouldn't want to get mixed up with these people. If Vanessa Miller represented the Unity Society, then it would almost be an open admission that the Grand Apex Alliance had swallowed the Unity Society. The bosses in the VIP room wouldn't even need Terrence Reed to say a word. They would immediately realize the gravity of the situation. They would naturally lean toward him for an alliance, killing two birds with one stone. With a faint smile on my lips, I said, Mr. Reed, I stand here today representing neither the Grand Apex Alliance nor the Unity Society. I am purely a spectator. Terrence Reed was truly surprised. He never expected such a reply, but he reacted quickly, saying, since that's the case, then Miss Miller, please watch closely. See for yourself just how much skill the heroes of Pearl City truly have. Very well, then I shall wait and see. I finished speaking and led Lance and the others past Terrence Reed. Then, under everyone's gaze, I sat down quite naturally on that sofa that was the only main seat in the room, as if that position were prepared specifically for me. I didn't hold back at all. Terrence Reed's mouth twitched. In the end, he didn't dare to kick me out. Directly kick me out. After all, he also noticed many men in black appearing downstairs. They all wore the Grand Apex Alliance logo on their chests. If things truly got ugly and we came to blows in this place, it would be a massive headache. If she wanted the seat, he'd just let her have it. He would just consider it a case of ladies first. Meanwhile, the group of thugs who had been ready to move against Chris Young just moments ago now had no way to act because of my appearance. They decided to let this Unity Society lackey, Chris Young, off the hook for the time being. Afterward, Terrence Reed arranged for someone to bring up a few stools from downstairs to make do. Trying to get new sofas and chairs brought in now would just waste too much time. Moreover, the arena tournament was about to begin. Consequently, a very comical scene unfolded inside the second-floor VIP room. As the spectator, I sat calmly and composedly in the only large, comfortable main leather sofa. Yet all around me, Terrence Reed, Big Larry, and the other big shots who were legendary in Pearl City's Underworld, and usually surrounded by followers, now had to sit frustratedly on tiny plastic folding stools that their underlings had just brought up from the common viewing area downstairs. These folding stools were originally meant for the low-level lackeys watching the show below. They were only about as high as a person's calf, extremely low to the ground and very poor quality. A heavier guy had just sat down when everyone clearly heard a loud snap echoing through the room. The plastic stool beneath his rear had actually cracked wide open. That boss's face instantly turned green with embarrassment. Naturally, The other bosses didn't look much better. They had been in Pearl City for so long, and had never sat on anything so cheap and degrading, especially not on an occasion like this. It was absolutely humiliating, and they hadn't even been sitting for long, before several bosses, led by Terrence Reed, clearly began to feel restless. They shifted uncomfortably, looking like students with ants in their pants in a classroom. In contrast, sitting in the middle, I leaned back leisurely into the comfortable, leather sofa. Furthermore, as soon as I reached out, Lance would immediately hand me a cup of hot tea. I simply sipped comfortably, enjoying the arena tournament that was about to start below. Claire Grant stood behind me to the side. Watching the scene before her, she almost couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. It turned out that even these underworld bosses could have moments of such frustration. My sister's methods really were impressive. Standing on the other side, Scar wanted to suck up to Vanessa Miller, his superior, several times, but he held back, because before this, Vanessa Miller had told him that the Grand Apex Alliance would not participate in any activities related to the Underworld. Therefore, the Unity Society could only be represented by him. But now that the young lady had arrived in person, and even brought her capable bodyguard, Lance, and since she had even arranged a massive force downstairs to back him up, he wasn't all that worried. When he found some time, he had to find a way to mention to the young lady if he could get a Benz to drive. Otherwise, he'd be mocked by the people in the Underworld. Having a Benz would be different. At least it wouldn't get stuck in traffic and would give him face. Of course, that was just his own line of thinking. The Unity Society did have some cars before, but they all belonged to the various hall bosses themselves. Patrick Hale's cars from his hall had later been voluntarily handed over to the Grand Apex Alliance. This resulted in Scar, currently, only being able to hitch a ride in Chris Young's car. Usually, as the boss of the Unity Society, he went around on 2 wheels, which was incredibly shabby. This was also because the Unity Society's accounts were basically empty of money, since the Unity Society had been taken over, those casinos and such downstairs. Anything illegal had been shut down by him. Of course, this was the young lady's order. As for whether the people in the halls below him after the shutdown would pretend to obey while secretly continuing their illegal activities, that remained to be seen. However, none of that was important, whether it was the internal cancer of the Unity Society or the other underworld bosses. They would all be purged sooner or later. I acted as if I hadn't noticed at all the resentment and embarrassment of the bosses around me. I held my cup and took an elegant sip of tea, casting my gaze down at the cleared octagonal arena. I looked at Terrence Reed and said, "Mr. Reed, everyone is here. Shall we begin? Let me see for myself just how formidable the heroes under you gentlemen truly are." Terrence Reed couldn't take it anymore, or rather, sitting on that tiny pathetic stool was too uncomfortable. He stood up directly, walked to the railing, and shouted below, "Begin!" Following Terrence Reed's shout of "Begin," which was full of frustration and anger, several fighters immediately rushed out on the first floor, into the large octagonal cage. Every single one of them looked extremely ferocious. One of them, nicknamed Iron Tower, a burly man wearing only a pair of training shorts, purposely looked up at the VIP room on the second floor, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where are the Unity Society softies? Get them in here." In the second floor VIP room, the bosses, including Terrence Reed, all turned their gazes in unison toward Chris Young, who was standing beside Scar. Vicious, cold smiles appeared on their faces. They could all pretty much guess that this kid was the one the Unity Society intended to put in the cage today. They planned to wait until he was in the cage, then have their men inside, deal with him ruthlessly, and cripple him. This arena tournament Terrence Reed and the others organized was a free-for-all mode. Whoever could be the last one standing was the winner. The scene later would look quite chaotic, but the process was definitely very exciting, because in this mode, aside from your own partners, everyone else could be your enemy. What you'd face wouldn't necessarily be a one-on-one duel, but rather ambushes or being ganged up on. One mistake and a person could be finished. Scar swallowed hard and instinctively looked at me. I didn't say a word. I simply handed my teacup to Lance with an elegant motion, casting a calm gaze at the people in the octagon. Scar took a deep breath and said to Chris Young beside him, "Go." Chris Young also made a gesture, "Let's do this." Chris Young immediately turned and left the VIP room. He was wearing simple sportswear today, At first glance, he looked like he was here for a vacation. He formed a stark contrast with the bare-chested, muscular, menacing fighters in the cage. As soon as he walked downstairs, a burst of boos immediately erupted from the audience. Is the Unity Society out of people? Sending out a pretty boy like this. Artie could probably crush him into mincemeat with one punch. Bets are open. Place your bets. Bet on how many minutes this kid can last. Chris Young's casual outfit, combined with his unremarkable, standard hairstyle, indeed made it easy for people to underestimate him. However, when he stepped into the cage and pulled off his shirt, the opinion of the spectators who had looked down on him instantly shifted. Gasp! I didn't realize. This kid actually had some muscle on him. His physique is actually quite well proportioned. It's just that it doesn't feel like he has as much power as Artie or Iron Tower. Those lines look good, but he probably won't be able to take many heavy punches. Are you guys still betting he goes down in 10 seconds? Under the lights, Chris Young's upper body was completely exposed. The muscles on his body were not like those of the fighter nicknamed Iron Tower, whose muscles looked like they were just piled together. Instead, they presented a streamlined aesthetic. Every muscle was well-defined, tightly clinging to his bones, giving off a lean, tough feeling of a perfect combination of power and speed. But even so, several thugs, including the one nicknamed Iron Tower, who looked very formidable on the outside, saw Chris Young's physique and, although the contempt in their eyes lessened, their arrogance remained undiminished. You've trained well, but it's just for show. I can break him apart with one punch. Another bald thug sneered. Hey, is the Unity Society just sending you alone? That's not enough to put up a fight. Chris Young, unhurriedly, folded the sportswear he had taken off, placing it in a corner by the cage, and then lightly cracked his knuckles. Before speaking, to be honest, I really don't want a partner, because I'm afraid that once we start, I'll just end it instantly, which would be very boring. As soon as he said this, everyone inside the octagonal cage was stunned. Once they snapped out of it, they were all furious. Damn it! What did this kid say? He said he'd one-shot us? My ears aren't deaf, are they? Bastard, he's too wild. I've been around for so many years, and I've never seen anyone so suicidal. Let's give this guy a warm welcome first, and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. In the second-floor VIP room, Big Larry and the others heard Chris Young's wild words, and laughed out of pure anger. Scar, where did you find this fool? He's such a big talker. Scar, the Unity Society's skill hasn't grown much, but your ability to brag has certainly increased. Then don't blame our men for taking out your Unity Society first. Although they admitted Chris Young had some skill. Because of what happened earlier, this octagonal cage tournament was not a 1v1 match after all. It was a free-for-all among more than a dozen fighters. Chris Young's arrogant speech would definitely lead to him being ganged up on by everyone. He would surely be the first one eliminated. Although this tournament did not allow killing, because killing would be very troublesome, if someone was beaten into a permanent disability, they couldn't blame anyone else. I heard their words, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of my mouth. These people? They surely don't think Chris Young is fighting alone, do they? I deliberately asked, Scar, does your Unity Society only have one fighter? Scar now had some confidence, and his speech became particularly arrogant. Naturally, it's not just one person, but I'll be generous and send just one more. The two of them are enough to handle those useless trash under you. The crowd just wanted to scold Scar for being arrogant, but Scar ignored them, and shouted directly below, Chris Young, why talk nonsense with them? Since they want to die, then let them see the truth. Chris Young shrugged helplessly upon hearing this, and then shouted toward the entrance of the tunnel. Fisher, come on out, we're fighting. Fisher? Who's that? Never heard of him. The audience and the fighters in the cage all looked toward the tunnel with confusion. They wanted to see what kind of person this Fisher was, and if he would be even wilder than the guy before them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The tunnel entrance remained dim. There was no movement at all. Where's the person? Where's the helper? He's probably so scared he peed himself and doesn't dare come out. I guess so too. If you're afraid of death, don't come. It's much safer to hide in your mother's womb. Kid, your helper isn't coming out. Did he get lost? Do you want me to go find him for you? The thugs in the octagonal cage burst into laughter. A massive burst of boos once again came from the audience. What's going on? You're wasting my time. Unity Society, get off the stage. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Bookies, close the bets quickly. I bet the Unity Society won't last 2 minutes before being eliminated. 2 minutes? You're thinking too highly of them. I'll bet on 1 minute. At most, they'll be kneeling and begging for mercy in 1 minute. I naturally heard those mocking voices from below the stage. Honestly, if gambling weren't illegal, I'd want to shout that I'm betting $1 million, and the Unity Society will definitely win big. It's just a pity that reality doesn't allow it. Moreover, Claire Grant was still secretly video recording evidence nearby. At this moment, no one expected that the second Unity Society fighter, who was being mocked by everyone, was actually standing like a statue in the darkness of the tunnel, snoring loudly. If the noise inside weren't so loud, his snoring would probably have reached the second floor. In the second floor VIP room, the bosses couldn't help but burst into laughter together. Scar, did you hear that? Your fighter has run away. How are you going to fight? If you ask me, you should just surrender quickly. Tesk, brother Scar. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you need to find more reliable fighters. How dare you bring out a coward who deserts right before the match? He's just an embarrassment. I think he saw how powerful our experts are, and was simply scared out of his wits. Ha ha ha. Terrence Reed, although he didn't laugh loudly like the others, still had a clear tone of mockery. Scar, it seems your men aren't quite up to it. It's good for young people to be spirited, but if they don't know their place, they're going to suffer a big loss. It doesn't look good for you as their boss, does it? Scar was not to be outdone. The Emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Maybe he just had to take a leak and will be out in a bit. At the same time, Chris Young shouted again. Seeing there was no movement from Fisher, he was also stunned for a moment. Then he shouted again. But still, there was no reaction. Out of helplessness, he had no choice but to get ready to leave the cage to check the situation. However, just as he was about to step out of the cage, he was stopped. Leaving is equivalent to forfeiting. Chris Young paused and withdrew his foot. He thought to himself that if it really came down to it, he would just fight alone. Although it might be very disadvantageous for him, there was no other way. Time passed second by second. Seeing the host was about to announce the closing of the cage door, in an inconspicuous corner of the first floor hall, a 30-something middle-aged man wearing a white suit who looked very refined, with a tuft of white hair in his hairstyle, looking scholarly and elegant, said to a handsome young man with a slightly rebellious aura, "It seems Mr. Moore is going to lose everything on this bet on the Unity Society." The young man, however, was not worried at all. On the contrary, he said very confidently, "I won't lose." It seems Mr. Moore has a lot of confidence in this person. This man in the white suit was Wesley Reed. He had only appeared in Pearl City 2 years ago, and had opened a nightclub in the city center that was both popular and famous. This guy handled interpersonal relationships very well, so no one ever came to his nightclub to cause trouble. Moreover, he was very low-key, almost never making public appearances. Generally speaking, the impression he gave was that of a refined, very friendly, and pure businessman, but only the trusted aides who truly knew him knew that this was just his public persona being well maintained. In reality, his methods were extremely ruthless, even far surpassing those so-called bosses in the underworld. He was a strategist through and through. Logan Shepard did not answer Wesley Reed directly, but instinctively looked up at the second-floor VIP balcony, at the girl sitting in the prime spot. He thought to himself, "Since you are here, it's hard for me to not have confidence." Wesley Reed followed Logan Shepard's gaze toward the second floor, and also saw that girl with such an extraordinary aura. A nearly imperceptible glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. This young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance, perhaps she could be utilized. At the same time, I, in the VIP room on the second floor, also seemed to feel someone watching me from below. I looked toward the feeling, and quickly spotted Logan Shepard sitting in the corner of the crowd. I didn't expect this guy to be so low-key. Not only did he not come up to the second floor, he even wore a baseball cap. Has he changed his personality? However, once I saw the middle-aged man, wearing the white suit next to Logan Shepard, who looked very refined, I was stunned. Although it was my first time seeing him in person, I quickly guessed his identity. Wesley Reed, the owner of the Golden Lounge, a truly hidden powerhouse, who would become a legendary underworld tycoon in Pearl City in the future. I had seen records and news about him in my previous life, so I knew some of his background. If compared to the Underworld bosses, in this VIP room, Wesley Reed was a boss-level figure with dark methods and a brilliant mind. For the others, using one word to describe them would be enough: trash. This wasn't to belittle these guys on the second floor, but because Wesley Reed was simply too formidable. They were not in the same league as Wesley Reed at all. These bosses on the second floor probably still didn't think much of Wesley Reed, this seemingly ordinary small business owner. After all, those who could sit on the second floor were all big shots with many underlings. But it wouldn't be long before the small business owner down there they ignored would teach them a lesson one by one, and he would take the opportunity to use them to latch on to a powerful backer. From then on, he would cover the sky in Pearl City. I guessed Logan Shepard might show up, but I didn't expect him to come with Wesley Reed. This guy is definitely not a simple character. Just as I was wondering about their intentions, I suddenly noticed someone sitting behind Wesley Reed who looked very familiar. Although that person also wore a hat to try and hide his face, I still recognized him. Winston Vance, the former hallmaster of the Emerald Club. I really didn't expect this guy to have been bailed out. You should know, with his charges, getting bail wouldn't be easy. Just as I spotted Winston Vance, whether the guy sensed it, had an urgent need to pee, or had some other business, he immediately got up and left the scene, quickly disappearing from my sight. At the same time, a bad premonition also surged in my heart. I instinctively wanted to have my sister Claire Grant go take a look, but after thinking about it, I decided to let Lance go. I spoke with a deliberately impatient tone. Lance, go down and see if the Unity Society's second fighter is actually going to show up. I'm still waiting to see the show. Lance nodded. Yes, young lady, I'll go right away. His departure didn't raise any suspicion from the bosses on the second floor. As soon as Lance reached the stairs, he received a text from me. Arrange for someone to follow Winston Vance. Do not alert him. The host of the arena tournament just happened to start the countdown. It seems the second fighter from the Unity Society still doesn't dare to show his face. Then I announced the closing of the gates. Before he could finish his sentence, a heavy thud of a footstep rang out abruptly. That sound was incredibly heavy, unlike anything a human could produce. It was more like some giant beast treading on the dockyard floor. It even gave the feeling that the ground seemed to tremble slightly with it. The mocking laughter at the scene stopped instantly. Then, the thudding footsteps became clearer and clearer. An indescribable sense of pressure arose in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone instinctively looked toward the tunnel entrance, with a mix of surprise and doubt. In the next moment, the light in the tunnel was completely swallowed by a suffocatingly massive shadow. When that figure fully emerged from the darkness and was exposed under the glaring lights, everyone gasped in unison. Gasp, my God, is that even human? His height definitely exceeded a terrifying 2.2 meters. Just by standing there, he radiated a heart-pounding sense of pressure. When he reached the cage, he did not walk in through the gate. It seemed he felt that door was too small to be comfortable. He scratched his head, seemingly thinking for a moment, and then, this guy, actually, in front of the entire audience, reached out with his giant, fan-sized hands, and grabbed 2 iron bars of the cage that were as thick as a child's wrist. No roar, no gathering of strength, he just slightly clenched his fingers. A scalp-numbing sound of metal twisting suddenly rang out. Those seemingly very hard iron bars were actually squeezed until they dented and deformed inward. Immediately after, as if he were casually tearing a thin piece of paper, he pulled them toward both sides. There was another creaking sound. That seemingly sturdy octagonal cage was literally torn open into a huge gap by him. Then, while the spectators' eyes looked as if they were about to fall out, he bowed slightly, and his mountain-like body squeezed into the octagonal cage. Finally, when his body, which looked like an ancient demon god, stood fully in the cage, alongside the calm Chris Young, the entire space inside the cage seemed to be compressed. It became crowded all of a sudden. Chris Young saw the group on the other side terrified, huddled together, a dozen fighters representing various clubs. He instantly felt it was dull. He curled his lip. Let's get started. The sooner you die, the sooner you'll be reborn. For a long time, among the spectators who were already stunned, someone couldn't help but shout, "Hey! Can we have a chance to rebet? Boss bookies, have some mercy." Let me place another bet. I want to bet my whole house. Please, give me a chance. But they were destined to be disappointed. The bookie had long since closed the window. It was impossible to reopen it. In the cage, Fisher seemed like he hadn't fully woken up yet. He rubbed his head dizzily and asked Chris Young next to him, "Is it time to eat?" Chris Young's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, was this simpleton actually asleep just now? He didn't hear a thing. And that entrance of yours was so imposing. It turns out it was just a reflex in your sleepwalking state. It's beyond ridiculous. We'll talk about eating later. The young lady said to make them all lie down. Lie down? Fisher used a finger to scratch his head, thinking seriously about it. 10 seconds later, a simple and brilliant smile bloomed on Fisher's face. Okay, I understand. Then he took 2 steps forward. His massive body instantly approached the group of uneasy fighters. He simply squatted down right in front of them. Fisher's height was over 2.2 meters. Even if he squatted down, he was still as high as an ordinary person. His huge shadow directly enveloped those fighters. Even while squatting, he was almost at eye level with the standing fighters, and maybe even a bit taller. Those dozen or so fighters didn't even dare to breathe, having no idea what this giant was up to next. Once Fisher was settled in his squat, he tried to force a smile he thought was friendly, but in the eyes of the opposing fighters, that smile carried a rather unique and oppressive weight. Then, under everyone's suspicious and bewildered gazes, he reached out a massive hand, palm facing down, and like he was beckoning a stray puppy on the street, he gave a gentle wave. Tisk, 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 get down. Hey, hurry up and lay down. The fighters and Chris Young were all confused. What on earth was he doing? Did you misunderstand something? Or were his words just that hard to grasp? In the second floor of the IP room, the faces of Terrence Reed, Big Larry, and the other bosses had gone beyond merely looking bad. They had instantly turned a livid shade of green. This was absolute, blatant humiliation. To a certain extent, those fighters downstairs represented the reputation of each faction, yet this giant was treating their fighters like dogs to be ordered around. If this wasn't humiliation, what was it? This is outrageous. This is going way too far. Scar, did this simpleton of yours do this to humiliate us on purpose? He absolutely did it on purpose. He's being way too arrogant. Scar, you must give us an explanation for this today. The bosses were in a state of collective outrage, pointing their fingers directly at Scar. They all believed Fisher's behavior was orchestrated by the Unity Society, intentionally trying to disgust them, intentionally insulting them. Scar couldn't have been in a better mood right now. He thought back to how they had mocked and excluded him earlier, and now that his man was on stage, it was their turn to throw a fit. He gave a deliberate shrug. Calm down, gentlemen. My brothers are all straightforward types. Don't take it to heart. If you really can't stand it, then just have your men beat him. It's an arena tournament after all, where true strength is what counts. Terrence Reed and the others were left speechless by his retort, so they could only grit their teeth and say through their livid expressions, "Fine." Very well. Then they no longer hesitated, and shouted below, "What are you standing there for? Get him together. As long as you take them down, everyone gets a $100,000 bonus." At this moment, the trace of fear on the faces of the fighters in the arena was gradually replaced by a sense of shame. Who were they? They were at least somewhat notorious in the underworld. Tough guys who made a living with their fists. Some were even famous fighters for their syndicates. They weren't stray dogs on the side of the road. This guy actually treated them like animals. This is too much. This is just too much. As the voice of the boss upstairs, offering a massive bounty, reached them, the fighters completely exploded. Damn you. Let's take him out together. Yeah, let's get him together. He's just one guy. With so many of us, he can't possibly defend against everyone. Take the chance and charge. Led by a few fighters with particularly explosive tempers, the others also roared and swarmed forward. In all fairness, if these fighters were to engage in one-on-one combat, none of them would truly be a match for Chris Young. After all, Chris Young was an elite veteran from the Special Forces. This group, by comparison, was just a bunch of thugs who were good at fighting, even if some had trained in martial arts for years. Compared to a soldier like Chris Young, who focused on real combat, there was still a significant gap. However, if they were to gang up on Chris Young alone, then Chris really might not have been their match. But things were different now with Fisher there. In terms of fighting technique and the like, Fisher was far behind both Chris Young and Lance, but he possessed a terrifyingly innate physique and strength. This kind of thing in a pure hand-to-hand fight was a complete game-changer. If they didn't use special methods or weapons, even Chris Young and Lance combined might not be able to beat Fisher. Fisher, seeing that this crowd had not followed his command to lay down, had a confused look. Huh? Why won't you lay down? You're even baring your teeth at me. He seemed to completely misunderstand why these people were so angry, but he could still remember the young lady's orders. The young lady said to make them lay down. Since the gentle way didn't work, then he'd have to use the hard way. Just as the fighter in the lead swung his fist, about to strike Fisher's simple, massive face, Fisher moved. He didn't dodge, didn't block, and didn't even stand up. He simply maintained that slightly comical squatting position. When the man was right in front of him, he reached out a giant hand, not to attack, but like he was grabbing a disobedient doll. He snatched the fighter's fist. That fighter felt like his entire fist, and even his wrist, were clamped in an iron vise. He couldn't move at all. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, Fisher's other hand reached for the man's shoulder and gently pressed down. Get down. You have to be a good boy. With a thud, a massive force came down. The fighter had no power to resist. As Fisher pressed him into a face-down position, his face hit the floor hard. He was pinned there solidly. Almost at the same time, another fighter took the opportunity to kick out hard against Fisher's squatting calf. There was a muffled thud, but Fisher didn't move an inch. He didn't even knit his brows once. It felt like he'd just been bitten by a mosquito. He didn't even turn his head. He just reached back and grabbed the attacker's leg before they could pull it back. Next, the fighter felt his ankle tighten, and his body suddenly felt light. Fisher lifted him upside down like a little chick. He was dangling in the air. You lay down too, or I'll spank you. Then he gave a casual swing of his arm. This fighter had it even worse. He was slammed directly into the ground by Fisher. Crucially, he was face down. Slap. The man was instantly knocked unconscious. Fisher even used his toe to nudge the two fallen men slightly closer together, only stopping once they looked neat and tidy. Then came the third and fourth fighters, lunging from the left and right at the same time. Fisher remained in his squat, not dodging or avoiding. The moment their fists landed on him, he once again reached out with two giant hands, catching one in each. He grabbed the clothes on their chests with precision and simultaneously pressed them down. Thud, thud. Two more muffled sounds. Two more people were added to the floor, laid out like human pancakes. The fighters in the back who hadn't moved yet were terrified. What kind of fighting style was this? This is it, ref, he's fouling. This isn't even in the same league, it's a foul. Fisher just squatted there, like an unshakable mountain. It gave them the feeling that every attack landing on him was nothing but a minor itch. Well, it wasn't exactly not itchy. He did just use his hand to scratch himself. In short, this guy was a complete walking foul. There was no way to fight him. Lay down, everyone lay down. Thud, thud, thud. While Fisher diligently repeated the same action, he kept muttering under his breath. Every time he spoke, someone was forced to the ground. He was like an incredibly serious, highly efficient assembly line worker, processing those disobedient fighters. Chris Young stood to the side, watching in stunned silence. He hadn't just met Fisher yesterday, but seeing him in action now still felt particularly shocking. Also, this guy's style of doing things was truly difficult to put into words, but none of that mattered anymore. After all, he had a protective charm. A deathly silence hung over the VIP room on the second floor. Terrence Reed, Big Larry, and the other Underworld bosses' faces kept shifting colors. Now they had turned a bloated shade of liver purple. They just watched helplessly as their own subordinates, those so-called elites, the syndicate's top enforcers, were molded like Play-Doh by that giant, being kneaded at will, and posed in dog-crawling positions. This was no longer just a humiliation. It was practically a spiritual execution. Scar had held it in for a long time, but eventually couldn't anymore. He clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Oh man, I can't breathe, ha ha ha. Fisher is a goddamn genius. Scar laughed so hard he nearly convulsed, completely failing to notice the murderous glares from the other bosses beside him. I couldn't help but raise my hand and pinch the bridge of my nose. Fisher, This guy, really is someone who can always bring unexpected surprises. Only 2 people on the arena were still standing. One was the burly man nicknamed Iron Tower, and the other was a guy who supposedly trained in Muay Thai abroad, a fellow named Artie. Both were somewhat at a loss, especially after seeing Fisher wave them over. They even hesitated over whether they should just lay down voluntarily. At least they would suffer less, and wouldn't have to hit the floor face first. Hadn't they seen how miserable those guys who didn't cooperate ended up? Right at that moment, Chris Young couldn't help but chuckle. When this laughter reached their ears, it immediately took on a different tone. It seemed like he was mocking the 2 of them for being cowards. The 2 immediately abandoned the thought of laying down voluntarily. Simultaneously, they turned their gaze toward Chris Young. Since they couldn't handle the giant, they'd make this suicidal guy hit the dirt first. Surely this guy wouldn't be as tanky as the other one, right? Actually, having so many people gang up on Fisher earlier, it couldn't be said that they simply couldn't beat him. It was mainly that Fisher's damage resistance was too insane. He didn't even bother to dodge and just let you attack him, acting as if nothing was happening. But if you were accidentally caught by him, the result was a heavy blow. That made you lay down. It was just too unfair. As for this, Chris Young, he clearly wasn't a big guy, not a monster with maxed out defense. Even his muscles didn't look as solid as theirs. They should be able to handle him. Just like that, the 2 exchanged a look, and quickly reached a silent understanding. We might not be able to handle the monster, but we can't take down one of you? Iron Tower was the first to act. He rushed forward with a roar. A fist as big as a bowl aimed straight at Chris Young's face. Artie followed close behind. Ducking low, he delivered a sharp low kick, sweeping hard toward Chris Young's lower body. One high, one low, they instantly cut off Chris Young's room to dodge. Clearly, they wanted to use the fastest possible speed to take Chris Young out. In the second-floor VIP room, Terrence Reed and the others. A spark of hope was rekindled in their eyes. Good. Take him out first. Chris Young moved too. Just as Iron Tower's heavy punch came roaring in, he threw a punch almost simultaneously. He chose to meet the blow head-on. At the moment the fists collided, he performed an incredibly subtle sidestep, narrowly evading Artie's attack. Having dodged the pincer attack, Chris Young immediately counterattacked. The 3 of them then became entangled in a fight. Their figures blurred and shifted, the wind from their strikes whistling. After several rounds of continuous fighting, both Iron Tower and Artie overextended themselves, resulting in a momentary lag. Chris Young, who had been biding his time, was waiting for this exact moment. He immediately lowered his center of gravity. His right punch exploded out instantly, using a very tricky angle. He struck a nerve cluster below Iron Tower's chest. Iron Tower's mouth fell wide open, yet he couldn't make a single sound. He looked as if he couldn't believe that his defense had been breached by a single punch. After staggering back a few steps, he collapsed forward limply. It wasn't over yet. Chris Young then used a bit of the recoil, spinning his body with the momentum. His left leg delivered a side kick, striking right on the outer side of Artie's knee, who was also just about to raise his leg. Artie let out a miserable scream. Under Chris Young's kick, his knee was directly dislocated and deformed. From the moment the 2 launched their pincer attack, to Chris Young dodging and countering, and then finally to the total knockdown. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Chris Young truly showed everyone what fast, precise, and ruthless meant. There were absolutely no wasted movements, no flashy moves. Every strike aimed only at vital points, seeking to dismantle the opponent's fighting capacity in the shortest possible time. This was the art of combat belonging to a former Special Forces soldier. Chris Young glanced at the 2 on the ground, who had lost their ability to fight. Shaking his slightly numb wrist, he said, "Done." Setting aside Artie, just speaking of Iron Tower, under normal circumstances, that one punch of his wouldn't have been enough to take the man down. This person was quite resilient. It was just that the target of his attack was too precise, striking the nerve. This gave outsiders the impression that Iron Tower had been easily taken out by a single punch. The arena tournament thus ended cleanly and decisively. At this moment, whether it was the spectators on the first floor or the bosses on the second floor, there was a dead silence. If Fisher had brought them a kind of very barbaric, purely violent shock, then what Chris Young displayed was an aesthetic of combat and skill, filled with precision. It was a sight to behold. Although the methods looked a bit sharp, This kind of match was the actual combat scene the audience wanted to see. Once Fisher saw the last two people had hit the ground, he went forward and grabbed a leg with each hand, dragging them over to that row of fallen fighters. Ensuring that they were all laid out neatly, he finally felt satisfied. Turning to look at Chris Young, he asked, "Chris, they're all down. When do we eat?" Before Chris Young could answer, the venue suddenly erupted in a sound like a tsunami. Unity Society. Unity Society. In the corner of the spectator area, Logan Shepard saw this and said proudly to Wesley Reed beside him, "See that? I didn't bet wrong, did I? You should have bet with me earlier." Wesley Reed, looking at the two men, one tall and one short, standing on the stage, raised his hands and applauded. "Mr. Moore indeed has a sharp eye. I'm humbled." Logan Shepard had a smug look. "Of course. My judgment has always been excellent." Saying this, he glanced toward the second floor again, thinking, "Vanessa Miller. You probably don't know I'm here too, do you?" Wesley Reed felt the show was about finished, and stood up directly. "Mr. Moore, it's time to go." Only then did Logan Shepard reluctantly withdraw his gaze. He nodded. He followed Wesley Reed and left quietly. Shortly after they left, I looked again, toward where Logan Shepard and the others had just been sitting. When I found they were gone, my first reaction wasn't that they had gone to the restroom. Instead, that bad premonition in my heart grown stronger and stronger, especially since after vaguely smelling a pungent odor, my face changed and I suddenly stood up. I cursed him as a madman in my heart. Then I immediately called out to Claire and Scar, "Let's go." On the second floor, those Underworld bosses currently felt as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed flies. A deep sense of helplessness swept through their bodies. Before they could sarcastically congratulate Scar, they saw Vanessa Miller suddenly stand up. She left directly without even saying a word of goodbye. Besides the people from the Grand Apex Alliance, Scar also took a few Unity Society underlings and left with her. Terrence Reed and the others were all a bit confused. Why are they leaving in such a hurry? Could it be they're afraid we'll back out of the deal and then make a move against them? Make a move? You'd be lucky to even try. Which of you can handle that monster down there? A boss snorted coldly in displeasure. Then he made a gesture with his hand like a handgun. Unless one of you has one of these. Everyone looked and shook their heads one after another, setting aside the fact that this thing is really hard to get in the country now. Even if you had one, would you dare pull it out in this setting? Unless you could kill everyone present to silence them. Otherwise, in Pearl City hereafter, you would absolutely have no place to stand. You could only use that thing secretly. Doing it in broad daylight never ends well. While they were still wondering why Vanessa Miller and the others suddenly hurried away, one of the Underworld bosses seemed to smell something. "Do you guys smell something?" Everyone shook their heads. "No, what's wrong?" The boss saw that everyone said they didn't smell it, so he didn't pay much attention. "Maybe I smelled it wrong then." "So, what should we do next? Are we really going to hand over that city center project?" As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent for a moment. "Humph, hand it over? Why should we hand it over? Just because he has a capable fighter under him? We made these rules. The loser withdraws. The winner takes all. That's easy to say, but didn't you notice that Scar's attitude toward that woman just now was a bit too respectful?" "What do you mean?" "It's obvious. The Unity Society is 80% likely recruited by that woman now. Otherwise, would Scar be like a dog? He left immediately after she told him to go. Why don't we just find someone to finish her?" Someone made a throat-slitting motion. Everyone fell silent at those words. No one answered. In the current situation, not answering was almost equivalent to silent consent. If it were before the end of the tournament, this group on the second floor wouldn't have agreed to do this. At least they wouldn't agree in such a public setting. No matter what, they would go back and discuss it privately. But now their faces had been ruthlessly ground into the floor by someone. Plus, they suspected the Unity Society had truly hooked up with the Grand Apex Alliance. How could they still sit still? Just then, the boss who mentioned smelling something strange earlier took another deep sniff. His expression shifted with alarm. Among the people present, he was the only one who didn't smoke. Relatively speaking, his sense of smell was more acute. No. The gas smell is getting stronger and stronger. It's definitely not my imagination. As soon as these words were spoken, the others were stunned. Gas? In this dump? Where would gas come from? It's impossible, right? But very quickly, their faces all changed instantly. Not good. There really is gas. Everyone, get out. Run, Terrence Reed shouted immediately. Everyone rushed toward the stairs in a panic. At the same time, someone on the first floor also noticed the abnormality. They all began to flee outward. The scene instantly became chaotic. Just as Terrence Reed and his group rushed to the door, someone dropped a lighter on the ground in the panic. It struck a spark. Boom. A wild, orange-red light instantly swept through the entire interior of the boathouse. Terrence Reed and the others who had just reached the door only felt an invisible pushing force hit them hard in the back. It flipped them all over, sending them sprawling. Those who were a bit slower had their clothes instantly ignited. Flames flared up. I'm on fire. Help, my clothes are burning. My clothes, hurry, jump in the river, jump in the river. The unlucky souls whose bodies were on fire didn't even have time to pat out the flames. Carrying a scent of the underworld, they rolled and crawled as they rushed toward the river. They leaped down. Then many more people with fire on them ran toward the river one by one. Get out of the way, let me through. Gulp, splash, splash, splash. People kept jumping into the river. It was like dropping dumplings into a pot. No one cared how cold the river water was in this season. In an instant, the Eastport Old Industrial Zone, this former shipbuilding center of Pearl City, soon turned into a wall of soaring fire. Even the sky was lit up in red. Whether in the river or on the shore, there were bobbing heads and terrified figures everywhere. Screams, splashing sounds, and cries for help were all mixed together. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. On the other side, the Grand Apex Alliance motorcade, which had distanced itself from the boathouse early, pulled over by the side of a road. They watched from a distance as that area was reflected red by the flames. At the same time, several fire trucks and police cars happened to brush past their motorcade. They hurried toward the scene. I was the one who had someone call the police when we left. When I vaguely smelled that strange odor on the second floor just now, I immediately guessed someone wanted to sabotage the tournament. And it was 80 or 90% likely done by Winston Vance and his men. Why was I so sure? First, my sense of smell is definitely more sensitive than the vast majority of people in the boathouse. Because people who don't smoke, those who don't often stay in that kind of smoky environment, indeed, have a sharper sense of smell. So many people were gathered in the boathouse, and most of them were Underworld types. There were few who didn't smoke. Plus, the boathouse itself was abandoned. Even if it was temporarily cleaned, there would still be various mixed smells, like musty smells, the smell of rust, and so on. It was easy to mask that trace of abnormal odor. Therefore, it was normal that the people inside didn't notice anything wrong immediately. It was very normal, even if someone vaguely smelled a bit of a different odor. Their first reaction would mostly be to doubt their own nose having a problem, or thinking that in a place like this, smelling anything was normal. If it were in another place, when I smelled that faint trace of gas, I might have sent someone to check and confirm first, rather than immediately leaving. But this place was different. I saw Wesley Reed, and the one who snuck out, and I didn't know what he was up to, the former Unity Society Hallmaster Winston Vance. Winston Vance. I was already wary of these two. Therefore, I would immediately think of the worst-case scenario. So, as soon as I smelled that faint trace of gas, whether it was an illusion or not, I immediately led everyone away, without being sloppy at all. Facts also proved that my approach was correct. Just as I reached the bottom floor and met Lance, I learned that Winston Vance couldn't be found, and nobody knew where he ran off to. Also, their men saw someone outside the boathouse, sneakily putting a tube inside the boathouse. This completely confirmed my suspicion. I had truly, personally experienced the ruthlessness of Wesley Reed. Stopping at nothing. The fire was spreading wildly in the Eastport Old Industrial Zone. Although the place was abandoned, it was overgrown with weeds, and there was plenty of discarded flammable material. Plus, it was currently winter, so the weather was naturally dry. Once this fire started burning, it really wasn't that easy to put out. I stood beside the motorcade, just standing there quietly, watching the fire that lit up nearly half the sky of Pearl City. An involuntary chill surged in my heart, even though I had already formed some ideas about Wesley Reed. I was still shocked by his nearly insane methods. After this happened, regardless of whether there were casualties, those Underworld bosses who participated in the arena tournament would definitely be liquidated. When that time came, forget about Dax Vance and his lot, still having designs on the city center project. They'd be lucky just to save their own skins. After all, the impact of this incident was too heinous. There was no way it could be suppressed. Wesley Reed's move was indeed ruthless, decisive, and poisonous enough. The effect was also immediate, as long as no one caught him in the act, or found evidence of him ordering someone to release gas. Generally, no one would suspect him. The original intent of this tournament was to use a relatively peaceful method to resolve some disputes of interest. Basically, the people who could participate were all those with status in the underworld, social big shots with many underlings. Wesley Reed clearly was not among them. Now that someone had suddenly tried to murder these underworld bosses, their first reaction would instinctively turn toward their competitors or people in the underworld, thinking about who wanted to monopolize the profits or who had a deep-seated grudge against whom, and so on. In short, those underworld bosses who were almost sent off would find it very difficult to link this matter to Wesley Reed, to his person, because they really couldn't fathom what his motive would be for doing this, unless there was hard evidence. If I hadn't known Wesley Reed a bit in my previous life, I'm afraid I wouldn't have suspected him either. That usually very low-key nightclub owner. Lance stood by my side, his expression a bit solemn. Young lady, this fire is burning too fiercely. Even though the fire trucks have gone in, looking at the situation, it won't be controlled anytime soon. I nodded. Yeah. What this fire is burning down is more than just a dockyard. Then I turned to look at Claire. Sister, let's go. We've already done everything we can do. Staying here won't help much. Claire seemed worried about the safety of the people inside, especially her colleagues. She hesitated for a moment and said, You guys go. I want to go over and see the situation. I knew my sister Claire might feel a bit guilty. After all, just now, she had also known in advance that there was a problem inside. Yet I didn't evacuate the crowd immediately. Of course, this was indeed because I had a bit of selfishness. Only after ensuring my own safety and that of those around me did I inform her. Otherwise, with her character, she might have been the last to leave the dockyard. I didn't try to persuade her this time, but just said to Ethan, Go with my sister and take a look. Ethan nodded. He understood the young lady's intention. Besides the intent to protect, if necessary, even if he had to knock her out, he had to drag her away. He absolutely could not let her take risks. We didn't linger any longer. Staying here at a time like this would only attract trouble, because media reporters and police would only increase. They would definitely be questioned if they were here. Although we weren't worried about being questioned, we still wanted some peace and quiet. On the other side, Wesley Reed and Logan Shepard had just returned to the nightclub, when an employee from below rushed in panicking to report, Boss, something big has happened. Over in the Eastport Old Industrial Zone, the old dockyard is on fire. It's so big, the whole sky is red. Wesley Reed stood up immediately upon hearing this. With a look of shock, he said, What? Say that again. The employee pointed out the window. Boss, it's absolutely true. Just open the window and look toward the southeast and you'll see. Many fire trucks have already headed over. Logan Shepard stood up with a start. He hurried to the window first. Sure enough, he found the sky to the southeast was reflected red. Just now, they were only focused on chatting, and actually hadn't noticed the scene outside, thinking it was the reflection of distant neon lights. This is bad. This is bad. Logan Shepard suddenly remembered Vanessa Miller was still there. Then he hurriedly took out his phone, found Vanessa Miller's number, and dialed it. Meanwhile, his mouth kept muttering, Pick up, please. Look up. Wesley Reed also walked to the window, watching the flames reflecting against the horizon. Although the expression on his face appeared worried, his heart was completely calm. He naturally knew what had happened over there. This was exactly the result he wanted. He even wanted to thank Vanessa Miller. If she hadn't gone, it would have taken a bit of effort to pull Logan Shepard completely underwater, because just a fire wasn't enough. But now everything has fallen into place. Ha 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 ha. Ring, ring, 2. The number you have dialed is powered off. Please redial later. The cold electronic female voice came from Logan Shepard's phone. It didn't go through. This won't do. I'm going over there now to see. As soon as Logan Shepard thought Vanessa Miller might be trapped in the sea of fire, he became consumed with anxiety. He turned to walk out. Just as he reached the door, Wesley Reed called out to him. Stop! Mr. Shepard, what are you going over there for now? To add to the chaos? Do you know what the situation is over there now? explosions, massive fire, police, and reporters. In what capacity would you go there? Even if you go, what help can you provide? Just in case. If someone recognizes that you were just there, how will you explain it then? Why were you appearing there? Wesley Reed didn't say anything further. He believed Logan Shepard should be able to understand the meaning behind his words. If you were truly exposed in the footage of this extraordinary event, and then recognized by others, and were even involved in the illegal gambling of the tournament, what would the result be? Although in the end nothing major would happen, it would still be very troublesome. Most importantly, it would make a certain leader very angry. Logan Shepard was checked by him, and his face flickered with uncertainty. Wesley Reed walked forward a few steps. He came to Logan Shepard's side. Mr. Shepard, I know you're worried about Miss Miller, but at a time like this, you must keep your composure. Blind impulse will only ruin things. How about this? You keep trying to contact her, and I will also use my connections to find out about the situation on site. I'll tell you as soon as there's news. While speaking, he unobtrusively signaled to the still dazed employee with a wave of his hand, indicating for him to leave first. In the office, only Wesley Reed and Logan Shepard remained. Wesley Reed walked to the liquor cabinet and poured 2 glasses of wine. He handed one of them to Logan Shepard. Believe me, Miss Miller is no ordinary person. She'll be fine. Logan Shepard nodded with bloodshot eyes, took the glass, and drained it in one gulp. Then he made many more phone calls. The call finally went through. After confirming that Vanessa Miller was fine on her end, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and when he hung up the phone, a look of joy even appeared on his face, because Vanessa Miller actually took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Wesley Reed also took all of this in. After Logan Shepard hung up the phone, he said with a smile, "See, I told you so. Miss Miller is no ordinary person." He actually had received detailed information from over there, even earlier than Logan Shepard, including how Vanessa Miller had led her people away in a hurry in advance. The dockyard was safely evacuated before the fire started. Although he was somewhat surprised by the girl's sharp perception, none of that mattered, because whether or not anything happened to Vanessa Miller, it wouldn't affect his upcoming plans. Logan Shepard had now relaxed as well. "Wesley, you're right. I was a bit anxious. Everything's fine now. Let's continue talking about my—" Before he could finish his sentence, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Wesley Reed stood up to apologize. "Mr. Shepard, wait a moment while I go out to check." Logan Shepard was in a good mood now. He nodded. "It's fine, Wesley. Go ahead with your business." Wesley Reed walked out of the office. He pulled the door shut gently, but deliberately didn't close it all the way, leaving a crack, to ensure the person in the room could hear some noise. What gas? Are you sure it was Winston Vance? Although Wesley Reed was trying his best to hide it, those intermittent keywords still reached Logan Shepard's ears, making him instinctively begin to suspect something. Hearing what Wesley Reed was saying outside, the smile on Logan Shepard's face gradually vanished. Could the explosion and fire at the boathouse have been Winston Vance's doing? He knew Winston Vance. They had known each other for quite a long time, and when Winston Vance seized a friend of Vanessa Miller's back then, it was he who stepped in to resolve the situation when Vanessa came to demand the person. At the time, he thought that with his warning, that matter would be considered settled. Winston Vance shouldn't have dared to retaliate against Vanessa Miller. But looking at it now, this lackey who bowed and scraped before him on the surface held a grudge more than he had imagined. Of course, this might also be related to Winston Vance being kicked out of the Unity Society. Logan Shepard had also heard the rumors that the Unity Society might be merging with Vanessa Miller's Grand Apex Alliance. Rumors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bet on the Unity Society to win today. But compared to the big shots in the Underworld, he didn't care much about this matter. He didn't care at all. Setting aside the fact that Vanessa Miller was his sweetheart, even if those Underworld bosses swallowed up other syndicates, he still wouldn't care, because no matter who swallowed whom, as long as they operated in Pearl City, they had to behave themselves in front of Logan Shepard. This was the natural advantage brought by his status. As long as he had this status, unless the other side got dirt on him, no matter how powerful someone was in the Underworld, it would be hard to stand on equal footing with him. Therefore, even if he knew Vanessa Miller had taken over the Unity Society, he would only think she was truly incredible. He didn't have any other thoughts. As for Winston Vance leaving the Unity Society, though he had heard about it, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. In his eyes, Winston Vance was no different from a lackey, someone expendable, especially since Winston Vance now didn't even have his important status. As a Unity Society hallmaster, he was even less worthy of notice. But he never expected this guy would be so ruthless as to try and burn Vanessa Miller to death. This absolutely could not be tolerated. About 3 minutes later, Wesley Reed returned to the room, an apologetic look on his face. "Sorry, Mr. Shepard, I was delayed a bit. My subordinates just brought some good news. There's progress on your project investment. I knew you were a lucky man, Mr. Shepard. Your sweetheart escaped danger, and your project has hit a turning point. It's truly a double blessing. Ha ha ha." Although Wesley Reed was laughing happily, Logan Shepard remained expressionless. He just stared at him intently. Wesley Reed instinctively lowered his head to look at his clothes, saw nothing wrong, then looked up at Logan Shepard. "Why are you looking at me like that? My clothes aren't dirty. Mr. Reed, what you were talking about outside just now probably wasn't about project investment, was it?" The title Logan Shepard used to address him had changed. Originally, when Logan Shepard was with him, he would politely call him Wesley, because Wesley Reed was very good at handling things and suited his temperament perfectly. Now that he suddenly switched to calling him Mr. Reed, the tone of dissatisfaction was very obvious. Wesley Reed still wanted to gloss over it. "Mr. Shepard, I really was talking about the investment," my men said. "Die?" Logan Shepard interrupted him. He said impatiently, "Mr. Reed, if you keep talking like that, then we won't even be friends anymore." Hearing this, Wesley Reed immediately became anxious. "Mr. Shepard, what are you doing? Did I do something to upset you?" Logan Shepard asked directly. "Talk. Was what you were talking about just now about the fire?" Hearing Logan Shepard ask this, Wesley Reed feigned a sigh, slapped his thigh, and said, "Sigh, all right then. I said I'll tell you. It really is related to the fire at Eastport. Winston Vance did it." Logan Shepard showed an expression that said, "I knew it." "Then why did you lie to me just now and say it was about the investment? Why didn't you tell me the truth?" Wesley Reed wore an expression as if he were thinking of him. "Mr. Shepard, I thought Miss Miller was fine, right? If I told you and you got angry, it wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, Winston Vance is your friend, and he's my friend too. He suddenly did something so despicable. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it at once. I can't accept it either. But don't worry, Mr. Shepard. I'll have Winston Vance give you an explanation for this." "What friend? Is he even worthy?" Logan Shepard suddenly grabbed the wine glass on the table and smashed it hard on the floor. With a crash, it gave Wesley Reed a start. Then he pointed angrily at Wesley Reed. "Wesley Reed, I truly treated you as a friend. But you're playing games with me. You tried to hide such a big thing from me. That dog Winston Vance tried to burn Vanessa to death, and you're goddamn speaking up for him. Mr. Shepard, calm down," Wesley Reed said hurriedly. "Wasn't I afraid you'd be impulsive? Winston Vance followed you before, after all. I was afraid that if you knew it was him, you'd do something irreversible in your fit of rage. It really was for your own good." "For my own good?" Logan Shepard sneered. "For my own good? You should have told me what you knew. Instead of playing dumb with me here, tell me directly. Does that dog Winston Vance have someone backing him? Is someone pulling the strings? Since he dared to do something like this, I don't believe there's no one behind him. Wesley Reed, you'd better think carefully before you answer me. If you don't explain it clearly, never mind being friends. I'll have this crappy nightclub of yours shut down tomorrow. Do you believe me?" "Sigh, Mr. Shepard, why go this far?" Wesley Reed looked very helpless. "Are you going to talk or not?" Logan Shepard pressed again. Wesley Reed looked as if he were forced to surrender. All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know, okay? This matter actually isn't that complicated. A while ago, when the Unity Society went through upheavals, and Winston Vance was kicked out, you probably heard about it too, right?" Logan Shepard nodded. "I know. But on his own, he absolutely wouldn't have the guts to commit arson." Wesley Reed, "Mr. Shepard, you're right. On his own, he indeed wouldn't dare. This guy still values his life. If he really did that, he wouldn't be able to handle those underworld figures. And the joint retaliation from Miss Miller." Logan Shepard stared at him. "So, who supported him?" Wesley Reed reached directly into his coat pocket, pulled out a flash drive, and pushed it in front of Logan Shepard. "Everything I know is in here." Logan Shepard immediately took the flash drive, went to Wesley Reed's office computer, and plugged it in to check. There was only one surveillance video on the flash drive, which clearly filmed Winston Vance and several influential underworld bosses in a restaurant lobby with their arms around each other's shoulders, looking like brothers. Wesley Reed walked to his side. Pointing to the screen, he explained that the place where they ate happened to be a restaurant owned by a friend of mine. Just now, my men found out that it might have been Winston Vance who set the fire, so they immediately got this surveillance footage from the restaurant. Although this video can't directly prove they were the ones supporting Winston Vance behind the scenes, I feel that they are definitely involved in this. The restaurant waiters also recalled that they definitely heard, while they were chatting, them mentioning Miss Miller's name frequently. Think about it, Mr. Shepard. From their perspective, once the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society join forces, the threat to them is too great. Plus, you saw during the arena tournament just now that the Unity Society won so easily. How could they not be afraid? In short, whether out of fear or to protect their own territory and interests, they have a motive to get rid of Vanessa Miller and Scar, to muddy the waters completely. Logan Shepard thought the same thing, but he still had some doubts. They were inside there themselves, though. Weren't they afraid of burning themselves to death? Wesley Reed explained, that's exactly where they are being cunning. As the old saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained, only by being at the scene themselves. Can they completely clear themselves of suspicion? They can even disguise themselves as victims. Maybe when the time comes, they will even use this incident as an excuse to join forces in turn to deal with the Unity Society and Miss Miller. What a case of the thief crying, "Stop thieves." These bastards are simply going too far. After Logan Shepard finished listening, the rage on his face grew even stronger than Wesley Reed's. That analysis perfectly filled the last trace of doubt in his heart, portraying the insidiousness and ruthlessness of Dax Vance and the other old foxes completely. Logan Shepard stared at the images of those underworld bosses on the screen, laughing with their arms around each other's shoulders, and murderous intent seethed within him. These bastards not only wanted to kill people, but also wanted to get away scot-free, and even turn around to frame others. Wesley Reed patted Logan Shepard, seeming to comfort him while actually saying meaningfully, "Mr. Shepard, pardon my bluntness, Pearl City is a mixed bag right now. Everyone is still doing their own thing. It's too chaotic, never mind me. Even my friends who want to come over to invest are a bit hesitant. They're afraid of losing everything if they aren't careful." How could Logan Shepard not hear the subtext? In Wesley Reed's words, he was clearly saying that these underworld bosses in Pearl City acted as if they were above the law and behaved recklessly, turning this city into a mess and seriously affecting the business environment. Logan Shepard understood this point very well. Except he felt business was difficult, not just because of those underworld people, but because his project had hit another dead end. Last year, by making a deal with Vanessa Miller at the supermarket, he obtained the land. He originally thought that by packaging the demolition and renovation of the West Side's old city as a financial management product, he could make a huge profit. However, the ideals were grand, but reality was harsh. The endorsed investment fund he launched simply wouldn't sell. There were very few subscribers, and instead, it was incurring massive losses every month. Left with no choice, he could only look everywhere for investors. To put it plainly, it was about finding someone to buy his financial product. Once someone bought it, it was equivalent to taking a stake in his West Side renovation project. Unfortunately, he was politely rejected by everyone. Since the end of last year, these rich people seemed to have prearranged it among themselves. They all tightened their purse strings and stopped spending money so easily. This couldn't be entirely blamed on Logan Shepard, because he had no idea that in a few months, a global financial crisis would completely erupt. Even though his West Side renovation project sounded promising, the timing was poor. If he had launched the fund next year, it would definitely have attracted many investors. However, he wouldn't be able to hold out until then. It would go bust. Logan Shepard was somewhat conceited by nature, and coupled with his strained relationship with his father, he never thought of asking his father for help, even though the project was now in trouble. He wanted to succeed in this on his own merits. It was precisely this obsession that gave Wesley Reed an opening to exploit. Wesley Reed was indeed a very shrewd businessman. In Pearl City, besides him, there was likely no second person that Logan Shepard would willingly call brother. Wesley Reed, upon learning that Logan Shepard had funding issues, proactively lent him a sum of money, and actively contacted his own network to help him get financing. Logan Shepherd saw Wesley Reed being so loyal, and felt he was a pure businessman, not one of those shady characters, so his impression of him grew better and better. When the two were together, they talked about business and their brotherhood. Wesley Reed never proactively asked him to help smooth things over with the authorities, or use his connections, or use his father's influence for personal gain, which made him feel very comfortable and pure. Of course, Logan Shepherd wasn't a fool without any wariness. He had also tested Wesley Reed's ambition. Wesley Reed's performance also satisfied him. The man would emphasize every time that he was satisfied with his existing business, frankly stating he had no great ambitions and only wanted a stable foothold in Pearl City, earning a bit of money to live a carefree life. He certainly didn't want to get mixed up with Underworld figures. In short, Logan Shepherd's assessment of Wesley Reed could be summarized as not greedy, not pretentious, loyal enough, and worth knowing well. There was one other important point. Logan Shepherd felt people like Wesley Reed were easier to control. Unlike those ambitious guys, who each thought they were second only to God, liked to mess around, and were disobedient. Hearing these words from Wesley Reed, Logan Shepherd thought for a moment, and expressed agreement. Wesley, you're right. Pearl City is indeed too chaotic. There are too many conflicting voices. Since that's the case, then let's first make those who are jumping around the most shut up. Originally, Logan Shepherd really had no intention of interfering in Underworld affairs, because he felt it was unnecessary and didn't want to cause trouble. Also, his father had warned him not to get too close to those Underworld people and to maintain his distance. But now, whether it was Vanessa Miller almost being murdered, or for the sake of his own interests, he felt it was necessary for him to personally step in. A cleanup could, for one, avenge Vanessa Miller, and for another, only by straightening those people out would his subsequent financing go more smoothly and the project be able to move forward. Wesley Reed's words just now had made it very clear. The investors he was looking for were unwilling to invest precisely because they worried there was no security in Pearl City, and thus were reluctant to give money. Seeing Logan Shepherd say this, Wesley Reed was secretly delighted that this guy had finally taken the bait. But on the surface, he continued to advise, Mr. Shepherd, pardon my bluntness. These waters are deeper and muddier than you imagine. Of those who dare to jump around, which one doesn't have some connections behind them? If you really move against them, I'm afraid it will cause a heap of trouble, and the loss will outweigh the gain. What I mean is, maybe we should plan this out over the long term. I'll try harder to help you get the financing settled first. If that really doesn't work out, we can talk about it then. Don't be in such a hurry to act. These words, now, sounded as if he were truly thinking of Logan Shepherd's best interests. But how could Logan Shepherd listen to that now? Never mind that those people went too far. The fact was, he couldn't afford to wait anymore. The project couldn't be dragged out forever. Otherwise, I'll be dragged to death sooner or later. Wesley, I can't wait anymore. Since they want to use fire to muddy the waters of Pearl City, then I'll make sure they can never crawl back out. I want to show them exactly what happens when you mess around in Pearl City. Logan Shepherd poured himself a full glass of wine, threw his head back, and drained it in one gulp. Then he turned and left immediately. Wesley Reed stood up hurriedly and shouted at his departing figure, Logan, please, don't be impulsive. Of course, I will support whatever decision you make. Just say the word if you need anything, and I'll do everything in my power to help. Logan Shepherd simply waved his hand with his back turned and disappeared through the doorway. The office fell silent once more. Wesley Reed stood where he was. The anxiety, worry, and other emotions on his face vanished instantly, replaced by total calm. He adjusted his collar slightly, then poured a glass of red wine and walked to the window. Outside, the flames in the direction of Eastport were still burning. Wesley Reed raised his glass and took a sip of red wine, a smile curling at his lips. Go on, Mr. Shepherd. Go make this fire burn even brighter. It's best if everything is reduced to ashes together. Once the dust settles, the underworld of Pearl City should be taken over by its true master. While Wesley Reed was admiring this beautiful picture, his phone rang. After answering the call, he simply gave a few instructions and hung up. Meanwhile, his sneer deepened, carrying a hint of cruelty. Winston, oh Winston, as a discarded pawn, you can still provide a bit of warmth at the end. Helping me pull Mr. Shepherd completely underwater is a worthy end for you. Wesley Reed tilted his head back and finished the red wine in his glass. Then, without even looking, he casually tossed the wine glass downward. Crash. The crystal goblet instantly shattered into pieces. It was a few days before the official start of the semester, and I arrived at the office early to organize some data. Once full operations resumed on the 8th day of the new year, I would have to meet with the company executives to finalize this year's goals. However, I hadn't been sitting in my office chair for more than a few minutes. When Lance walked in with a hurried look on his face, he reported some shocking news to me. "What did you say? Winston Vance is dead?" "Young lady, we just received the news as well. It hasn't been fully confirmed yet, but apparently he committed suicide by jumping into the river in the middle of the night. Supposedly, he felt his crimes were too heavy to escape the law, so he chose this way to end it." When I heard this news, my first reaction was disbelief. Whether in my previous life or this one, Winston Vance, an ambitious man, did not seem like someone who would ever kill himself. Based on the events of my past life, Winston eventually became a significant boss. He was finally caught during a massive crackdown in that previous life. Even when he was backed into a corner, he never once considered suicide. This shows that he valued his life immensely. In this life, not only did he exit the stage several years early, but he also did it via suicide. This was clearly suspicious. I could almost certain that this was Wesley Reed's doing. His goal was likely much deeper than just silencing a witness. Wesley Reed probably couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that his supposedly flawless plan had been correctly deduced so quickly. Under normal circumstances, who would link the three events of the arena tournament, the Eastport fire, and Winston's death, to him? To Wesley Reed, the low-key nightclub owner, Wesley had always been cautious. Not only had he disposed of any possible evidence in advance, but he had also erased all traces of his recent meetings with Winston. He basically left no clues whatsoever. Given how thorough his preparations were, he naturally assumed as a matter of course that for what happened last night, no one would suspect him. Instead, they would definitely think of the bosses in the Underworld. To put it bluntly, I was a much bigger suspect than him. After all, I was one of the parties involved, while he was at most an insignificant spectator. But no matter how much Wesley calculated, he couldn't have accounted for one thing, that even before the arena tournament took place, someone was already wary of him. It couldn't be helped. My foresight had already surpassed ordinary human perception, even for someone as shrewd and calculating as Wesley Reed. He couldn't possibly imagine that someone already knew him well many years ahead of time. Although I was certain that Winston's suicide was orchestrated by Wesley Reed, it still gave me a bit of a headache, because some things were changing too fast. The trajectories of many people's destinies had already deviated from the path of my previous life. This reminded me once again that I couldn't rely entirely on the events of my past life to make decisions. Before this, I imagined Winston's end would be the same as in my previous life, that he would be caught by the officers. Except that in this life, the one catching him would have been my sister, Claire Grant. The evidence Lance and his men caught on camera yesterday had already been submitted to Claire. Though there wasn't much footage, it was enough to designate Winston as a suspect and summon him to the police station for questioning. But I never expected that before Claire's side even had a chance to act, Winston would exit the stage early. It truly caught me a bit off guard. However, this also gave me a new understanding. Of Wesley Reed, whom I had only met once, I gained a new perspective. This man would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he was exceptionally cold-blooded and decisive. One should know that Winston had actually followed him for a long time. He had even intended, at one point, to have Winston replace Patrick Hale as the boss of the Unity Society. This showed that Winston originally held quite a bit of utility for him, but now he discarded him without a second thought. There wasn't even a hint of hesitation. I pondered for a moment and then instructed Lance, arrange for people to investigate immediately. Check Winston's movements over the past few days. Sift through everything. I need to verify if it aligns with my deductions. If Winston died so unclearly, based on my current understanding of Wesley Reed, it would seem like a bit of a waste. But if combined with recent events, especially if it can be confirmed whether the people Winston last contacted were indeed those I suspected, then it makes sense. Once confirmed, Winston's death would, for Wesley Reed, be a death that served its purpose. Of course, for me, this was undoubtedly a major headache. As everyone knows, My Grand Apex Alliance is just a legitimate company. We don't do all that killing and fighting, young lady. Lance went to arrange things immediately. I glanced at the time. It was still early for my meeting with Logan Shepard, so I continued with my work. Not long after, Lily Harper called me. On the other end of the line, Lily's resentment was quite heavy. She was complaining about everything, presumably because things weren't going well for her at home. Aside from that, there was also me. I had originally promised to take her to my hometown before the new year, but we didn't go because some things got in the way. This girl was still holding on to that. Vanessa, you're a liar. You promised to take me to your hometown before the new year, but it's already the second day of the new year, and you still haven't said a word about it. I'm bored to death at home. It's like being in prison. I rubbed the space between my eyebrows, feeling a bit helpless listening to Lily's complaints. All right. I'll definitely take you to the countryside next time. Lily, you know as well as I do that things have been happening one after another around the new year. I really can't get away. There was even such a big mess at Eastport yesterday. At the mention of the Eastport fire, Lily's attitude shifted immediately. Her previous complaints vanished instantly. Only concern remained. Vanessa, I was just about to ask you about that. I almost died of fright when I saw the news this morning. Such a massive fire and an explosion. I also heard you were over there yesterday. You weren't hurt, were you? I felt a slight warmth in my heart. Though this girl was usually loud and informal, she really did care about me. I'm fine, I was lucky. I got out early, so nothing happened. Good, that's good. As long as you're okay. Lily Harper, on the other end of the phone, clearly let out a long sigh of relief. But immediately after, that sense of grievance returned. Since you're okay, Vanessa, how are you going to compensate me? This girl really changed her tune fast. Go ahead and say it. I'll do my best to satisfy you. Lily Harper wasn't polite at all. She directly stated her request. It's nothing much. But didn't you put me in the investment department? For my first project, I want to invest in an internet cafe. You supported me back then, so you have to help me plan and strategize later. Don't just keep staring at the supermarkets. Give more of your time to my first project. If my first project fails, it'll be too embarrassing. I was slightly caught between laughter and tears. All right. When you have any problems, come ask me anytime. I'll definitely find a way to help you, okay? Lily Harper's voice instantly brightened. You said it. Yes, I said it. Then my internet cafe project will definitely be a success. When the time comes, I'll definitely present a dazzling performance record to show Mitch and the others what I'm capable of. Ho ho ho! Hearing Lily Harper's demonic laughter on the other end, I shook my head helplessly. However, I also suddenly felt that perhaps before, I had underestimated this seemingly loud and fun-loving girl. It seemed that in her bones, she wasn't content with just being a do-nothing loafer. She truly wanted to achieve something to prove herself. Not even 3 seconds after that thought appeared, Lily Harper refreshed my impression of her again. By the way, Vanessa, don't tell them about you helping me. Let it be a secret between the two of us. After I finished most of the tasks at hand, I prepared to go downstairs for my appointment. I invited Logan Shepard to meet today, mainly for 2 purposes. First, I wanted to use him to understand Wesley Reed's current movements so I could prepare for any follow-up actions. Second, after thinking it over, I felt that Logan Shepard wasn't beyond saving. Maybe I could give him a hand, because I'm currently planning to form a small circle, something like a private chamber of commerce. Although I'm confident I can succeed on my own in the future, having a small circle would make it easier to handle cash flow if I ever run into issues like blocked loans again. It would facilitate capital turnover, so that I wouldn't be strangled by someone using their connections again. Besides, only by integrating resources can my business empire develop faster with a more stable and solid foundation. When I encounter good projects, I don't have to wait until my own strength or capital is fully in place. I can first partner with those in the circle. As long as I can control this circle, the biggest beneficiary will still be me. For now, I only have 2 candidates in mind. The first is Yuna. Yuna is definitely a loyal follower of mine, who can be brought into the circle. The other is Logan Shepard. Logan Shepard doesn't need to be very rich, nor does he need to smooth over any connections. His hidden identity is enough. Sometimes just borrowing a little influence is fine. There's no need to truly get entangled in those connections and let oneself sink too deep. In short, if I can win Logan Shepard's participation, The process of building this new chamber of commerce will undoubtedly be easier and smoother. Of course, if I were to privately reveal Lily Harper's identity, the effect would be even better. But I don't want to do that. I truly treat Lily Harper as a friend. Lily Harper doesn't want her identity exposed, and her father likely doesn't want her identity exposed either, lest she be exploited by those with ulterior motives. If I really used her identity to negotiate business, the process of setting up the chamber would indeed be smoother, but it would inevitably create a rift between Lily Harper and me. She's a straight shooter. She might just walk away. So, unless she is willing herself, I will never force her. On the contrary, I don't have such concerns regarding Logan Shepard. Logan Shepard's identity is already being rumored in certain circles. Even if he didn't spread it himself, he has tacitly accepted it. Though he is conceited, he knows very well in his heart that without his father's connections, it would be impossible for him to thrive in Pearl City. Not at all. Why Wesley Reed would go to such lengths to get close to him, and why Winston Vance wanted to be his lackey, the answer was already obvious. Previously, I kept my distance from Logan Shepard, because I knew his business would definitely explode in the future, and I didn't want any involvement with him. At that time, the trouble Logan caused might even implicate his mother, who is my senior, Vice President Adrian Wynn. But looking at it now, the fun business he's running doesn't seem to have reached the point of total collapse, or become beyond saving yet. If I can help him resolve this crisis, and get him to offload that fund in a timely manner, everything afterward will be fine. In short, in this life, many people's fates have been changed because of me, this butterfly. So it's just one more fate to change. As long as Logan Shepard can be obedient and keep his business clean, or at least not touch the bottom line of the Grand Apex Alliance, he is still a member worth recruiting into the chamber. Just as I arrived at the company entrance, I saw Logan Shepard already waiting there ahead of time. He was still driving that sports car of his, and just like before at the university gate, he was holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. However, his condition didn't seem very good. He was staring at the flowers in a daze, not even noticing me walking up to him. "What are you thinking about?" I asked as I stood before him. After Logan Shepard snapped out of it, his face immediately switched back to his usual sunny-looking smile. Then he immediately handed the roses in his arms forward. "Vanessa, you're down. These are for you. To celebrate you escaping danger yesterday." He had known me for a few months now, and knew I wasn't that easy to woo, so he changed his wording. To avoid being rejected again, this time I actually took the flowers, said thank you, and then said, "Let's go." Logan Shepard immediately opened the scissor door of the passenger seat and invited me into the car. I wasn't polite either, and sat directly in the passenger seat. Immediately after, Logan Shepard drove straight to the restaurant I had booked. Shortly after they left, a sneaky figure looked down at his camera screen, confirmed he had captured the image of the two together, and then quickly slipped into a car that had been waiting nearby for a long time and left. And without my knowledge, this photo was soon circulated to Dax Vance and a group of Underworld bosses. If Dax Vance and the others still had some doubts, getting this photo now was basically a smoking gun. Today, besides Vanessa Miller, they had also received a piece of news. That was that the person who released the gas in the dockyard to harm them was the former hallmaster of the Unity Society, Winston Vance. A rumor said it might have been at Vanessa Miller's instruction. The reason was that Vanessa wanted to dominate Pearl City, judging by how she deliberately concealed the fact that the Unity Society had been swallowed by her. That's enough to catch a glimpse of her ruthlessness. Therefore, she forced the desperate Winston Vance to do this. And she left the dockyard early herself, and so on. All of this indicates that she had the intention of wiping everyone out in one go. Plus Winston Vance committed suicide, so coincidentally, doesn't it look like silencing a witness? Besides that, not long ago Winston Vance had met them for a private meal, warning them to be careful of this woman, Vanessa Miller, and saying that she was pushing him very hard. Now it has indeed come true. Of course, with just this, Dax Vance and the others might still have some doubts, but they also received another piece of news, which was that Vanessa Miller's suitor actually was Logan Shepard, the young master of Pearl City. Rumor has it that this Mr. Shepard is also a big-time fanboy who would do anything to pursue Vanessa Miller. And Logan Shepard, in order to win over his sweetheart, has already decided to step in and deal with these obstacles, clearing the path for his beloved Vanessa Miller to help her completely dominate Pearl City. When Dax Vance and the others heard this news, they all panicked. If Vanessa Miller were to deal with them alone, they wouldn't necessarily be afraid. At worst, they could square off with her and settle it once and for all. But if Logan Shepard was added, this young man with a deep background, they really wouldn't have a single chance of winning. The man wouldn't even have to do anything. He just had to convince his old man to pay a little attention to their business establishments, and they would pretty much have to kneel and surrender. While they were in a club's private booth, urgently discussing whether Logan Shepard and Vanessa Miller really were joining forces to deal with them, they received this photo. The photo of Vanessa Miller holding fresh flowers, getting into Logan Shepard's car. At this moment, a group of bosses in the booth, still wrapped in bandages, looked at the photo, their faces each as heavy as lead, and extremely overwhelmed. What do we do now? What do you all say we do? This woman really is too poisonous. I've never seen such a malicious woman. This brat didn't manage to kill us at the dockyard. So now, she's hooked up with Logan Shepard to deal with us. She simply doesn't want to leave us a single way out. If it really comes down to it, I'll contact someone right now to just take her. One boss with gauze wrapped around his head made a throat-slitting gesture, but someone voiced their concern. The girl is with Logan Shepard right now, so it probably won't be easy to make a move. We have to make a move. If we don't, we'll have to flee Pearl City. Would you all be willing to do that? Everyone fell silent at those words. How could they be willing? All of these people's family businesses were here in Pearl City. Going elsewhere would mean having to slowly redevelop. More importantly, they were like kings in Pearl City. Once they went elsewhere, they might end up being nobodies. If you ask me, we might as well finish off that Shepard kid as well. I agree. Even if we deal with that Miller girl, Logan Shepard won't let us off. We might as well go all the way. I agree. But it has to be done cleanly. We can't leave any evidence. Soon, the group of bosses passed the motion to use the most direct method to physically eliminate Logan Shepard and Vanessa Miller. Golden Lounge. Wesley Reed, upon learning that Terrence, Reed and his gang still hadn't come out of their club, determined that these guys were likely about to make a move. They were actually a bit more decisive than he had anticipated. Wesley Reed gently swirled his wine glass, then instructed the woman in red beside him. Notify those people for me, not to be too lethal when doing the job for Dax Vance's group. Logan Shepard can be injured, but he absolutely cannot die. Otherwise, it will ruin my big plans. As for that Vanessa Miller, it doesn't matter if she lives or dies. After that's done, have them head to the freight dock tonight. There will be a ship loaded with coal leaving port tonight. Understood, Mr. Reed. I'll go notify them and make the arrangements now. The voice of the woman in red sounded somewhat soft and beautiful. Just as the woman in red reached the door, Wesley Reed's voice came from behind her again, with a hint of a warning. Red Pepper, don't let me down again. The woman in red paused slightly and nodded. Then she pushed open the door and left. Wesley Reed's gaze seemed to linger on her seductive and graceful, departing figure. He couldn't help but smile. Beautiful women really are born lucky. That's right, this woman was the very same Red Pepper who was arrested along with Winston Vance back then. She was also the one Wesley Reed had arranged bail for. However, her ending was completely different from Winston Vance's. Winston Vance was already dead. Of course, that was because she still had utilitarian value for Wesley Reed. In the next step, he would have Red Pepper replace Vanessa Miller to become the woman by Logan Shepard's side. Of course, Logan Shepard might not accept her, but that wasn't important. What he wanted was simply for the two to have an intimate encounter. As for what follows, whether Logan Shepard acknowledges it or not, Red Pepper would become a person of interest to Logan's father. In fact, from the very beginning, Wesley Reed never intended for anything real to happen to Logan Shepard. Once something happened to Logan Shepard, he could indeed see the end for the social big shots of Pearl City. But for him, Wesley Reed, it wouldn't actually bring much substantive benefit. Instead, it might lead to him being suspected. Never underestimate the mind of someone in a high position. Once both Logan Shepard and Vanessa Miller lost their lives, and Dax Vance's gang was also completely dealt with, it would seem that he, Wesley Reed, could step out and reap the rewards. But when that time actually came, would Logan Shepard's father not suspect him? He definitely would, so he couldn't go all the way. As long as Logan Shepard was alive, as long as he was accidentally injured, the final effect would actually be much the same, and he wouldn't be as easily suspected. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to control Logan Shepard, this crucial pawn. Dax Vance's gang had no idea that the professionals they had contacted were actually all Wesley Reed's people. If he had secretly controlled these special channels and talents, how would Winston Vance have been willing to follow him and listen to him to bring down Patrick Hale? Many people in Pearl City looked down on and underestimated this man. Currently, Wesley Reed's plan was to have the assassins create chaos, while Red Pepper, at the critical moment, would save the injured Logan Shepard. As for how to get them to be intimate afterward, that wouldn't be a problem for Red Pepper. This woman, Red Pepper, Wesley Reed had been training for a long time. Buying her from human traffickers years ago was because he saw the natural, innate charm in her bones. Such a girl, if trained well, she could definitely make many upper-class men fall for her. During these years, Wesley Reed, indeed, spent considerable resources to train her, teaching her how to read people, teaching her how to flirt with men perfectly, and teaching her how to quietly extract intelligence, among other things. Patrick Hale of the Unity Society was Red Pepper's first target after her debut. Everything had been going smoothly. With her push, Patrick Hale sat in the boss's seat. Even after Patrick Hale almost died in an accident, she had smoothly taken control of Patrick Hale's hall as the acting hall master. Just when she was ready to support Winston Vance as the new boss, to completely control the Unity Society, a variable appeared in the middle. That was Vanessa Miller of the Grand Apex Alliance, who caused her to fail miserably. But then again, no one is perfect. Red Pepper has a talent for manipulating men, but her methods were somewhat lacking. It's within reason. So Wesley Reed was willing to give her another chance. This time, he didn't need her to control any organization. He just needed her to handle Logan Shepard and his father. As long as evidence was left, even evidence from just one time would be enough. If the plan went smoothly, he would have the leverage to control Logan Shepard and his father. His future in Pearl City would be bright. On the other side, the restaurant I booked was a private dining establishment. The two of them sat down in the main hall, at a seat by the floor-to-ceiling window. I didn't engage in small talk, nor did I ask Logan Shepard what he wanted to eat, and simply ordered a few signature dishes and a soup. From beginning to end, the impression I gave Logan Shepard was that I was a relatively dominant person. After all, you're the one hosting, yet you don't even ask the guest what they'd like to eat. If that's not being dominant, what is? Actually, he could also see that I was making a statement. He wasn't my type. Men, under normal circumstances, don't like women more dominant than themselves. Even if they like it for a while, it doesn't mean they can keep liking it later. There will always be a time when they get tired of it. This, in itself, originates from a biological instinct etched into their genes. Especially someone like Logan Shepard, who is used to being pursued and flattered. Could he really accept someone who suppressed him long-term? An even more dominant partner? No matter how you look at it, it's impossible. Logan Shepard, the reason he's pursuing me so obsessively now, aside from really liking me a bit, is likely that what is unattainable is always enticing. He's seen many women, many beautiful ones too. But someone as special as me is something he's never seen before. It's normal for me to be attractive to him. So what I'm doing now is no different from drawing a boundary for him in advance. We aren't a match. And it's impossible, so put away those unrealistic fantasies. After finishing the order, I handed the menu to the waiter. Then I looked at Logan Shepard and got straight to the point. Logan Shepard, how big is the hole in your fund now? And how much longer can you keep it covered? He completely didn't expect that I would ask this question so directly. The smile hanging on Logan Shepard's face instantly froze. However, he still spoke stubbornly. My fund is running just fine. How could it possibly collapse? Vanessa, where did you hear such rumors? I just looked at him quietly. Those eyes were clearly extremely beautiful, yet they held a sharpness that made it impossible to look directly at them. Logan Shepard, is there any point in lying to me? Do you think embezzling money from new investors to fill the holes left by old investors, that this kind of Ponzi scheme trick can be played forever? If you can't get new funding soon, or dump this bomb ahead of time, I guess you can last another month and a half at most. Before your capital chain completely breaks. Logan Shepard was completely shocked by my words. He really didn't expect me to guess so accurately. Clearly, we haven't even had many real conversations. Clearly, he never mentioned his company's affairs to me. So how on earth did I know the details so well? However, The words that made his scalp tingle even more were yet to come. Logan Shepherd, you don't really think that you can easily pull an investment on your own, do you? I don't think I need to say much about this year's economic climate. You should be able to feel it deeply yourself. In this environment, what if someone invests in that West Side Development Fund of yours? There are only two types of people. One is a fool, and the other is someone with an ulterior motive, wanting to use you to establish a connection with your father. Of course, I'll stop there. I won't advise you on what to do, because right now, we aren't even friends. My final sentence was like a sharp blade, stinging Logan Shepherd, and completely piercing the depths of his heart, destroying the last trace of his remaining illusions. It was laughable that he still wanted to do something for me. Laughable that he was so excited last night he didn't sleep all night. Now it seemed it was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. Vanessa Miller, did you ask me out to dinner today? Just to humiliate me on purpose? I shook my head. No. I just feel it's a pity. Pity for a pathetic worm destined to send himself into the abyss and harm his own mother. Logan Shepherd, do you know why I've always wanted to draw a clear line with you? Do you think it's just because I don't like you? Then, exactly why. I didn't hide it. It's simple, because I know you'll definitely get into trouble. I just didn't want to get stained by the trouble you bring. I changed my tone. However, I've thought about it for a long time lately, and still decided to meet you. For one, it's for Senior Adrienne Lynn. She shouldn't be dragged down by you. Secondly, I want to invite you to join the private chamber of commerce I'm forming. Hearing my words, Logan Shepherd felt his brain was a bit overloaded. One moment, he felt I was trying to completely cut him off and draw a clear line. Yet the next, I suddenly threw him an olive branch, inviting him to join some private chamber of commerce. What exactly was going on? I leaned back slightly, crossing my legs elegantly while gazing at him. Logan Shepherd, don't you just want to prove yourself to your parents? Join my chamber of commerce. Without needing their help, you can prove yourself just the same. Why should I believe you? How can you be so lacking in confidence? That doesn't sound like you at all. You weren't so cautious and indecisive when you were pursuing me. You weren't so timid back then. Now, it's just joining a chamber of commerce for mutual support. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Take your time to consider it. I welcome you at any time. Because I think you, setting aside the superficial stuff, actually have ability yourself, as long as you're willing to join. As for the matter of the hole in your fund, I can help you find a way to resolve it. By the way, let me tell you something. Wesley Reed was the one behind Winston Vance's death. Logan Shepherd's spirit jolted. What did you say? Wesley Reed? I nodded certainly. Yes, the fire at the Eastport Old Industrial Zone that day. He was the one who ordered Winston Vance to do it. You were also at the scene back then. I saw you. It was precisely because back then I noticed Winston Vance leaving sneakily that I had someone follow him. Otherwise, why do you think I would have foreseen the danger and left the boathouse early? Logan Shepherd furrowed his brows and raised his own doubt. But what would Wesley Reed's motive be for doing this? As far as I know, he's just an ordinary nightclub owner. I can't explain it clearly to you right now. In short, be careful of this person. Don't get foolishly used as a tool by others. Just then, I received a text from Lance. Through various investigations, it was basically confirmed which people Winston Vance saw last. Among them, a key piece of information was that after Dax Vance and his lot entered a nightclub today, they never came out again. This message came from a man named Leo Thompson, who was an Underworld big shot on the West Side Bar Street. While he was in the restroom, he secretly sent a text to Scar to tell him, also revealing the news that Dax Vance and the others were looking for assassins. This indicated that the opposing camp wasn't a monolith. There were still smart people among them. After reading the text, my gaze instantly became sharp, and I also became secretly alert. It seemed my deduction was completely correct. Wesley Reed indeed wanted to play a game of pitting others against each other, to reap the rewards like a fisherman. He wanted me and Dax Vance's gang to fight until both sides were wounded or even destroyed, so he could step out to clean up the mess and enjoy the fruits of his labor. However, he still overlooked a fatal point. Logan Shepherd noticed the change in my expression. His heart tightened, and he asked, Vanessa, what's wrong? I looked up at him. Someone is going to make a move against us. Logan Shepherd's heart skipped a beat. Who? That's impossible, right? He told himself that in a place like Pearl City, no one would dare to move against him. That's why his reaction was so strong upon hearing my words. I suddenly asked, "Did you let it slip that you were going to deal with Dax Vance and his gang?" Logan Shepard shook his head. "No. I do want to teach them a lesson. But how could I have leaked it beforehand? This kind of thing definitely has to wait for my dad's side." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped and his eyes widened. "I think I only mentioned this to Wesley Reed. How did you find out? And how did they know?" I didn't answer him, but simply looked at him quietly. The meaning in that look was self-evident. Logan Shepard's heart began to waver. He started to internally scrutinize Wesley Reed, the man who called him brother. Even though he was sometimes a bit hot-headed, he wasn't a fool. He knew that before dealing with an enemy, one must keep the news secret. Otherwise, if the word got out, they'd be prepared. And how could he settle it once and for all? But now, even the girl sitting across from him knew. The news leaked way too fast. I felt I'd said enough for today. So I changed the subject. Just then, the waiter started serving the dishes. "Let's eat. A classmate recommended this place to me, saying the food is pretty good." This was my style. Focus on whatever was currently happening. Before the food arrived, I would discuss serious matters with Logan Shepard. Once the food was served, I didn't mention a word of what we talked about earlier. Instead, I truly acted like a diner, who was purely there for a delicious meal. While eating, I even discussed with Logan how the dishes tasted. This extreme contrast gave Logan Shepard an indescribable sense of absurdity. How could I be so calm? Didn't I say someone was going to make a move against them? And wanted their lives. Why wasn't I nervous at all? He was actually getting a little nervous, damn it. However, it was precisely this style that Vanessa Miller displayed, along with this relatively deep conversation, that actually made his once firm heart waver. This girl probably really wasn't for him, mostly because the feeling she gave him was actually a bit terrifying. People instinctively feel fear and a desire to retreat toward an existence that far exceeds their own understanding. This was quite normal. Before, he had too little contact with Vanessa Miller, so he looked at her through a certain lens. For instance, he really thought she was beautiful and cool and very charming and so on. He hadn't personally experienced her methods or her terrifying side. Now that the cards were mostly on the table, that feeling had clearly changed. The two had a fairly pleasant meal. However, when leaving the restaurant, I didn't choose to take a car. Instead, I suddenly suggested walking to the night market. Logan Shepard naturally wouldn't refuse. Just as the two walked along the sidewalk, toward the nearest night market, 700 or 800 meters away, in the open area by a construction site entrance, a parked dump truck sat with its engine off. A driver in black clothes and a baseball cap. Inside the cab received a phone call. Action is temporarily canceled. After hanging up, he continued to report on the targets. They didn't take a car. Right now, I only see the targets. They walked to the night market. Someone is following them. As soon as there's a chance, make the move. At the same time, I received a text from Lance, "Young lady, our people have already set an inescapable net. In the vicinity of the night market, about 1,000 people are walking around. More than 300 of them are our people. Why are you so nervous?" Am I nervous? I don't think so. It's one thing for me to reach out for a manicure, but why are you reaching out too? Do you want a manicure as well? Only then did Logan Shepard realize that without noticing, he had reached out toward the manicurist across from him. It turned out that because I'd reached out, and he happened to be dazed, he'd subconsciously reached out too. But the boy didn't pull his hand back. Instead, he said stubbornly, "What? Can't a man get a manicure?" Then he turned his head and said to the manicurist at the stall, "Beautiful, give me some red nail polish. Make it bright red." After a while, Logan Shepard seemed unable to bear looking at his own hand. He turned to look at me again, and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know when they're coming?" I was watching the young lady manicurist apply the first layer of pale pink polish. I didn't even look up. If I knew, I would have called the police to catch them all already. Besides, don't worry. At least nothing will happen to us tonight. Those killers at least have to prepare, right? Furthermore, the night market is so crowded. With so many people around, they wouldn't dare make a move in broad daylight. I said this on purpose. I just wanted Logan Shepard to be less nervous. He was showing it. Seriously, I used to think Logan Shepard was quite arrogant and didn't seem like a coward. I didn't expect that now that he knew he might be targeted by killers, he would be this scared. He wasn't even as brave as I was. I'd only called a few hundred people for an ambush. After all, although I have the ability to foresee general trends, I can't predict everything. For example, if the killers coming for us were unscrupulous and showed up with a firearm, then I really might be in trouble. So it's better to arrange more people for a secret check. As soon as a suspicious person is spotted, they'll be taken down. But then again, if a killer really had a firearm, it would still be dangerous no matter how many people I called. After all, no matter how fast a person is, they aren't faster than a bullet. Unless the killer could be spotted before they made a move. But even with that possibility, I still dared to go out to the night market with Logan Shepard. I was actually certain the other side wouldn't use that kind of thing. Because, I believe, Wesley Reed wouldn't allow anything to happen to Logan Shepard. If something happened to Logan Shepard, he probably wouldn't be able to connect with the contact he wanted. The risk was too great. Experiences from my past life also verified this point. After Wesley Reed was arrested during the crackdown, many people closely associated with him were caught as well. Logan Shepard's father was among them. Wesley Reed was able to cover the sky with one hand in Pearl City for so many years, because he held leverage that could bring others down. He was also very good at acquiring leverage. So, after he was arrested, knowing he was bound to be executed, he simply spilled everything. This fits the mindset of a ruthless person. When cornered, they'll want to drag as many people down with them as possible. All in all, if Wesley Reed didn't have enough leverage in his hands, those people wouldn't have been arrested along with him. Therefore, under this premise, as long as I made deductions based on this premise, I could basically be certain that Wesley Reed definitely wouldn't let Logan Shepard be harmed. On the contrary, he would very likely use Logan Shepard as a breakthrough to achieve his own goals. Since that's the case, then as a fisherman wanting to reap the rewards, knowing that Dax Vance and his lot might act out of desperation and look for killers to move against Logan Shepard, how could I not have a backup plan? Maybe even the assassins Dax Vance and his lot found were people arranged by Wesley Reed? Of course, Logan Shepard didn't know that much. He also didn't know that he was actually the safest one. On the contrary, I was the one truly in danger. I couldn't tell him my suspicions either. I still needed to use him to eliminate some uncertain security risks, like firearms. As long as I was by Logan Shepard's side, never mind if the killers could get such a thing. Even if they had one, they wouldn't dare use it carelessly. If they missed, the situation would blow up. After hearing me say this, Logan Shepard indeed felt less nervous. However, he also made up his mind to go find his old man after returning, to see if he could convince him to launch a citywide sweep, strike first to gain the upper hand. Just as the two were halfway through their manicures, not far from us, a woman's crying suddenly rang out, along with a man's very unpleasant verbal abuse. We've walked the street. The bags have been bought, and when filming the variety show, I even told the director to give you more screen time. I even promised to help you get a spot in the upcoming talent show. Now my friend is hosting a gathering and wants you to go to the nightclub for a drink and a song to get to know some people. You goddamn dare to not give me face? I really can't drink. Shut the hell up. I'm telling you, Selena. Don't you goddamn push your luck. Tonight you're going whether you want to or not. Whether you like it or not. It's just asking you to go have a drink with Director Wong and the others. What are you acting innocent for? You entered this circle yet you want to stay pure? Hearing the name Selena, I, who was getting a manicure, immediately looked toward the direction of the sound. I saw, in front of a small accessory stall nearby, a fashionably dressed girl, holding her cheek and crying. It was indeed one of the recognized campus beauties of the university, Galena. In front of her stood a man who looked quite wealthy, with a face full of aggressive flesh, yelling some nasty words at her. Seeing this scene, I furrowed my brows. Why is Selena here? Did she not go back for the new year? And she shopping with such an ugly man? I knew this senior, who was 1 year ahead of me, had always dreamed of entering the entertainment industry. Last year when I was at school, she even looked for me once to ask if I wanted to record that variety show called Star Campus Model. At the time, I stated that I would not participate in the recording of that show. If Selena wanted to participate, then she could go ahead. After getting my answer, Selena soon reshot some photos of her back view, confusing the previous rumors. Afterward, the university beauty found online was no longer me. It became her photos and her name. which served as building hype in advance. During that time, her fame indeed increased quite a bit. At least she was quite prominent in front of classmates. But I didn't expect, although I utterly detest these kinds of unspoken rules, forcing girls to accompany people for drinks and such, there was nothing I could do, unless someone could break these rules, and ruthlessly deal with those guys who only thought with their crotches. Of course, this situation wasn't just for girls, there were also boys who were subject to these rules. For example, there were such rumors about Professor Hunter. All in all, if you want to be in the circle, sometimes you really have to pay a price. Unless you have powerful strength or background, then no one would dare do anything to you. I'm begging you, Mr. Sun, I really don't want to go. I've never drunk alcohol before. That Director Wang kept touching me. I'm really scared. Selena held her cheek, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Actually, looking at her reaction, it didn't seem faked. After all, she was just a sophomore student. She was still somewhat naive, or perhaps had a bit of wishful thinking. I had warned her before about what she might face by choosing to enter this circle, especially for a girl like her with no money or power, and an ordinary background. This man called Mr. Sun, seeing Selena weeping, became increasingly impatient. Just as he was about to explode, a woman walked over quickly. The newcomer seemed to have quite an aura. Even though she was wearing a down jacket, one could still see from her that sharp professional business style. Mr. Sun, what happened? Did our Selena do something to upset you? Her manager, Susan, walked up to the two. She naturally patted Selena, slightly trembling back. Meanwhile, she unobtrusively used her body to separate the two. Susan, you've come at the right time. Mr. Sun seemed to have found an outlet for his anger. He pointed at Selena. Look at this great artist of yours. Director Wang organized a gathering over there, and specifically called her to go and bond a bit. What a great opportunity this is. So many people break their heads trying to get in but can't. She, on the other hand, makes excuses, weeping and wailing. She doesn't understand the rules at all. She simply doesn't know what's good for her. The smile on Susan's face didn't diminish at all. It even gained a bit more understanding and apology. Mr. Sun, please calm down. It's my fault. It's my fault for not communicating well with Selena beforehand, and forgetting about this matter. In our circle, enjoying a bit of social interaction is a very normal thing. Without interaction, how can there be progress? Let me apologize to you on her behalf. Hearing Susan's words, Mr. Sun's anger subsided a bit. At least you're sensible. So what about the gathering tonight? You should know. Many investors came today. Susan said, Mr. Sun, I'm very sorry, but she probably really can't go to tonight's gathering. Selena has been raised very strictly since she was a child. She doesn't touch a drop of alcohol. It's really not about not giving you and Director Wang face. If something were to happen after drinking, and she ended up in the hospital, ruining the mood for you and Director Wang, the loss would outweigh the gain. Besides, Selena has something very important tomorrow. Bach, she really needs to rest and recharge her energy, to give it her all. You see, I haven't even taken my holiday. I came all the way here overnight to find her, just to do some prep work with her in advance. Mr. Sun, do you think this works? We really can't let Selena go tonight and spoil the mood for you and Director Wang. Once Selena has adjusted her state, I'll definitely find a time to personally bring her, to apologize to Director Wang in person, explain everything clearly, to express our apologies. Selena is a newcomer after all. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. Mr. Sun's tense face gradually relaxed. Susan had kept her posture very low from start to finish, yet her words were watertight, leaving him no grounds to flare up even if he wanted to. Fine, fine. You're the one who knows how to talk. Take her away quickly. I'll find someone else to bring over. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Sun. Then we won't disturb your shopping any further. Susan immediately turned to Selena, who had been sobbing with her head down. She said with a smile, Selena, hurry up and thank Mr. Sun. After thanking him, I need to take you to get familiar with the situation. Don't waste any more of Mr. Sun's time. Selena said in a small voice with a heavy nasal tone. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Susan apologized to Mr. Sun again, then took Selena's arm and left the scene, until the two of them walked to a small alley ahead. Taking advantage of the fact that Mr. Sun behind them wasn't paying attention, Susan pulled Selena directly into it. Thank you, Susan. Selena thanked her, still shaken. Now that there were no outsiders, that sharp professional aura of Susan's gradually revealed itself. She directly reached out and took the newly bought LV handbag in Selena's hand, looking at it seriously. Selena thought her manager Susan also liked the bag, so she immediately said, "Susan, if you like it, I can give this bag to you." However, Susan's next move was completely beyond her expectations. She directly threw the bag into the nearby slop bucket. Selena panicked. "Susan, what are you doing?" "That's the new Alvita bag Mr. Sun gave me." She instinctively wanted to rush over and fish the bag out, but Susan grabbed her wrist tightly and yanked her back. Selena let out a cry of pain and instantly stopped in her tracks. The remaining professional fake smile on Susan's face instantly vanished. What replaced it was a look of coldness and severity. "Selena, do you have water in your brain, or do you really think of yourself as some teen idol adored by thousands? Why would Mr. Sun give you such an expensive bag? Do you think a pie just fell from the sky and hit you on the head? You think he's running a charity? Also, your hands were quite quick and happy when you took it, weren't they? Now that he wants to mingle and bond with you, suddenly you remember to hide your face and cry, saying that you're scared. I used to say you were naive, but I see you're just stupid to the core. In this circle, there's no such thing as a free gift. Everything has a price tag clearly marked. That crappy bag was just the bait Mr. Sun threw to you, and you, a dumb fish, bit right onto it. Now that he's reeling in the line, you want to flop around and escape? Do you take him for a fool?" Susan dragged her directly to the foul-smelling slop bucket and pointed at the bag already surrounded by filth. "See that? Your bag is in there now. It's a perfect reflection of you, acting like a saint while wanting the payoffs. You want the resources, you want the benefits, you want to climb to the top, but you don't want to pay any price. You don't want to get your hands dirty. Selena, tell me, where in the world is there such a good deal?" Selena was scared stiff by Susan's harsh words. It was the first time she had seen her manager get so angry. When Susan first signed her, she couldn't have been more polite. She was so polite that for a time, Selena thought, she really had the potential to be a popular idol. And that was why Susan was so nice to her. But looking at it now, it was all an illusion. "Selena, don't say I didn't warn you. If you think you can just fly up and become a phoenix, you're dreaming. You have no money, no power, and no background. Why do you expect others to promote you for nothing, based on this face of yours? The entertainment industry lacks everything but pretty faces. If you choose to trade your body for resources, I won't object, and I'll do my best to fight for more benefits for you. But if you don't want to, then clear the water out of your head. See clearly where you stand, and start climbing from the bottom properly. Take this bag as a lesson. In the future, keep your hands off things you shouldn't take. Until you figure out what you want, and what you can pay, don't go out and cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I'll be the first to bench you." Having said that, Susan turned and walked out of the alley. Selena remained standing there, with her eyes red, looking at the foul-smelling slop bucket. She felt cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. That long-held dream of being a star was ruthlessly torn to shreds for the first time. In the face of such grim reality, she didn't know how long she cried. Just as Selena thought Susan had already left, that calm voice, carrying the charm of a mature woman, rang in her ears again. "Cried enough?" Selena gave a violent shudder and looked up in panic. Susan had returned at some unknown point. She was holding 2 cups of warm milk tea. Then she stuffed one of the milk teas into Selena's cold, small hands that were still stained with tears. "Hold this to warm your hands, and use the chance to wake up your brain. That girl looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere. It's normal that she's familiar. She's a senior of mine named Selena. Do you think she's pretty?" No, I really didn't mean anything else. There's only one person I like in my heart right now." "You don't need to explain to me. Oh, by the way, Logan, have you ever thought about starting an entertainment company?" "What do you mean? Could it be you?" Logan's eyes instantly widened. Holy cow, is it that direct? Seeing his expression, I guessed he had probably misconstrued my meaning. Sure enough, all men are the same. For a young master like Logan Shepard, he would instinctively think that starting an entertainment company was for playing around in the casting couch. What are you thinking? I see I still overestimated you. I take back my proposal for you to join the Chamber of Commerce. Act as if I never said it. Don't. At least give me some time to consider it. Logan Shepard hurriedly said. I raised an eyebrow and asked, do you think entertainment companies aren't profitable? and they're all just for those casting couch and messy, dirty things? If that's the only thought in your head, then you're truly not suited for this. Of course, you aren't suited for the real estate industry either. After all, your current real estate business is a complete mess. Logan Shepard laughed awkwardly. Vanessa, can you save me some face? I gave a cold snort. You are indeed quite prominent, but if things continue like this, that prominence won't last long. I'll just be honest. If you want to solve your current predicament, then package your real estate development business and sell it to Use Group. Separate that crappy fund of yours. Package it and give it to Wesley Reed. Don't you always disbelieve my words? No, I didn't say I don't believe you. No need to explain. Since Wesley Reed is so reliable, then let him take over, okay? For one, it's a good way to test if he really wants to help you. Secondly, after throwing away these burdens, although your assets will shrink significantly, at least you'll have tens of millions left. If you really don't know what to do, you might as well be a carefree investor. Follow my investments. I guarantee you'll make a profit without losing, and it won't go bust. Of course, not everyone is qualified to follow my investments. Only members of my Chamber of Commerce have that privilege. Anyway, think it over. I'll only give you 5 days. I want a result in 5 days. That's all for today. Logan Shepard nodded and said, all right, I'll definitely give you a reply within 5 days. By the way, I'm just saying if I join the Chamber of Commerce you created, do you really intend to start an entertainment company? I said nonchalantly. Depends on my mood. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll start an entertainment company. If I'm in a bad mood, maybe I'll open a milk tea shop. Logan Shepard was speechless. He suddenly had some doubts about Vanessa Miller. Was this Chamber of Commerce really reliable? Is it really okay for everything to depend on the president's mood? Although the Chamber of Commerce hasn't been officially established yet, he had already tacitly accepted that the president would definitely be Vanessa Miller. After all, with her dominant personality, it was impossible for her to give the position to anyone else. It was even possible that even if he joined, he could only be a lackey. Even the vice president position was likely out of the question. Wait, he was the Grand Young Master of Pearl City. Why was he acting so humble? Strange, shouldn't it be the other way around? Under normal circumstances, of those operating in Pearl City, how many dared to not give him face? Logan Shepard couldn't help but look up at me again, just about to say something. Right at that moment, a somewhat spoilsport voice interrupted. Excuse me, beautiful lady. I happened to pass by and overheard you talking about an entertainment company. That really is fate. Let me introduce myself. I'm the assistant manager of Starfire Entertainment in Magic City, surnamed Sun. To tell you the truth, the moment I saw you, I knew you were born to be a star. Are you interested in chatting? It might help your future career development. I looked up at the newcomer. What a coincidence. It was actually the same man who had just slapped Selena across the face. Logan Shepard saw the guy's leering grin, got annoyed, and cursed. Piss off. Can't you see there's someone right here? Who gave you the guts to hit on her? Felix Sun's smile stiffened for a second, but he kept a grin on his face. At times like this, you have to act sophisticated in front of a beauty. Otherwise, how could he deceive her later? I mean, invite her to sign a contract? Brother, you've misunderstood. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not hitting on her. By the way, here's my business card. Then he pulled out 2 expensive-looking gold-stamped business cards and handed them to me and Logan Shepard respectively. Honestly, he didn't want to give one to Logan, but showing his identity now was a good way to make the other guy back off, because he already viewed Logan as someone with a very low-level mentality. Still, the guy had a decent eye for talent, even if his methods were TSK. Felix Sun glanced at Logan Shepard again, specifically at those nails dyed bright red, thinking to himself, your taste and methods are tacky. I didn't take the man's business card, I said coldly. I don't like looking up at people. Felix Sun reacted quickly and immediately apologized, saying, look at that. I didn't notice you were getting your nails done. Beautiful. My apologies, truly. As he spoke, he quickly pulled up a small stool and sat diagonally across from me. He handed out the card once again. I didn't expect the guy to be so adaptable. Where did that arrogance go from when he dealt with Selena? Of course. I knew why he had such a good attitude. After all, Selena was already signed to the company, and she seemed to need something from him. It was equivalent to already having her future career held in his hand, which was why he was so brazen with her. On the contrary, I was different. I wasn't bound by any contract. I took the card with one hand. Felix's son started brainwashing me again. Beautiful. With your natural conditions, God literally made you for this business. As long as you come to our Starfire Entertainment, we will definitely promote you as a top-tier A-list star. Resources aren't even an issue. I'll give you as much as you want. Scripts, variety shows, and major brand endorsements will be yours for the choosing. Our company has great relationships with the leaders of all the major platforms. Just give me a nod and sign a letter of intent, and I guarantee your name will be known nationwide within 6 months, and you'll become a top-tier star. He spoke with such passion that even he almost believed his own words. Of course, he was working so hard, precisely because Vanessa Miller's looks and aura were truly worth it. Originally, he was still thinking about how to find someone else to accompany others for drinks, to facilitate further cooperation with Director Wong. After walking a few steps, he saw Vanessa Miller getting her nails done. He was instantly stunned by her beauty. As an executive at a big city entertainment company, he had seen plenty of celebrities and artists. When he caught a glimpse of this girl getting her nails done, he was struck by an almost suffocating sense of beauty, especially the aura she carried. It was simply impeccable. His name was Felix's son. A long time ago, he had started out as a talent scout. So, the guy was a very smooth talker. Under normal circumstances, a naive young girl, hearing his words and seeing his status, if you get accestus, might actually be tempted. After all, many people still have dreams of becoming a star. The celebrity worship these days is quite intense. In the eyes of many young people, stars are seen through a glamorous lens, so it's normal to long for that life. Of course, the words he just spoke were definitely an overpromise, but part of them were truly from the heart. With this girl's aura, if she were signed and marketed at a high cost, she would definitely become a cash cow for the company. He still had that much vision. The only question was whether she would take the bait. Beautiful. If you think my business card is fake, I can take you to meet someone right now. You know Director Wong, right? A well-known variety show director in the country. The popular show, Star Campus Models, is currently being directed by him. Once you see with your own eyes that I'm not lying, we can sit down and discuss the contract in detail. Felix's son was still patiently coaxing her. Finally, I spoke. Are you finished? Felix's son had a look of anticipation on his face. So beautiful, do you mean? I didn't answer him. I lowered my eyes slightly, and with 2 fair fingers, I casually tossed that gold-stamped business card onto the ground. But I wasn't done. After the card landed, I lifted a foot and stepped directly on the card, grinding it down with force. After doing all this, I looked back at Felix's son. This is my answer. Felix's son's expression changed. This was blatant humiliation, and it was done right to his face. He was the assistant manager of Starfire Entertainment. Usually, those girls who wanted to get ahead, which one of them didn't scramble to flatter and please him? Today, he was actually humiliated by a little brat. This was more than any man could bear. Felix's son stood up with a start and pointed at me. Good. Very good. You've got guts, kid. I'll remember you. Logan Shepard saw this and stood up abruptly, without a word. He kicked the unsuspecting Felix's son to the ground. Similarly looking down on him, he cursed. What the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to Vanessa like that? Felix's son was stunned by the sudden kick, furious and alarmed. He lay on the ground and looked at Logan Shepard. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I'll make it so you can't survive in Pearl City. Logan Shepard was laughed at those words. Make it so I can't survive? He goddamn really had some nerve. Do you have any idea who I am? Logan Shepard was already very frustrated by the matter of the assassins today. He was looking for an outlet to vent his anger, so he rushed forward again and gave the fallen Felix's son a fierce kicking. While kicking, he cursed, Come on. If you got guts, call someone to come get me. What the hell are you? How dare you threaten me? Joke. Bang bang, he landed a few more kicks, making Felix's son howl in pain. Don't be fooled by Felix's son's aggressive-looking face. His body was actually quite weak. Perhaps he had been hollowed out by excessive drinking and women, as he was already gasping for breath. After only a few kicks from Logan Shepard, he really wanted to get up and grind Logan Shepard into the dirt, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He could only passively take the beating and scream. In his heart, he noted this grudge. He'd wait until he called his people to see how he'd settle this guy. And that girl discussing with the manicurist which nail needed more trimming. He'd deal with them both together. You just wait. Felix's son took advantage of a gap in Logan Shepard's assault to scramble up, spat out a parting threat, and ran off. For one thing, he really couldn't win against Logan Shepard, who was much younger than him. Secondly, this was the night market after all. More and more people were gathering to watch, and he couldn't afford the humiliation. Besides that, he always felt those bystanders were a bit strange. When they saw him getting beaten, they didn't look like onlookers just enjoying the show. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to fight back. The moment he fought back, he felt a heart-pounding sensation that they would pounce on him and tear him apart at any second. The people of Pearl City are really weird, but none of that mattered. The important thing was, Felix's son was determined to settle this score. Meanwhile, Susan and Selena, who had just walked out of the alley, happened to witness the entire scene. When Susan first saw Felix's son go to hit on a strange girl, she felt extremely disdainful in her heart, and was also disgusted from the bottom of her soul. Guys like Felix's son loved using the name of the entertainment industry to trick young girls. However, once she clearly saw the face of that girl getting her nails done, her professional instinct made her eyes light up instantly. A great prospect. A definitely great prospect. This girl's appearance was even better than Selena's, especially her aura, which completely overshadowed Selena's looks. She had already reached the level of a campus beauty. Selena was already at a high level, otherwise, she wouldn't have come all this way to sign the girl. When the Star Campus Models production team confirmed they were coming to Pearl City to film, she started taking action. This kind of variety show with good ratings had very high exposure. Once a girl labeled with the campus beauty tag appeared on screen, it was easy to accumulate a lot of popularity in a short time. As a qualified manager, she had to, in advance, sign the finance university beauty she had already found online to maximize her profits. To some extent, this was also a type of unspoken rule. If you didn't sign, the production team might not necessarily give you screen time. Even if they did, it might be edited out in post-production. These types of variety shows all had entertainment companies, backed by capital operating behind them, often acting as the primary investors. Actually, whether it's Star Campus Models or various talent shows, they have the power to turn ordinary people into idol stars. That's why the entertainment capital behind the production team would invest heavily in this program. They were different from the advertising and title sponsors. Their main goal was to sign people. They had to sign the good prospects. If they couldn't, then too bad for the prospect. This was why there were always topics like talent shows being rigged, or winners being pre-decided appearing online. Actually, the netizens were close to the truth. Whether you could win the championship, in many cases, really wasn't about skill. The moment Susan saw Vanessa Miller, she decided she had to sign her. That old man Felix's son really had great luck to just bump into such a top-tier prospect while wandering the streets. This girl truly had the potential to blow up. If her voice was good enough, and she went for an actor-singer dual career, her future would simply be limitless. Under these circumstances, she wouldn't be polite to Felix soon. Although her company and his company had a deep collaboration, in the face of absolute profit, even as she offended Felix soon, it would be worth it. As a senior manager, she knew all too well what it meant to personally develop a top star. She could even leap into the company's high management, and stepping over Felix's son would be no problem at all. Just as Susan was thinking about how to compete with Felix's son, for that girl, something happened suddenly. Felix's son seemed to have a verbal argument with the girl and her companion. Then, Felix's son was actually kicked to the ground by that rebellious-looking young man. She instinctively wanted to go over and break it up. Even though it felt great to see Felix's son beaten with her own eyes, overall, it wasn't quite right. After all, the two companies still had projects in collaboration. If Felix soon found out she was at the scene and did nothing, there's no telling how he would twist things when they got back. She had just stepped forward a couple of paces when she was suddenly stopped by Selena. "Susan, don't go over there. Whatever you do, don't get involved." Susan was stunned for a moment and looked at Selena. "Why?" Selena looked at the girl in the distance, her tone somewhat complex. "Because she's Vanessa Miller." Vanessa Miller? Susan thought the name sounded oddly familiar, but for a moment, She couldn't recall exactly where she'd heard it. While she was trying hard to remember, the conflict over there escalated again. She saw that young man give the fallen Felix's son another beating. He even squatted down and slapped him a few times, hitting him so hard he could only clutch his head and scream. Susan was terrified watching it. This was just too ruthless. Selena was still holding her arm. "Susan, no matter what happens tonight, don't get involved. Even if you just go over to say a word for Mr. Sun, you will definitely regret it. You have to believe me." Hearing Selena speak so seriously, even this professional strong woman felt a bit panicked in her heart, so she nodded and agreed not to go over. However, she was still very curious, and was just about to ask what Vanessa Miller's background was, when the manicure stall area became chaotic once again. Sounds of intense fighting also rang out. This time, the commotion was clearly much bigger than before. Many bystanders were fleeing in all directions in fear. Then, Susan saw a terrifying scene that she would never forget for the rest of her life. The conflict between the two of us and that so-called entertainment company. Assistant manager Felix Sun. This scene was not only seen by Susan and the others, but also by two killers who had been lurking for a long time. With people coming and going in the night market, it was indeed difficult to act directly. Felix Sun's appearance provided them with an ideal opportunity. An opportunity to strike reasonably. Even if something went wrong later, this unlucky guy could take the blame. The reason could be that both parties in a conflict came to blows. In this way, it would be hard to suspect they were professional killers. Even if caught, as long as they insisted Felix Sun was the mastermind, who called them to teach Logan Shepard and the others a lesson, then they would at most be considered accomplices. The sentencing would be much lighter. So, after Felix Sun left in a mess, one of the two killers quietly followed him. Their original plan was this: if Felix Sun was a man, he would immediately call people to come back for revenge. At that time, they could blend into the group of thugs and strike the targets with precision in the chaos. If Felix Sun was a coward and didn't dare to call people to settle the score, then they would continue to wait patiently. They would wait for us to leave the night market and act in a section where the crowds were relatively thin. Felix Sun certainly didn't disappoint them. He called for backup as soon as he reached the intersection. Although he wasn't a Pearl City local, he had been here for a while. Plus, someone like him loved frequenting nightclubs, high-end lounges, and bars. Naturally, it was easy to get to. Know some local well-connected social contacts, finding a few thugs. To teach two arrogant brats a lesson was just a matter of making a phone call in his eyes. Similarly, this was also why he didn't recognize Logan Shepard, the top young master of Pearl City, because he hadn't had the chance to meet him yet. Before long, Felix Sun proved to be quite efficient. He summoned over a dozen thugs from somewhere, all wearing flashy clothes and looking like total hooligans. These thugs, led by a guy with a neck tattoo, spoke briefly with Felix Sun first and then headed straight for the night market. Just then, Felix Sun's phone rang. The person on the other end seemed to be urging him to hurry over, saying the investors over there would arrive shortly. Although Felix Sun really wanted to see it with his own eyes, and even wanted to humiliate the kid who hit him, he had to give up. The investors there were clearly more important to him. This affected whether he could move up another level in the company, so after weighing it over several times, he still decided to leave first, letting that guy with the neck tattoo, nicknamed Erasa, take his men to deal with the guy who just hit him. Felix Sun suddenly left on urgent business. The two assassins didn't care much. The result would be the same anyway. No matter what, his fate was sealed this time. Fought all guys. Then, they took the opportunity to follow behind this group of thugs, blending in silently. However, their little movements couldn't escape the eyes of the Grand Apex Alliance lookouts. After all, hundreds of eyes were watching everywhere. Anyone with ill intentions would basically find it hard to dodge their scanning. This eraser guy was not low-key at all. He led a group of lackeys and swaggered right up to me. The moment he saw me, his eyes lit up immediately. What a pretty girl. No wonder that Mr. Sun couldn't stop thinking about her. When he turned his gaze toward Logan Shepard, he was stunned for a moment. Then he rubbed his eyes, afraid he had misseen. After confirming several times that he hadn't, his originally arrogant expression instantly became fawning. "Mr. Shepard, what are you doing here?" Clearly, this guy had better vision than Felix Sun. Recognizing Logan Shepard at a glance, Logan Shepard thought this person looked a bit familiar, but couldn't recall his name. It was normal for him not to remember such a small character. Since they knew each other, he didn't need to worry about him being an assassin. Logan Shepard lightly blew on his newly finished red nails and asked, "Whose man are you? Did you bring people here to cause trouble for me?" "No, no, no. How would we dare?" Eraser hurriedly reported his name. "My boss is Big Larry from the East District. He even had drinks with you before. My nickname is Eraser." "Mr. Shepard, you can just call me Little Eraser." "Eraser. Yes, that's right. Wait, no, it's Little Eraser. Little Eraser. I don't care about your name. What did you bring these people here for? You wouldn't happen to be the backup that Sun Guy called, would you?" Eraser was almost on the verge of tears. "Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have dared to come, even with 100 times the courage. Mr. Shepard, I was deceived by a villain. That bastard Sun you mentioned. That blind idiot didn't recognize you. He just said there was some ignorant kid. If I'd known it was you, I would have been the first one to take him out." Eraser got angrier the more he thought about it. And the more he thought, the more scared he became. Who was Logan Shepard? He was the top young master of Pearl City. How many in the Underworld dared to offend him? He had actually walked right into his line of fire. Right now, he wanted to curse Felix Sun's ancestors. Down to the 18th generation, he wanted to dig them all up and scatter their ashes. To put it bluntly, with just one word from Logan Shepard, a small character like him could completely disappear. How could he not be afraid? Anyway, no matter what happened today, he had to clear up this misunderstanding. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Mr. Shepard, I'm truly sorry for offending the two of you. It just so happens I got hold of something good today to give to you and this distinguished young lady as an apology gift." While Eraser was speaking words of apology, he habitually reached his hand out behind him, although it pained him deeply. After all, that thing was something he had painstakingly found. No, bought. But now he had to bring it out, to appease the other's anger. The lackey behind him, upon hearing his words, handed something from behind directly into his palm. Eraser instinctively grasped it, but suddenly felt something was wrong. The item in his hand was a bit cold, heavy, and had a metallic texture. When he looked down, his head hummed with a loud buzz, and he nearly fainted on the spot. "Where's my raw pigeon egg diamond? Where did it go? And who the hell just gave me a knife?" There, Eraser found a sharp, glistening machete in his hand. Logan Shepard was also startled. He quickly backed up several paces to maintain a relatively safe distance. His gaze turned cold. "You son of a bitch. Your way of apologizing is quite unique. What, you want to use a knife on me? I think you're tired of living." Eraser's face turned green. "No, Mr. Shepard, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know which bastard shoved a knife into my hand." Before he could finish his sentence, someone among the lackeys behind him shouted, "Motherfucker. This guy dares to threaten Boss Eraser. Hack him to death." That shout was extremely loud. The others instinctively grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. "Hack him. Kill the bastard. Protect Boss Eraser." Boss Eraser said, "There's a $100,000 reward for killing this pretty boy." This sudden change terrified Eraser. He hurriedly shouted, "Fuck. Don't move. Everyone goddamn stop. If Logan Shepard really got injured, then in the river north of the city tomorrow, there would definitely be one more vengeful ghost." But his lackeys acted like they couldn't hear. "Boss Eraser. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Are you slurring your words? Boss Eraser, is this kid threatening you? Don't be afraid. The brothers have your back." "Have my back, my ass. I'm apologizing." "Apologizing, do you understand?" Eraser roared in exasperation. The assassin posing as a lackey, however, deliberately distorted his meaning. "Boss Eraser said he wants to sleep with them brothers. This pretty boy must have taken a liking to Boss Eraser. He wants to force Boss Eraser into bed. Boss Eraser would rather die than give in. Brothers, protect Boss Eraser's virtue. Charge." Eraser's face was full of confusion. What the hell was going on? "Who the hell are you screwing over?" "I'm apologizing." "Apologizing? Can't you understand human speech?" "Apologizing to Mr. Shepard. Not fighting. And definitely not hacking people." "Wait, who the hell are you? I don't recognize you." However, that troublemaking assassin posing as a lackey's voice was even louder, directly drowning out Eraser's voice. "Apologize? What did Boss Eraser say?" What does apologize even mean? Does he mean, this pretty boy wants to get Boss Eraser drunk, and then do that to him? It's possible. Boss Eraser's alcohol tolerance is usually so high. It must be because this pretty boy is so persistent. Otherwise, why would Boss Eraser be so scared? Look, Boss Eraser's face is green. He must be poisoned. Eraser complained in his heart, my face is green because I'm so angry at you idiots. How did I end up with such a group of moronic teammates? But no matter how much he shouted, it was already a bit too late. It wasn't that they were completely unstoppable, but rather that one guy was too insidious. Taking advantage of the chaos, he suddenly held a knife and lunged at the girl who had been sitting quietly on the side, as if the whole matter had nothing to do with her. The manicurist at the stall and the nearby vendors had already scrambled away in terror. Originally, the posture of Eraser's group was already a bit frightening, and now they actually dared to carry prohibited weapons and commit an assault in broad daylight. Who wouldn't run? The person who took action was one of the two assassins. Before this, these two assassins had already divided their tasks. One was responsible for drawing attention and creating chaos, and the other would take the opportunity to strike the real target. Originally, they wanted to wait until Eraser's group of thugs directly entered into conflict with Logan Shepard and his companion, and then they could strike during the chaos. What they didn't expect, however, was that the leader of the thugs actually knew Logan Shepard, which ruined their plan, so they had to divide the tasks and create a new opportunity to strike. The assassin responsible for killing me, successfully, took advantage of everyone's focus, being on Logan Shepard and the group of thugs, and quietly approached me. I didn't know if it was because he appeared too suddenly or because of the dagger in his hand. As if she were paralyzed by fear, she didn't even dodge, sitting there motionlessly. This reaction was actually quite normal. After all, how many girls who were only 18 or 19, when facing an assassin with a sharp blade, could truly remain composed? Seeing the tip of the blade only 10 centimeters away from my body, the assassin could no longer suppress the smile on his face, as if he already saw the mission successfully completed. Vanessa Miller, if you're to blame, blame your own bad luck. The cruel smile on the assassin's face instantly froze, replaced by a look of sheer bewilderment. Just as he was about to strike the target, he suddenly found his extended arm, seemingly welded into mid-air, stopping dead in its tracks. Even weirder was that his feet had somehow left the ground. He instinctively looked down, only to see his feet dangling about 30 centimeters above the ground, unexplainably achieving the supernatural power of levitation. The assassin laboriously twisted his neck to look up. A tower-like, massive face that blocked out nearly all the light was staring down at him. This was a terrifyingly tall giant. There was no murderous intent in his eyes. Instead, they held a sense of innocent dopiness that didn't match his massive frame. In the middle of winter, he was only wearing a thin, long-sleeved t-shirt. Around his waist, he wore an apron with Shorty's BBQ printed on it. The giant tilted his massive head slightly, his voice like muffled thunder, carrying a hint of confusion. Huh? Where did this little grasshopper come from? What are you jumping for? Can't you see our young lady is getting her nails done? The assassin almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Who's a little grasshopper? Who's a little grasshopper? I am a professional assassin. He desperately wanted to struggle down, but the giant's massive hand just grabbed his clothes and shook him casually. The assassin suddenly felt like he was a rag doll hanging on a clothesline, shaken until he was seeing stars. He couldn't even hold on to the dagger in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a clang. Then it was picked up by a cold-faced Lance, who was wearing white gloves. He placed it into a transparent bag. These professional methods gave him a sense of déjà vu. This was how the officers at a crime scene usually collected evidence. I looked at the assassin being held in midair by Fisher, whose face had turned purple from the shaking. I asked flatly, "Is this everyone?" "Yes, young lady," Lance replied. Hundreds of their men had been watching the night market for so long, and they indeed only found these two acting suspiciously. I nodded slightly. In that case, close the net. Just as the words left my mouth, those people who, just a second ago, were hiding in the distance watching the show, including Eraser and his underlings, saw the expressions on their faces instantly freeze, replaced by a surge of horror. Among the surrounding crowd, a group of seemingly ordinary tourists, vendors, and clerks all acted as if they had received a unified order. They walked over from all directions, shedding their disguises as they walked. They quickly donned uniform black suits, and on the left chest of every person was a dragon-shaped pattern. That was the exclusive emblem of the Grand Apex Alliance. When they had finished changing and converged together, the colorful neon lights of the night market seemed to be suddenly erased by a giant eraser. All that remained was a suffocating, pure black. No battle cries, no shouting, only a murderous aura that chilled one to the bone. Oh my God, who are these people? They're too terrifying. It looks like the Grand Apex Alliance. Damn it, that dog Felix's son is going to be the death of me. Eraser and his lackeys felt their legs go weak and limp. A few of the more cowardly ones couldn't even stand, falling to their knees with a thud. Especially Eraser. Regret was no longer enough to describe how he felt. He had already wanted to die after offending Logan Shepard, but now he realized there was someone even more ruthless. It turned his desire for death into utter despair. Just what kind of entity had he provoked? The ordinary bystanders were equally terrified. Some covered their mouths tightly to keep from screaming. Some also directly hid in nearby shops in fear, locking the doors. Some wanted to run, but found their legs wouldn't obey them. They had gone soft. They could only huddle in corners like quails, shivering. The entire night market centered around the manicure stall, formed an eerie vacuum zone. Only a faint, unintelligible strain of music drifts in from the distance. At that moment, within this suffocating tide of black, I stood up. I walked in front of the two assassins. On that exquisitely beautiful face, there was no longer any hint of the onlooker expression from before. In its place was a chilling coldness. Treat them well. Before the officers arrive, make sure they spit out everything they know. Yes, young lady. Hundreds of voices roared in unison, once again startling the shaken bystanders nearby. This group from the Grand Apex Alliance was currently in a state of extreme fury. They'd been holding it in since the moment they knew someone was coming for the young lady. No one could tolerate the young lady receiving even the slightest bit of harm, if not for the company's regulations, which, through constant study, were deeply imprinted in their hearts. They likely would have torn these people to pieces long ago. However, since they knew there were hardened assassins among them, in the process of subduing criminals, as part of a brave act, it was unavoidable to use force. For the criminals to receive a few minor surface injuries should be quite reasonable, right? The following scene was so poignantly beautiful that it moved countless people. Just then, the music in the distance seemed to become clearer. If evil is a magnificent and cruel movement, in its intermission, I will personally write the score. The dawn light will dry the last line of sorrow, and the black ink will be stained with tranquility. At the alley entrance, Susan stared blankly at everything happening before her, her mind a total blank. She finally understood why Selena had pulled her back just now, and wouldn't let her go over, despite her extensive experience. Seeing this horrifying scene, and that girl surrounded by the tide of numerous men in black, at the core, radiating a powerful aura, like a mob boss's daughter, it brought an unprecedented impact to her soul. She felt she would remember this scene for the rest of her life. By the way, what did you say her name was? Susan. She's my university junior, Vanessa Miller. Your junior? Doesn't that mean she's only a freshman? Susan quickly remembered exactly where she had heard that name before. At the end of last year, the production team of Star Campus Model announced that the next episode would be filmed in Pearl City. The reason was that they had seen a highly popular vote online. With just a single photo of her back, she had crushed a crowd of girls from other universities, and was voted the most beautiful campus beauty of Finance University. Sometimes things are just that absurd. What can you see from just a back view? At most, it proves that her figure is indeed very good, but as long as you can't see the front, it doesn't prove anything. Yet the result was that magical, a photo that looked like a casual candid shot, actually took the top spot in the campus beauty. Voting organized by netizens. What whetted people's appetites the most was that no photo of her front view could be found on the entire internet. After all, human curiosity is indeed strong. The more it's hidden, the more people want to see it. It even generated quite a high level of hype online. The production team suddenly chose to film at Finance University, specifically because of that topical buzz. As long as they could reveal Finance University's mysterious campus beauty, the viewership ratings shouldn't be too bad. However, later on, The name of this campus beauty was quickly changed to Selena. The back view was also replaced by Selena's back view, although it was possible someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. But none of that mattered, whether it was Vanessa Miller or Selena. As long as the girl on screen wasn't ugly, the show would definitely be a success. It would be even better if it exceeded expectations. In truth, Selena's looks did indeed reach the standard of a campus beauty. Otherwise, Susan wouldn't have signed her so decisively. Now Susan finally understood how the Vanessa Miller on the internet back then had suddenly turned into Selena. Someone as influential as Vanessa Miller likely didn't want to be in the spotlight at all. Once exposed, countless people would dig into her background. That could bring her a lot of trouble. As they say, once darkness is exposed to the light, it is destined to dissolve. Susan, should we go over and say hello? Not yet, wait. Susan had already seen someone calling the police, so she really wanted to see how the officers here would handle it. Would it be as she expected? That as soon as the officers arrived, this terrifying group of men in black would scramble to flee or be arrested. At least in the first-tier cities where she usually lived, she had never seen such a large-scale gathering of underworld types. Of course, it was also because the city she lived in was an international metropolis. The force of the officers' crackdown on criminals was also relatively greater there. This is why she was so shaken by the scene today. Truly, she had never seen such a frightening scene. Soon, after receiving reports from the public, several police cars arrived with sirens wailing. Although I heard the sirens, I didn't even look toward the police cars. I seemed completely unconcerned that they were coming for me. I pointed at Eraser and the dozen thugs and said to Logan Shepard, "These people were brought here by that Sun guy. What do you think? Put them all in boxes." Logan Shepard thought for a moment and said, as soon as those words were out, Eraser and the others were scared to death. This group of bruised and swollen guys immediately knelt, wailing and crying. They made themselves sound as pathetic as possible. "Mr. Shepard, please have mercy. We were wrong. We were really wrong. Mr. Shepard, we were also deceived by Felix's son. Mr. Shepard, everyone's into going green now. If you throw us smelly guys into the river, how uneco-friendly would that be? It would also pollute the water source. Think about it, right? Right. Drowning us is so bad for the environment. We're willing to sweep the streets. Sweeping toilets is fine too. We'll do it for the rest of our lives. We'll turn ourselves in. The officers are here. We'll surrender voluntarily. After we go in, we'll definitely rat out that Sun guy. Let the officers lock him up, to avenge you and the young lady. Yes, we'll surrender. We shouldn't have listened to that villain and tried to teach you a lesson." Eraser and his group clearly thought of this because they heard the sirens. They would rather rot in a cell right now than stay in the hands of these two, especially in the hands of this girl. Although, they didn't see what happened to those two guys. After they were dragged away, just hearing their screams let them know they must be suffering inhumane treatment that made them wish for death. While surrendering meant losing their freedom, it was better than being tossed in the river. It was better than being drowned. Quote, just then, more than 10 serious-looking police officers got out of their cars. When they saw the massive, dark assembly before them, they were also taken aback. They instinctively reached for their belts. Hundreds of underworld-looking men in black formed several rings. Inside the rings was a group kneeling on the ground, a bunch of wailing low-level thugs. At the center of the circle stood a man and a woman. The man looked a bit arrogant. As for the incredibly beautiful girl beside him, she was tilting her head slightly, thinking about who knows what. "Don't move. What's going on here? Who called the police?" The officer in charge shouted first. The moment Eraser and the others saw the officers, they scrambled over to them. "Officers, we're turning ourselves in. We're surrendering. We shouldn't have tried to move against them. Trying to teach Mr. Shepard and the young lady a lesson. We're guilty. We're surrendering. Please lock us up." The officers were like, "Wait, do you think we're blind? Although you guys don't look like good people. Given the scene before us, how could you possibly be the ones teaching them a lesson? It looks more like they were teaching you a lesson. Even for those of us in uniform, seeing this scene makes us feel a bit uneasy. It makes us want to break into a cold sweat. Don't be afraid. Tell us truthfully what's going on. We will protect you. Officer, we really are guilty. We are heinous criminals." What's that phrase? I didn't have much schooling. Anyway, we have a lot of crimes. Yes, officer, our ideological awareness is too low. We were jealous of Mr. Shepard's good looks. We were jealous of the young lady's beauty. Our hearts are dark. That's an extra level of guilt. Even if you lock us up for a few extra days, we'll accept it. Officer, hurry and lock us up to purify our souls. The officers' faces were a bit stiff. Their mouths twitched slightly. What in the world was going on? There are actually people this eager to be arrested. And it looks like the victims are the ones proactively asking to be arrested. But there were too many people at the scene. Better to take them back and question them slowly. All right. Since you want to turn yourselves in, everyone get up and go back to the station to explain. Eraser and the others were overjoyed. Great! Officers, we will definitely cooperate. However, just as they scrambled up, I called out to them. Wait. The lead officer frowned and looked at me. Miss, what do you want to do? Do you want to obstruct us in enforcing the law? I held out my hand and wagged my finger. No. I just wanted to remind you. The crimes these people committed are very serious. Officers, you have to see this. The lead policeman was confused. What do you mean? I lightly clapped my hands. Several men in black immediately took two half-dead guys and dragged them over, tossing them in front of the officers. Immediately after, several men in black directly took those two half-dead guys and dragged them over, tossing them in front of the police. The officers' expressions changed the moment they saw them. This was an open challenge to them. To have beaten people into this state, arrest. Before the lead officer could yell, arrest them, I spoke again. Officer, I suspect these two guys are fugitives who have committed murders. I suggest taking them back and investigating them thoroughly. Then you can just send them off to be executed. As for these people kneeling on the ground, they are accomplices. The officers and Eraser, along with his lackeys, were full of confusion. What did she mean? Right in front of the police. She's just pinning crimes on them? Aren't they just suspected of fighting? Normally a few days of detention would be enough, right? How did they suddenly become hitmen? And she wants them executed? Is having money and power really enough to do whatever you want? Damn, this world is way too corrupt. We aren't murderers. We've been framed. We really aren't murderers. It's a setup. No matter how much Eraser and his lackeys cried out about the injustice, insisting they weren't murderers, they were still handcuffed directly by the cops. Silver bracelets were snapped on, and they were shoved into squad cars. They never imagined in their wildest dreams that after thinking they were turning themselves in, and that they'd be out in 3 to 5 days at most, a single word from the young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance would pin such a crime on them, accomplices to murderers. Didn't that mean they were basically murderers too? That's a straight path to life in prison or a death sentence. If they'd known turning themselves in would end like this, they'd have rather let Logan Shepard turn them into boxes. At least there would have been a sliver of hope if they were in boxes. They at least knew how to dog paddle a little. Likewise, this scene left the surrounding bystanders completely stunned. They originally thought that the arrival of the cops would finally bring them some sense of security, but they never expected that this world was even darker than they had imagined. Under normal circumstances, for an ordinary conflict or a street brawl, the cops really wouldn't go so far as to use handcuffs immediately. But in this situation, not only were those dozen thugs handcuffed, but some officers even drew their guns and aimed them at the group. This showed that one word from that girl had directly escalated the severity of their charges. What a sin. Those thugs didn't look like good people. But now, on top of receiving a brutal beating, they were getting framed as murderers. This was just too outrageous. Exactly. Look at those hundreds of men in black. Nothing happened to them at all. Then look at these dozen young guys. Anyone with eyes can see there's something wrong here. Sigh, what can you do? Those men in black aren't just powerful in numbers. They have serious backing, too. These thugs with no power or influence provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. Isn't this just the inevitable outcome? Beaten for nothing, and then forced to take the fall for a murder. Their lives are pretty much over. Yeah, exactly. Those men in black are terrifying just to look at. And now with this kind of collusion, will justice ever see the light of day in this place? And that young girl, she looks so young, so fair and innocent. Who would have thought that she's actually a cold-blooded underworld princess? That's why I'm telling you, when you're out and about, you have to be careful of those pretty girls. As the saying goes, the prettier they are, the more dangerous they are. The TV shows are always strict about that. Femme fatale is exactly the kind of person they're talking about. Dying like that is truly too terrifying. If my son wants to find a pretty wife in the future, I'll definitely make him break up with her. He must find an ugly one. Even a disabled one would be better. That's the only way to stay safe. Susan watched as the officers took all those thugs away. They even maintained a stance as if ready for anything. She was completely dumbfounded. Then she turned her head to look at Selena. This, Selena, with a hint of sympathy, nodded to her manager. She was just as stunned. Susan let out a long breath. This is just too outrageous. Truly too outrageous. She considered herself quite well-traveled and experienced, and she knew that with Vanessa Miller's currently displayed power, even if the cops came, she would be fine. At most, she'd be taken away symbolically for questioning, and then she'd be out of the station. But she never imagined the script wouldn't go that way at all. In broad daylight, in front of everyone's eyes, they didn't even try to hide it. Even more outrageous was that Vanessa Miller, with just a casual comment, had so lightly branded a group of street thugs with the heavy crime of murder. It was absolutely beyond belief. At this moment, only 4 words were in Susan's mind, utterly above the law. Susan, actually what you're seeing is very, very normal for Vanessa Miller. There's no need to be so surprised. Selena comforted her. What do you mean? Are you saying this isn't the first time? Susan's worldview was shattered once again. Wait, is this place still in the country? Or rather, am I still in the country? She had lived in Magic City for a long time, and had been to many other cities. She had met many bait shots, whether inside the industry or outside. She had seen quite a few. But like today, in a public place with so many people watching, to blatantly take a conflict that was at most a brawl, which would only lead to a few days of detention, and directly label them as murderers, to punish the people who provoked her, this was definitely the first time. Goal, Selena. It was her first time seeing Susan so shaken. Although she felt a tiny bit of secret satisfaction, she was still a bit apprehensive. About going to greet Vanessa Miller now? After all, her relationship with Vanessa Miller wasn't very deep. They had only spoken once last year. Susan, should we still go greet her? Susan had to admit, facing someone with such immense power, who dared, right in front of the cops, to casually frame people as murderers? She was a bit intimidated by this mob princess. She truly felt a bit cowardly. Let's forget it. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw a man in black walking directly toward them. The 2 ladies are invited. Both Selena's and Susan's hearts skipped a beat. What was the situation? They were so far away and hadn't done anything. Why were they being sought out? Selena was a bit nervous. Susan feigned calmness. It's fine. Don't you worry. I'm right here. Selena raised her hand slightly. Susan, I meant. Could you not squeeze my hand so tightly? Susan finally realized, and awkwardly let go. Oh, sorry. I just like playing with squishy toys normally. It's a habit. Although Selena could see that her manager Susan was nervous, she didn't call her out on it. Then, at the invitation of the man in black, the 2 could only grit their teeth and walk somewhat tremblingly toward me. Vanessa. Selena instinctively wanted to call her Junior, but the word got stuck in her throat. She quickly changed her address. I laughed. A little bit. Senior Selena. What a coincidence. I just happened to see you, so I thought I'd have a chat. Is this your manager? Susan adjusted her state quite quickly. Perhaps it was because those oppressive men in black had begun to disperse after the cops left. The pressure at the scene dropped sharply, so she didn't feel as much pressure anymore. She gradually regained her previous career woman persona. She even extended her right hand confidently. Hello, Miss Miller. My name is Susan. I also extended my hand and shook it. Susan. I think I've heard your name before. Susan was very surprised hearing this. I didn't expect Miss Miller to have heard of me. I'm deeply honored. I wonder why Miss Miller has called for us. Of course, no matter what it is, we will definitely do our best to cooperate. It was nothing. I just want to ask you a few questions. Susan, do you know that Felix's son from earlier? Susan nodded. He's the assistant manager of Starfire Entertainment, mainly in charge of the film and television department. I heard him say just now that he has a gathering tonight with the director Wang. Can you tell me roughly who else will be there besides Director Wang? Susan completely didn't expect me to ask her this question. Although she was a bit puzzled, she didn't hide anything. Besides director Wang, there were several investors and owners of other film and television companies. If Miss Miller wants to inquire about the specific projects they're discussing, I'm sorry, I have no comment. Because the projects they discuss also have certain connections with my company. I shook my head. I'm not interested in what projects they're chatting about. I turned to look at Logan Shepard. Logan, there's an opportunity to make big money now. Do you want to get in on it? I'll say this up front. Opportunity knocks but once. Logan hesitated for a moment, and then immediately nodded. All right, count me in. I looked back at Susan. Then please, Susan, take us to meet Director Wang and the others. Logan's attitude changed so quickly, not just because those two assassins had revealed some information, but more importantly, he truly acknowledged Vanessa Miller's business talent. Take the Grand Apex Alliance she founded as an example. It had grown so large in just half a year. Back when he was pursuing Vanessa Miller, the first supermarket in Pearl City hadn't even opened yet. But look at it now. Over a dozen large supermarket chains are spread across Pearl City, and in terms of popularity, sales, and foot traffic, they all rank at the top of the charts in Pearl City. They've even crushed a crowd of well-known domestic supermarket brands. The valuation alone exceeds the $1 billion mark. Even if the valuation is a bit inflated, and the net assets don't include that unfinished mall, after a discount, there are still hundreds of millions. Even if it's just hundreds of millions, that figure is shocking enough. One must remember that Vanessa Miller is truly self-made. In contrast, Logan Shepard had been tossing and turning for so long, yet he was on the verge of bankruptcy, just as Vanessa Miller had told him before. Even if Wesley Reed introduced him to a few investors, and those investors gave him some face and some money, could he really revive that hopeless situation? The probability of failure was still very high, unless he directly took the money and fled abroad. But that kind of move is generally a last resort. That one would only choose if forced. Moreover, once abroad, he would have no power or influence, nor any reliable friends by his side. What would he do once the money was squandered? The main thing was that for him, being abroad was a culinary wasteland. He'd get tired of Western food after a while. Despite being very rich and a young master, what he truly liked was still the kind of Chinese food found on street corners. So, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never take that step. Staying in the country? He was at least the respected Master Logan. If he went abroad, to put it bluntly, even a vagrant could take his life. All in all, if he had to choose a more reliable person between Wesley Reed and Vanessa Miller, it would definitely be Vanessa Miller. Vanessa Miller had a legendary track record to show for it. Wesley Reed only had a single nightclub. The investors he introduced were indeed a bit vague by comparison. Now that Vanessa Miller was willing to take him along to make money, he had no reason to refuse. He truly didn't have a better way out. Vanessa, are you really going to see them? When Selena asked this question, she was vaguely excited. After signing with the entertainment company, she had met that director Wang. Although the man was quite talented, his hands were anything but clean. Even if she suffered some grievances, everyone would tell her to just endure it. Therefore, when she heard that Vanessa Miller was going to see Director Wang and his lot, she truly couldn't wait. Of course, I'm going to talk some business with them. To be precise, Mr. Shepard is going to talk some business with them, I said, pointing at Logan Shepard. Logan Shepard, although he didn't know why I was letting him do the talking, cooperated and nodded. That's right, I'm going to talk some business. Susan was about to speak, when her phone suddenly rang. It was Felix's son calling. She could roughly guess why. The other party was making this call. The guy was probably getting anxious because he hadn't seen a replacement. As soon as the call was connected, Susan, don't say I didn't warn you. You should be very clear about Director Wang's status in the industry. You'd better bring that girl over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Fine, I'll bring her over right away, okay? She's just a minor artist. What's a little sacrifice? It's good that you have this awareness. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Susan looked at me. Miss Miller, let's head out now. She was clearly a bit angry as well, although, as a manager, she was used to this kind of filth. It was impossible to say. She didn't mind at all. She was a manager, not a pimp. If she hadn't met me before, she might have found another excuse to muddle through. But now, she didn't want to endure it anymore. She could also see that this girl whose words carried weight, going to see Director Wang, wasn't as simple as just talking business. She decided to take a gamble. I nodded. Then let's go. Soon, an incredibly ostentatious black motorcade appeared in everyone's field of vision. Although half of the Grand Apex Alliance members had left tonight, half of them still remained. I didn't intend to keep so many people, but out of concern for the young lady's safety, they insisted on staying. Even though 2 assassins had been caught, who knew if there would be more later? It was always good to be safe. Susan watched me walk toward that top-tier luxury car worth $10 million. Men in black stood in neat lines on both sides, opening the car door for me. This level of grandeur and treatment, even though she was used to big scenes, made her click her tongue in secret amazement. Even the big shots in the entertainment industry couldn't hope to match this kind of display. Susan and Selena sat in a Mercedes-Benz in front, while I rode in the same car as Logan Shepard, mainly because I still had instructions for Logan Shepard. As soon as the car started, before I could speak, Logan Shepard couldn't hold it in, and asked first, Vanessa, you said earlier that you'd let me do the talking. What specifically are we talking about? I don't know if it's a bit hasty. He still didn't even know what the money-making Project 1 mentioned was. I asked back, what do you think of domestic film and television copyrights? And music copyrights? I'm mainly referring to digital copyrights. Logan Shepard thought for a moment and said, well, even though I haven't done much research in this area, but in this country, there's currently no awareness of copyright. If people want to listen to songs, they just do it online. If they want to watch movies or TV shows, they just download them freely. Looking at it, Vanessa, you can't possibly be thinking about this, can you? I nodded slightly. Smart. It's precisely because domestic copyright awareness isn't strong right now that this is an opportunity for you and me. A few $1,000s, at most tens of thousands, can buy the copyright for a film or TV show. This is no different from picking up free money. Although other copyrights for songs are a bit more expensive, online digital rights are still very cheap. Just like you said, everyone can download songs for free right now. So, counting on how much in digital royalty fees you can collect truly seems like a fantasy, at least for now. What I want you to do is very simple. That is, to acquire the online rights for the songs and films held by Kiyu Media, the online copyrights for songs and films they have in their hands. This company is currently one of the top 5 companies in the country. In terms of copyright ownership, swallowing them up will save a lot of trouble. As for radio rights and other distribution rights, you can skip those. Of course, if they are willing to sell them, you can buy them too. But they shouldn't be too expensive. If they're too expensive, forget it. Once you throw out that mess of yours, you should be able to gather about 30 or 40 million, right? Then dump it all into this. Logan Shepard's reaction was a bit intense upon hearing this. Dump it all in? Is this really reliable? He could accept dumping half of it. But if he dumps it all in, and these copyrights turn into scrap paper in his hands, then won't he be completely finished? I'm asking you, if that West Side Fun project you're running was successful, how many times the return do you estimate you get? Logan Shepard thought about it and said, if everything really went smoothly, doubling or tripling it wouldn't be a problem. Is that so? I said somewhat meaningfully. Then I'll tell you. If you swallow these copyrights, they could increase at least 10 times or even dozens of times within 5 years. Logan Shepard's eyes instantly widened. He thought he had misheard. Dozens of times? You're not joking with me, are you? Even robbing people wouldn't be this fast. Logan Shepard, although his current business was a total mess, and he was even on the verge of bankruptcy and fleeing, he still understood basic business logic. Under normal circumstances, if a company can have a yearly profit of 20 or 30%, it's already considered excellent. Doubling often requires time and opportunity to achieve. But what Vanessa Miller was saying was that in just a few years, or even a shorter time, tens of millions could turn into hundreds of millions, or even billions. This was simply too exaggerated. It completely exceeded his imagination. This simply didn't follow the laws of capital accumulation. If anyone else had said this to him, he would have kicked them out long ago, and called them a fraud. I raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "You think I'm joking with you? Logan Shepard, does your current situation even deserve a joke from me? Do you think I care about your few dozen million? To tell you the truth, after you complete the initial acquisition, I'll require us to sign an agreement. I want to take at least 60% of the equity based on your acquisition price. As for how much money needs to be supplemented then, I will inject it into this project of yours. under the name of an investment from Grand Apex Alliance. However, in the early stages, your funds need to be used first. Once you've run out of money, I will continue to invest and keep making acquisitions. You just need to act as the representative for now. Hearing me say this, Logan Shepard suddenly felt a lot more at ease. It wasn't that he completely distrusted Vanessa Miller, but if he really had to do it all alone, he truly wouldn't have any confidence. While it was true that he liked Vanessa Miller, he also understood one thing. No one gives you money for no reason. There will definitely be conditions, it seemed. Vanessa Miller's condition was that she must hold the majority stake, and that he must be the first to provide funds for the acquisition. Vanessa, since you've put it that way, then I'm going all in. But I still want to know, why are you so certain that copyrights will increase in value later? Right now, everyone uses MP3s and MP4s. Piracy is rampant online. Can you deal with all the piracy? I had already prepared my explanation. Setting aside the issue of piracy for a moment, let me answer your first question first. Why do I judge that copyrights will quickly increase in value? Because the turning point of the era is coming. Computers are becoming common now, and the ownership of home computers is increasing rapidly. The internet is also being updated and speeding up quickly. Mobile phone functions are also becoming more and more powerful. I dare say that within 3 to 5 years, mobile phones will undergo earth-shattering changes. By then, you'll be able to use a phone anytime and anywhere, to watch movies without downloading, listen to songs, and even play online games, and use functions you can't even imagine right now. By that time, who will still bother to buy discs, cassettes, or MP3 players? When that time comes, content will be everything. Whoever controls the source of the content will hold the throat of the future entertainment industry. Right now, you spend a few thousand, or tens of thousands to buy the online rights for a movie. In the future, that might turn into hundreds of thousands, or even millions in licensing fees. The same logic applies to songs. The copyright library held by Q Media, especially the online rights, might look like worthless trash in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, they're worth a fortune. Right now, as long as we sweep up those copyrights at a low price, that will be stockpiling the hard currency of the future entertainment world. Having a vast copyright library, we can then take the opportunity to build our own video website and digital music client. I don't need to say much about the prospects of video websites, right? The two largest websites right now, YouTube is one you've definitely used. Even for those two websites, a lot of the film and audio content is still without copyright even now. As long as we have the copyrights, then all those unauthorized websites will be completely eliminated by us. If they're willing to pay for the copyrights, we can also license it to them to recoup some costs. But if they dare to post pirated content without authorization, then, sorry, I will let them know the consequences. After that, I revealed another important piece of news to Logan Shepard. To tell you the truth, after you finish the initial acquisition, besides its main business, my law firm is currently recruiting heavily and training lawyers in the field of commercial law across the city. I'll go after whoever doesn't comply until they cede territory and pay reparations. After having the copyright barriers in place, we will also indirectly have a continuously growing pool of online users. When that time comes, our video website and music client will definitely become the platforms with the most users. Once we have a massive user base, the next step will be to aggressively enter the entire entertainment industry. We will use this as a foundation to gather a large number of cooperating artists and continuously expand our advantages to ultimately create an entertainment empire worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. I stopped talking once I reached this point. In truth, there were still many layouts in my mind that I hadn't expressed. For example, once you have enough deeply cooperative artists, it is equivalent to controlling a batch of special assets with immense influence. Using this as a foundation, one can lay out on domestic, social media platforms that have not yet emerged, such as Weibo and future short videos. At that time, the power of the celebrity effect will be multiplied. In short, I will definitely enter the entertainment sector. However, I will not let the Grand Apex Alliance directly manage these businesses. Instead, through investment and holding, I will become the largest shareholder behind the scenes. The Grand Apex Alliance will always have only one core business, and that is to develop real industry. The money earned from investments will continuously feed back into the industry, supporting its continuous expansion and building an indestructible foundation. By then, anyone who wants to move against the Grand Apex Alliance will have to weigh carefully whether they can bear the consequences. Of course, for such a massive layout, relying solely on me, or the Grand Apex Alliance as a single company to operate, the speed is still too slow, because the Grand Apex Alliance does not accept financing and will not go public. It can easily be restricted in terms of funds at times, and might even miss some opportunities because of it. That is why I need to establish a chamber of commerce that I can firmly control to get things done with the help of other members' funds. Take someone like Logan Shepard, for example. I'll let him first put in tens of millions of dollars from his recovered funds to slowly acquire copyrights. I won't put in any money for the time being. As long as enough shares are reserved for me, I'll just pay the balance later. I'm not doing this because I don't have money. I can still come up with tens of millions. It's just that the industries under the Grand Apex Alliance need money everywhere, so it's a bit troublesome to pull funds out. After the chamber is established, I will be the one in control of the investment direction. I'll have the members put up the money or have them take out loans. In this way, I not only reduce the pressure of capital operation, but also successfully capture a prime opportunity. In the end, when the money is successfully earned, I'll eat the meat while the members get to drink the soup. It's a win-win. After hearing Vanessa Miller's concise and clear business plan, Logan Shepard fell into a silent daze on the surface. He was shocked beyond words. The beautiful girl sitting beside him had a strategic vision that was so advanced, and a layout so grand, it completely exceeded his imagination. Truly, even the word genius was not enough to describe her, although he still couldn't imagine when mobile phones would actually be able to have such powerful functions. As Vanessa Miller described, even without mobile phones, as long as the ownership of computers in the country continued to grow and the number of internet users continued to grow, this project would be very promising. Using copyright solely as the cornerstone, moving forward step by step, they could take out all competitors and achieve a monopoly. Once they had a monopoly, their user base would naturally be the largest. At that time, as long as artists in the circle needed exposure and needed the public to see their work, they would have to rely on their platform for cooperation. Every link was connected. It was simply perfect. In short, as long as the execution was in place, creating an entertainment empire worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars, was by no means a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Logan Shepard couldn't help but ask, "Since you told me all this, aren't you afraid I'll do it on my own?" My bright eyes looked at him, and the corners of my lips curled up slightly. "Master Shepard, without me, do you think you can pull it off?" Logan Shepard was instantly at a loss for words. Just then, the motorcade stopped at the side of the road by the Lakeside Hotel, which belonged to the Sterling Group. "We're here. Get out of the car." After a long while, Logan Shepard finally snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and followed her out of the car. A certain nightclub. Dax Vance and his group had waited in the private room for a long time. Before the news finally arrived, the mission had failed. Hearing this news, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. According to the report that just came in, that girl Vanessa Miller seemed to have been prepared. She actually arranged her men in advance to directly pin down the assassins. Dax Vance's gaze swept over the people present, carrying a surge of hostility. "I suspect there's a mole among us." As soon as he said this, the private room was instantly in an uproar. A mole? How was that possible? Who did it? Most of the people were shocked and angry, looking at each other. Their eyes were full of suspicion. However, a few others looked relatively calm. In truth, they didn't support such an extreme operation in the first place. It was just that most people agreed at the time. So, even if they objected, it was to no avail, and they were dragged into it. In their view, even if they really succeeded in getting rid of Vanessa Miller and Logan Shepard this time, so what? Who could guarantee that not a single trace would be left? Setting aside the retaliation from the Grand Apex Alliance and the Unity Society, the consequences of Logan Shepard's father being enraged would be something no one could withstand. In the eyes of these few people, Dax Vance and the others were purely blinded by rage and hadn't considered the consequences at all. Also, although everyone was barely huddling together for warmth, there was no clear hierarchy after all. It was quite normal for a couple of cowardly backstabbers to leak information. While everyone was anxious and uneasy because of this news, and some even started to accuse each other and argue incessantly, those few relatively neutral underworld bosses looked at each other and stood up in unison. They clearly felt that it was better to cut ties now. Otherwise, following this rabble would lead to trouble sooner or later. To be precise, trouble had already struck. The assassins were suddenly caught. Whether they would snitch on their employers remained to be seen. The thing they wanted most to do now was to go and apologize, and then push the responsibility away completely, dumping it onto Dax Vance and the others. I don't think there's any need for us to keep wasting time here. The people have been caught, and the news has definitely leaked. Sitting here suspecting each other, slamming tables and glaring, is useless. Better to go home and figure out how to clean up our own mess. I think Fatty Jim has a point. The most urgent thing now is to think about the aftermath. Don't wait until the fire's under our butts to keep bickering. With these two taking the lead, the others also began to complain. I told you we shouldn't have been so hasty to move against Master Shepard and Vanessa Miller. Now look what's happened. Exactly. What do we do now? Mr. Vance, you initiated this matter, so you have to take responsibility. Right, Dax Vance, you started this. You have to be responsible. Someone supporting Dax Vance stood up to argue. You guys are being ridiculous. Didn't you also raise your hands when the vote was taken? I did raise my hand, but that's because I was forced into it. Right, we were forced into it. Every one of you shut the hell up. Dax Vance suddenly slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the coffee table. Everyone was startled by him and fell silent. Whoever wants to leave can get the hell out right now. I won't stop you. But if anyone dares to run their mouth outside, don't blame me, Dax Vance, for turning my back on you and disregarding our past friendship. He had completely seen through them now. A mere rabble could not achieve anything great. He could only let them leave first. After some of the underworld bosses in the room snapped out of it, they immediately stated, "We definitely won't say a word." Right, we definitely won't talk. Dax Vance, with a darkened face, instructed a trusted subordinate beside him, drive the bosses home. Be absolutely sure they are delivered safely. Yes, boss, the subordinate immediately took the order. Several bosses thanked him repeatedly and hurried out of the private room. In the blink of an eye, of the 7 prominent underworld bosses originally in the room, 4 had left all at once. Only Dax Vance, Big Larry, and a hesitant man remained. This man was the boss of the West Side Bar Street, Leo Thompson, nicknamed the Paladin. The reason he hadn't followed the group out was that when he had sent a report earlier, the other side had sent a message back to him. It was only 4 words, wait and see. This was essentially a reminder not to act rashly, and not to be in a hurry to pick a side. Precisely because of these 4 words, he hadn't rushed to leave with Fatty Jim and the others. Sure enough, just after those 4 bosses were sent away, new information arrived again. Vanessa Miller was leading over 100 men in a massive surge toward the Lakeside Hotel. When Dax Vance first heard this news, he was still wondering what they were going there for. The Lakeside Hotel was the turf of the Sterling Group. It didn't belong to any of them. Logically, even for retaliation, they shouldn't be going there. But in the next second, he suddenly thought of something, and his face instantly became even more hideous. His son, Bradley Vance, was currently at the Lakeside Hotel. His son had mentioned to him yesterday that he had made some connections, and today he specifically invited several entertainment industry big shots to dinner at the Lakeside Hotel, to plan his expansion into that circle, perhaps to protect his son, and to ensure the plan went smoothly. He hadn't told his son about what they were doing tonight. It could be said that Bradley Vance was completely unaware of it. Now, Vanessa Miller was suddenly heading that way. With so many people, what did this mean? Dax Vance would be crazy to remain calm. Bradley Vance was his only son. Mr. Vance, what's wrong? Big Larry noticed Dax Vance was acting a bit strange, and couldn't help asking. Of course, his first reaction was that the matter with the assassins had truly backfired, and he grew even more panicked. Dax Vance had no time to deal with him now. He called his son several times, but no one answered. The phone showed it was turned off. A surge of despair suddenly surfaced in his heart. Dax Vance called over another subordinate and whispered a few words in his ear. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The subordinate nodded very seriously and left. After making the arrangements, Dax Vance took a deep breath and looked at the 2 remaining men. Brothers, Big Larry and Leo Thompson, by choosing to stay. You show you respect me, Dax Vance, and trust me, Dax Vance, and are willing to stand with me. Then I, Dax Vance, will put it this way. From now on, you are my biological brothers. In the future, as long as I have a piece of meat to eat, there will definitely be soup for my brothers. His tone shifted as he mentioned the four who had left. Fatty Jim and those backstabbers. They think they can just walk away now and clear their names. Tonight's failure must be because of them. Only we knew about our operation. As soon as the assassins were in place, they were caught red-handed by Vanessa Miller's people. Someone among them must have tipped her off. Big Larry was the first to stand up. Mr. Vance, then according to you. Dax Vance's tone instantly became bone-chillingly cold. Now we are all truly on the same side, so I'll tell you the truth. I've already sent people to send them off. As soon as those words were out, Big Larry and Leo Thompson felt as if they'd fallen into an ice cellar. They never expected Dax Vance to be so ruthless, actually intending to eliminate those other bosses. Leo Thompson, in particular, secretly wiped away some sweat, secretly rejoicing that he hadn't followed Fatty Jim and the others. Otherwise, there was no telling if he would have suffered too. Leo Thompson was a boss himself, after all, so his reaction was quite fast. I support you, Dax. We can't be soft on backstabbers like that. Drowning them in the river is too good for them. Dax, do you have enough men? Do you want me to take some brothers? To help send them on their final journey? Dax Vance was very satisfied with his reaction, feeling even more that this guy truly wanted to stand with him, and was even proactively offering to get his hands dirty. If such a person wasn't worth trusting, who was? Leo Thompson. It just so happens I really do have something I need your help with. In a luxury private booth at the Lakeside Hotel, Felix Sun was pouring wine for the investors, CEOs, and the famous director Wong seated at the table. Normally, given his status, he wouldn't have to do this himself, but he hoped Director Wang and the others would give him a hand and help him move up another level, so he was very proactive. After all, every person at this table was extremely powerful. For example, Miles Moore, the CEO of Kiyu Media, was a tycoon worth hundreds of millions. He had a lot of resources in distribution, and there was also Pearl City's young master of the East Sea Union, Bradley Vance. He was a true underworld figure, who should not be underestimated. When Felix Sun moved to Bradley Vance's side, the young master suddenly stood up and snatched away the wine bottle. Oh, Mr. Sun, how can we trouble you to do this yourself? The hotel has plenty of waiters, right? Of course, I know. Director Wong and you CEOs might not care for the waiters here, so I specifically arranged for some sensible beauties to accompany you and liven things up. The booth door opened in response. Several sexily dressed women walked in. They were all carefully selected by Bradley Vance from the entertainment venues he operated. Their figures were all quite good, but they had a rather strong, trashy vibe. However, the expected reaction did not occur. Director Wong, Miles Moore, and the others didn't look pleasantly surprised. Instead, a flash of undisguised disdain crossed their eyes. A hillbilly is just a hillbilly. Bradley Vance had obviously forgotten who these people were. Basically, all of them were big shots in the industry. What kind of beauties hadn't they seen? Naturally, they didn't care for these nightlife girls. Otherwise, if he could just find a few women to brush off Director Wong and the others, would Felix Sun have gone to the trouble of having Selena come over to accompany them for drinks? Felix Sun immediately took a step forward and quietly took back the wine bottle from Bradley Vance's hand. Hey, Bradley Vance, we grown men are talking business. Having them just standing there isn't right. Better let them go back. Bradley Vance realized this, and a flash of embarrassment crossed his face. Right. Mr. Sun is right. It was my lack of consideration. My mistake. Come. Everyone eat. The specialty dish here is excellent. Taste it. In his heart, however, he was cursing, Paha, a bunch of old perverts. Who are you pretending to be? But right now, he was focused on breaking into this circle, so he naturally kept a low profile. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became somewhat lively. Director Wong picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and said slowly, This Pearl City, it really is a nice place. Developed rapidly in recent years, and the people are refined. However, he intentionally stopped halfway. The meaning self-evident. Felix Sun understood. He immediately chimed in. Director Wang is right. The environment of Pearl City The people it raises are indeed different. Especially the students from the Pearl University town. Delicate and pure. With a great foundation. They are promising young prospects. Case in point. Didn't Finance University produce a girl named Selena? You met her before, Director Wang? Now she's also been signed by Xinyuan's manager. Susan. Director Wang nodded. That woman Susan certainly has a keen eye and moves fast. By the way, Mr. Sun, you have a lot of connections in Pearl City. Why not invite this Miss Selena to come and join us for a bit? Let her experience the atmosphere of our circle in advance. Lick Sun. How could he not hear the old fox's hint? Director Wang, see how coincidental this is? I just spoke with Susan on the phone. As soon as she heard you and the CEOs were in Pearl City, she immediately wanted to bring her artist, Selena, over to pay her respects. Susan even said that she'd like Director Wang and the bosses to help take a look, to evaluate Selena's image and aura. Maybe she'd be perfect for a major role in our upcoming planned film and television project. Director Wang laughed. Susan and I are old acquaintances. That's fine, that's fine. As long as her conditions are indeed solid. The investors and I, including Mr. Moore, will certainly give her serious consideration. Those present were all old foxes who had been in the circle for many years. Hearing this, they all laughed and said, of course. To be noticed by Director Wang, her future is surely limitless. Yeah, if she's really a good fit. With just a little promotion from Director Wang, won't she become famous? While everyone was chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was at its peak, the booth door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Everyone turned to look in unison. They saw a girl, wearing a black trench coat, appearing in their sight. Her aura was as aggressive as ice, and her beauty was exquisite. Just by standing there, she made the air in the entire booth freeze for an instant. Director Wang, in particular, his eyes lit up instantly. Exceptional. Truly exceptional. He had been a director for so many years, yet girls with such top-tier bone structure and aura could be counted on one hand. He never thought he'd run into one here. Besides this girl in the black trench coat, 2 women and 2 young men followed behind her. The 2 young men were directly ignored by them. After all, their gaze was fixed on the beauties. Furthermore, the 2 women behind the girl in black were both known to Director Wang. They were the managers Susan and Selena. With 3 beauties appearing all at once, the men in the booth stopped acting reserved and stood up with enthusiastic smiles. Only Felix Sun was stunned. What's going on? He had clearly sent people to teach this girl and the somewhat rebellious-looking young man behind her a lesson. They were perfectly fine right now. Or did Eraser's gang find the wrong people? It was very likely. Director Wang stepped forward a few paces, his eyes burning as he stared at the girl in black, while saying to Susan, "Oh, Susan, you're finally here. Please come in, please come in." As for this one, I ignored him and walked straight to the main seat that had just been vacated. Lance immediately came behind me and pulled out the chair for me. I sat down elegantly, a smile playing on my lips as I looked at everyone. I've come uninvited. I haven't disturbed you bosses, have I? As I spoke, my gaze specifically fell upon Bradley Vance, who was diagonally opposite me. What a pleasant surprise. Originally, I just came to talk business, but I didn't expect to run into this guy. This is a good time to collect a little interest in advance. Bradley Vance, under Vanessa Miller's gaze, felt his body stiffen. He instinctively reached for his phone, only to remember that he had removed the battery earlier and given it to a waiter to charge. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. Director Wang saw his seat had been taken. Although he was annoyed, he still maintained his so-called gentlemanly demeanor on the surface. Not at all, not at all. It's our honor to be disturbed by a beauty. Sit anywhere, sit anywhere. Then he shouted outside, "Waiter, bring more chairs." Once the waiter in black from outside brought the chairs in and set them up, I, the uninvited guest, took charge and spoke calmly to everyone still standing. "Everyone, please sit down. No need to be formal." Now, it wasn't just Director Wang. Even Miles Moore and the other CEOs furrowed their brows. This girl had no sense of etiquette. Felix Sun already had a grudge against us. Now, seeing me being so arrogant and wanting to show off in front of Director Wang, he couldn't help but curse. "You're clearly from some small town. You don't understand the rules at all." I immediately looked at this guy I was meeting for the second time. "Are you talking about me?" Felix Sun, emboldened by alcohol in the presence of the CEOs, stood up with a start and pointed at my nose, cursing, That's right. I'm talking about you. You little brat. Do you know any manners? Is this main seat something you're allowed to sit in? I really don't know how your mother raised you. However, the moment he finished speaking, Lance, behind me, moved. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. A dark figure had already appeared behind Felix Soon. In the next second, a large hand with massive force suddenly grabbed the back of Felix Soon's head and slammed his face down hard into the dish in front of him. That plate of still steaming sea bass. Crack. The force was astonishing. The plate instantly shattered into several pieces, and juice splattered everywhere. Felix's son immediately began to howl in pain. The sound was like a pig being slaughtered. This extremely violent scene directly stunned everyone in the booth with fear. Felix's son kicked his legs wildly, struggling desperately, but he couldn't break free from the restraint. With his entire face pressed into the plate, he was suffocating to the point of blacking out. The sound of his hair-raising screams continued to echo through the private booth. Director Wang, who had been thinking of how to get close to Vanessa Miller and planned to use the industry's unspoken rules to manipulate her, was now scared out of his wits. Bradley Vance was filled with even more regret, cursing himself for why he had to remove his phone battery and give it to the waiter to charge. Now he couldn't even call for help if he wanted to, and his heart was racing with terror. Moreover, he already had a history of conflict with Vanessa Miller, so the other party definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Aside from those meeting me for the first time, even those familiar with me, like Selena, were currently as pale as a sheet, although she had long known that this junior of hers was an underworld princess, who was cold-blooded and ruthless. She had never actually seen her take action with her own eyes. Even earlier at the night market, because they were surrounded by the men in black, they hadn't dared to get close, so they didn't know exactly what had happened inside. They had only heard the screams coming from within. This was the first time she had seen us take action at such close range. That intense visual impact scared her so much that her small heart was thumping wildly. Seeing Felix's son being taught a lesson should have made her feel vindicated, but now she didn't feel a hint of relief. She only felt it was extremely terrifying. Even the experienced career woman Susan couldn't help but have her eyelids twitch. Are girls nowadays really this violent? After a moment, those entertainment industry big shots, who usually called the shots and acted with arrogance, gradually snapped out of it. Every one of them looked extremely displeased. They looked at the still struggling Felix's son, then at the girl in black sitting calmly in the main seat, the corners of her mouth even carrying a faint smile. Finally, someone couldn't help but stand up. You. What do you think you're doing? Committing an assault in broad daylight? This is simply lawless. Miles Moore, the CEO of KU Media, also slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He shouted loudly, "Where did this little brat come from, daring to act so wildly here? Do you know who we are? Do you know what kind of occasion this is? Tell your man to let go of Felix immediately. Otherwise what?" I looked toward Miles Moore, and within those beautiful eyes, there seemed to be a hint of curiosity, as if waiting to hear what else he had to say. Miles Moore was choked up by these seemingly casual words. For a moment, and subconsciously, he didn't dare to continue speaking. He didn't dare speak, but there were others bold enough to mention the police. We must call the police. This is lawless. Assaulting someone in public, is there no law anymore? I'm going to call the police, and make sure you pay for this. Bradley Vance, seeing someone shouting about the police, gained a bit more confidence. He immediately jumped up and pointed at me. That's right. Call the police. Vanessa Miller, don't be too arrogant. Do you think having many people means you can be above the law? This is Pearl City, a society ruled by law. Since he couldn't find his own father to help right now, he could only somewhat shamefully use the police to try and intimidate Vanessa Miller. I couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing Bradley Vance's words. To think the young master of the East Sea Union would actually think of calling the police. Fine, go ahead and call them. I'll be waiting right here. By the way, you don't have a phone, do you? Do you need me to lend you mine? As I spoke, I reached out a hand in a gesture of invitation. Go ahead. Director Wong and the others immediately took out their phones upon hearing this, but just as they were about to dial, every one of them stopped. They were stuck between dialing and not dialing. Mainly, they were afraid it was a trap, fearing that if they really called the police, this girl before them would directly turn on them and deal with them next. They had all seen what happened to Felix Soon. Seeing how cowardly they were, I instantly found it uninteresting. Then, I actually picked up my own phone and dialed the police in front of everyone. A few seconds later, the call connected. I want to report something. I found accomplices of murderers, currently at the Lakeside Hotel. After saying that, I hung up the phone. Director Wong and the others looked at Vanessa Miller, completely shocked into silence. Crazy. This woman is absolutely crazy. Calling the police on herself, with a heady crime like harboring murderers. Either she truly had no fear, knowing that making a false report would only lead to a minor penalty, or she really intended to kill someone here. Everyone instinctively looked again at Felix's son, whose struggling was growing weaker. A chill instantly shot straight to their hearts. I felt it was about enough, so I gave Lance a signal. Lance immediately let go of his hand. Felix's son felt as if he had been reborn, gasping for air in large gulps. The look in his eyes as he looked at Vanessa Miller again was filled with intense fear. He seemed to understand now why the other party could appear here, completely unscathed. It likely wasn't that a racer and his gang found the wrong people, but rather that they'd all been taken out by this girl. Get out and wash your face. Don't be an eyesore here. I really couldn't stand his disgusting appearance. Without waiting for another command, how could Felix's son dare to delay? Terrified, he immediately scrambled out of the booth. Originally, he wanted to just run straight out of the hotel to escape this terrifying place. However, when he saw the corridor packed with men in black, he immediately went obediently to the restroom to wash his face and clean himself up. At the same time, I looked at the messy table and directly ordered, clear it away. Replace everything with new dishes. Very soon, a group of men in black entered the booth, directly carrying away all the dishes inside. They even cleaned everything spotlessly, making it look as if everyone had just arrived and was waiting for the food to be served. Whether the hotel had been notified in advance or had recognized my identity, they were already prepared. Almost as soon as the dishes here were cleared away, they served another table of even more lavish new dishes. This efficiency inevitably made Miles Moore and the other big shots take notice. But though the food was reserved, no one dared to touch their chopsticks. Everyone sat there dazed, as if sitting on needles. I looked around the room and spoke again. I apologize for disturbing everyone's meal today. This meal is on me. Everyone, please eat while it's hot. Even though I put it that way, still no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Feeling somewhat helpless, I looked toward Lance. Lance understood the signal. He directly reached out and picked up a massive steamed hairy crab. Then he picked up 2 tubes of mustard sauce and squeezed all the mustard inside onto the crab shell. He then expressionlessly handed it to Bradley Vance. Bradley Vance, finish all of it. Don't let it go to waste. Bradley Vance. Looking at the crab completely surrounded by mustard sauce, Bradley Vance's face turned green. The pungent, spicy smell hit his brain directly, making his eyes sting. He didn't like mustard to begin with, let alone this amount that was practically a lethal dose. If he ate this, he'd be spicy to death. But he didn't dare to refuse. Felix's son was the lesson right before him. Bradley Vance finally, tremblingly took the hairy crab. In his heart, he cursed Lance and Vanessa Miller's ancestors, down to the 18th generation. Just as he was about to use his hands to pry open the shell, Lance's cold voice rang out again. Don't waste it. Bradley Vance understood what the other meant. This was for him to eat it whole, shell and all. Damn, you're cruel. Bradley Vance steeled himself, a flash of desperate madness in his eyes. Then he threw his mouth open and bit down hard. Crack! An indescribable explosion of spice erupted in his mouth. Bradley Vance's eyes instantly bulged out, and tears and snot poured out uncontrollably. They covered his entire face. Lance waved his hand quite thoughtfully, and 2 men in black immediately stepped forward. They took a trash can and put it directly over Bradley Vance's head. Then the 2 of them hauled him out, one on each side. This was for fear that he would vomit and disturb the young lady's meal. Immediately after, the others in the booth heard Bradley Vance's heart-wrenching howls and violent retching coming from outside the door, as if he were undergoing some inhumane torture. Hearing it made their scalps tingle and their hearts skip a beat. The booth fell back into a dead silence. After a short while, I spoke again. It seems Mr. Vance is quite protective of his food. He even had to be forced to eat. Let's ignore him. Everyone, don't be shy. Pick up your chopsticks and eat. At this, No one at the table dared to delay even slightly. They all picked up their chopsticks and began devouring the food. I didn't stop them. I had eaten a long time ago, so there was naturally no need to fight for food with these starving guys. Just as everyone was eating to their heart's content, while feeling terrified in their hearts, I suddenly called out someone's name, Mr. Moore. Is this meal to your liking? Miles Moore, this middle-aged man, felt his heart jump. He hurriedly nodded again and again. Yes, it is. The dishes Miss Miller ordered are truly excellent. I nodded slightly. That's good. Mr. Moore, it just so happens I'd like to introduce someone to you. Saying that, I pointed to Logan Shepard beside me. This is Mr. Logan Shepard. He wants to discuss some business with you. I wonder if it's convenient. Miles Moore, hearing it was just business, felt a sigh of relief. Yes. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Shepard wants to discuss. Logan Shepard knew it was his time to shine. He stood up with his wine glass. Unexpectedly, Miles Moore reacted faster seeing him rise. He also scrambled to his feet, wine glass in hand, and hurried over to him. Mr. Shepard. Mr. Shepard, you're too kind. Let me toast you. Saying that, he pushed Logan Shepard back into his seat, tilted his head back, and drained the liquor in his glass. Logan Shepard also took a symbolic sip. Then he got straight to the point. I heard Mr. Moore's company owns many film and song copyrights. I wonder if Mr. Moore is willing to transfer the copyrights held by your company to me. Miles Moore heard this and realized Logan Shepard actually wanted to buy the copyrights held by his company. His heart instantly went cold. Those copyrights were the company's cash cow, especially the income from CD distribution, ringtones, radio play, and so on. They accounted for more than half of the company's revenue. Logan Shepard wanting to buy his copyrights was no different from carving meat off his body. But before he could refuse, Logan Shepard added, "Of course, I can just take the digital rights. If Mr. Moore doesn't want to sell the others, I won't force it." He remembered very clearly what Vanessa Miller had told him. Prioritize taking the digital copyrights. The others aren't necessary, mainly because they're too expensive. Miles Moore, hearing that the other party only wanted the digital rights, let out a breath of relief. Currently, income from digital rights was indeed low. The main reason was that online piracy was too rampant, and even some large platforms were in arrears or refused to pay. This branch of the business wasn't particularly important to him at the moment. However, even so, he didn't want to sell the digital rights easily, because he believed that one day, copyright awareness in the country would improve significantly, especially with the continuing surge in the number of internet users. The copyrights he held would surely appreciate in value in the future. Thinking of this, Miles Moore forced a smile. Mr. Shepard, while I would love to transfer the digital rights to this part of the business, it is, after all, an important part of QU Media's assets, and it involves many partners and complex licensing chains. Transferring them is indeed troublesome and requires time to sort out. How about we talk about an initial intent first? He just wanted to stall for now. As long as he could safely leave Pearl City and return to Magic City, he wouldn't have to fear the other party. They couldn't possibly go to Magic City to find trouble with him. If they really dared to follow him to Magic City and act wild, he would let these Pearl City hillbillies see for themselves what Magic City's rule of law was like. Logan Shepard had expected him to say this. Vanessa Miller had also reminded him in the car that these old foxes wouldn't easily give in, so they had to prepare in advance. Then, he pretended to take out his phone and make a call. Soon, a person looking like a lawyer walked in from outside. He took a document from his briefcase and handed it to Logan Shepard. After Logan Shepard took it, he pushed it directly in front of Miles Moore. Mr. Moore, you're right. Copyright business is indeed complex. So to save time for both of us, and to show my sincerity, I've prepared an initial intent agreement and a package price. Everything is here. Take a look. Miles Moore's heart sank again. The other party was so well prepared that they even had the agreement ready. This was clearly a determined move. If they didn't get the copyrights, they probably wouldn't let him leave the booth easily. Miles Moore took a deep breath, feigned calmness, and began flipping through the document. As he read, his expression showed a hint of surprise. The agreement didn't have the malicious price gouging he expected, demanding he sell the copyrights for a dirt low price. On the contrary, the price Logan Shepard offered was very reasonable, basically the same as the market price. The digital and movie rights he held for tens of thousands of works had been appraised by someone before, and the total value was basically not far from Logan Shepard's offer. However, he still had doubts in his heart. Could this group of Underworld types really be this kind-hearted? Or was there another objective? Although Miles Moore's inner resistance had diminished quite a bit, he still couldn't help saying, "Mr. Shepard, this is a transaction worth tens of millions after all. I'd like to take the contract back and look at it carefully." Just as Logan Shepard was about to speak, outside the private booth, the serious questioning of police officers was suddenly heard, along with Bradley Vance's agitated voice of complaint. Immediately after, the door was pushed open from the outside again. A group of police officers, led by Bradley Vance, whose face was flushed red and eyes streaming with tears, walked into the booth. It's her, Captain Zhang, it's her, Vanessa Miller. She instigated her henchmen to commit assault, and she's even illegally detaining us." Bradley Vance burst into wild laughter. Although he kept coughing while laughing, he still couldn't hide his excitement. "Vanessa Miller, didn't expect this, did you? You were actually arrogant enough to really call the police." "Ha ha ha. I originally thought you just made a random call, to find someone to act it out, to fool us. I never expected, that the leader would actually be an acquaintance of mine, Captain Zhang. If the leader had been a stranger, he might not have been so brazen. But it just so happened he knew this, Captain Zhang, because his father had dealt with him before." The big shots in the booth, who had been burying their heads in eating and trembling in fear, immediately had their eyes light up. "It's really the police, and it's even someone Bradley Vance knows. Ha ha ha, you little brat, let's see if you're finished now. Blind skipped in source numbering, or is empty." Then, they all clutched their uncomfortably stuffed stomachs and stood up to point at me and complain, "Officers, help. They are organized crime. They are lawless. Look at our situation here. Look at how Bradley Vance's face has been beaten. And Mr. Sun was just almost suffocated in a plate by them. He was dragged out just now. His life or death is unknown." "Exactly, Captain Zhang, it's this woman. She burst in with thugs and took my seat, and threatened all of us." Director Wang also pointed at me while I was still sitting in the main seat, leisurely sipping tea. Captain Zhang had actually recognized the identities of this group of men in black while he was still outside. Grand Apex Alliance. After all, the emblems on those clothes were too conspicuous. He had previously heard an incredible rumor circulating within the internal circles of the police department. In the Lijiang district, where the Grand Apex Alliance headquarters was located, the crime-solving rate of the local precinct was incredibly high. They received commendations almost every month. The reason was because of the organization entrenched there, the Grand Apex Alliance. Hearing this rumor for the first time was indeed a bit far-fetched. With such a force present, could the public security of that place be good? But in fact, the public security and crime-solving rate of the Lijiang district was indeed the best and highest. It was even praised by the leadership as a citywide benchmark. It was precisely because of these things that Captain Zhang paid special attention to the Grand Apex Alliance, so he recognized the person in charge at first glance, Vanessa Miller. Because of this, he did not do as those in the booth were expecting him to do, and immediately order an arrest. Instead, he asked very politely, "Miss Miller, is what they are saying true?" I stood up calmly. "Captain Zhang, of course it's not true, since I was the one who called the police. How could I possibly call the police on myself?" As soon as those words came out, everyone was stunned. Bradley Vance and the others suddenly had an ominous premonition. No way, surely it's not that corrupt. Then, under everyone's anxious gaze, I walked out of the booth together with the leading Captain Zhang. A few minutes later, a shocking scene indeed occurred. Captain Zhang directly ordered the arrest of Felix Sun, Bradley Vance, and Director Wang, 3 people in total. The reason given was suspicion of murder. Of course, only those in the know really understood that. These 3 were not actually suspected of murder. It was simply because the assassination attempt at the night market had implicated them. After all, those 2 assassins had appeared together with the group of thugs that Felix Sun had called for. Plus, those 2 assassins were already wanted for other homicides. In any case, anyone connected to the assassins had to be taken back to cooperate with the investigation and be interrogated. So, suspecting that they were also murderers, was not entirely without basis, although there was a high probability they would eventually be released. It was more than enough to scare people. The room fell into a deathly silence. The remaining people in the booth experienced for the first time what it meant for dark clouds to weigh down, and what it meant to cover the sky with one hand. Damn, the waters in Pearl City were too deep and too dark. Mr. Moore, my voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, making Miles Moore's whole body tremble. It made him feel instantly as if he had been stripped of all his clothes and thrown into the ice and snow. This business is all about mutual willingness. The price offered by Mr. Shepard, I think, is still very reasonable. Of course, if Mr. Moore feels it's inappropriate, I think Mr. Shepard can still make some concessions, and you definitely shouldn't feel any burden. After all, whether it's Mr. Shepard's company or mine, they are all legitimate companies, right? Miles Moore stood up with a start. It's very appropriate. It's too appropriate. Mr. Shepard's sincerity is beyond question. It was I who was being ungrateful. I'll sign right now. I'll sign right now. In the end, Logan Shepard, at a package price of around $40 million, successfully acquired the digital and online rights owned by KU Media for their films and music. This included roughly over 70,000 film titles, because many were old series and second-tier shows of decent quality. The overall price was not particularly high. The song copyrights were actually a bit more expensive, but he still secured over 30,000 songs. From this, one could see how staggering KU Media's copyright reserves were. Of course, they could own so many copyrights, partly because the company was a distribution company with many partners, making it easy to obtain copyrights through distribution channels. On the other hand, the boss indeed had strategic vision. Otherwise, who would stockpile so many film copyrights at this time? Of course, this was also related to the fact that copyright prices in this era were indeed cheap. In my past life, there was a company created by someone who couldn't return to the country, and it was because they heavily swept up copyrights back then, that even after they got into trouble, the company still lived a very comfortable life. It was because I got to know Hunter that I thought of making this related layout. This kind of easy money shouldn't be passed up. Following the arrest of Bradley Vance and the others, those big shots from the big city all became silent as winter cicadas, for fear of again attracting the attention of that bringer of doom in the main seat. Of course, the atmosphere also, because of the $40 million transaction concluded between Logan Shepard and Miles Moore, relaxed slightly. At least this proved that as long as one was willing to cooperate, everything could be discussed. This Miss Miller didn't seem entirely unreasonable. One of the remaining few was a brand representative, and the other two were investors from an investment firm. They had come this time for a film and television project, but now they all swore in secret that anyone who wanted to come to Pearl City in the future could come, but they wouldn't return even if they were killed. However, even though they wanted to leave, I had no intention of letting them go easily. Setting the brand representative aside for now, the remaining two investors, I definitely had to keep. At least I had to make them leave some money behind. Everyone, tonight's meal was indeed quite lively. But at least we've gotten to know each other now. Pearl City is a good place with many opportunities. I see you're all veterans in the investment world. Not only do you have strong capital support behind you, but you also have a sharp eye for respect and approval and animals domestics that is simply dominates that den after in Abalian malls. You must have seen that our Pearl City has development potential. It would be such a pity to leave just like this, and it would also make it look like we, the hosts, were inhospitable. As it happens, Mr. Shepard and Mr. Moore just completed a transaction. It's a good start. You came here for projects yourselves. Though Director Wong's film project might fall through, I, Vanessa Miller, definitely won't let you go home empty-handed. Making sure you leave satisfied is the proper way to treat guests. Don't you all agree? When I said this, those investors, despite being mentally prepared, still felt like crying. Sure enough, it was just as expected. This was goddamn slaughtering them like pigs. There isn't a single good person in Pearl City. My words were primarily directed at the two investors. As for the brand representative, he didn't have much value in my eyes. There was truly no need to force a cooperation. If he wanted to stay for a few days, he could stay. If he wanted to leave now, I wouldn't stop him. By the way, I was just enjoying the show, and haven't properly met you. Mind introducing yourselves, so Mr. Shepard and I can get to know you? The two who were called out felt their hearts skip a beat. knowing they couldn't escape. The first to speak was a middle-aged man in a dark gray suit. "Miss Miller, Mr. Shepard, I am Jesse Hicks. I am a partner at Prime Capital." The other slightly chubby investor then followed with his own introduction. "Miss Miller, I am Charlie Holt, partner for the States region at AB Ventures. I'm in charge of consumer and internet investment here." My eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although their names, I indeed was hearing for the first time, mainly because I didn't follow investment much in my past life. I had definitely heard of the capital behind them, and it was extremely famous. For example, the chat software Big Goose and the Future Rice Corporation. Behind these companies, there were shadows of these two institutions. They were truly established, top-tier investment firms. I suddenly felt that coming here was worth it. Not only did I successfully acquire the copyrights, but I also unexpectedly met two big shots from the investment world. Since that was the case, then I needed them to leave something behind even more. "Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, I didn't expect to meet you two in our little place. It really is fate. Of course, to show my sincerity, your expenses in Pearl City for these next few days will be on me." Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt, although they were still cursing Pearl City in their hearts, truly didn't dare to refuse on the surface. This Miss Miller before them, though she appeared polite, was only on the surface. After all, she clearly looked like a master of both the light and dark worlds. Even for people like them, who were usually guests of honor wherever they went, and possessed quite a bit of energy. Once they reached this territory, they had to behave. Otherwise, they might really end up face down. "Miss Miller, you are too kind. Then we shall humbly accept." Yes. Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Miller. "We shall stay for a few more days then," I nodded. "Good. It happens my company just formed an investment department, so I'd like to ask you two seniors to take a look and offer some guidance." Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt waved their hands. "Miss Miller, you exaggerate. Being able to exchange learning with your company's elites, we're more than happy to." Mr. Hicks is right. Being able to exchange with Miss Miller's team is our honor. Both of their postures were kept very low, and their tones sounded very sincere, but they were sneering in their hearts. A group of people living by the sword, starting as thugs who collect protection money. What do they know about investment? Do they know valuation models, risk control, and sector analysis? Most likely, they were setting up a new debt collection department, specifically using physical means to convince people to invest. Even they themselves might be the first business deal. Thinking of this, they felt even more wretched. But as long as they could satisfy this young lady, and safely leave this godforsaken place called Pearl City, they were willing to pay to avoid disaster. I'm relieved to hear that from you two. As it happens, this hotel is owned by a friend of mine. The environment is quite nice. You can stay here tonight with peace of mind. I'll put in a word for you. When Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt heard this, their hearts tensed again. This was clearly a deliberate reminder to them. Don't even think about running away. People will be watching you. This girl's mind was terrifyingly meticulous, and her methods were flawless. It was a pity she didn't walk the righteous path. She was too wicked and malicious. "Then we are truly grateful to you, Miss Miller." The two immediately replied with feigned gratitude. I stood up. "Then I won't disturb your meal and rest further. Tomorrow morning, I'll send someone to pick you up to chat at our company." "That's it then. I'll be going now." With that, I turned and left the booth decisively. Seeing me lead my people away, the brand representative who had been ignored all along finally got anxious. "Hey, what about me? I haven't even introduced myself yet." A black-clad lackey at the very back turned and glared at him. "Go wherever you want to go. Beat it." The brand representative was stunned. "What? Brand representatives have no human rights? Am I that unwanted?" He actually felt somewhat aggrieved. Why? Why the different treatment? A moment later, after only 3 people were left in the room, he finally realized. He asked Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt. "Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, did they mean beat it literally?" Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt looked at each other, both a bit uncertain. It should be. The grievance on the brand representative's face vanished in an instant. Instead, it was replaced by a massive sense of joy. "Really? I can actually beat it now?" Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt watched as he danced for joy, feeling nothing but deep envy and resentment in their hearts. Why? Why did those two who hold so much money, Those investment big shots with vast networks get to be treated so graciously and go to some bullshit investment department tomorrow to exchange and learn, while this ignored guy actually gets to just leave? It's not fair. Jesse really wanted to catch a man in black and shout, "I want to beat it too." He wondered if it was still too late to ask. In the end, that brand representative really did beat it. Just as he walked out of the booth door, he started rolling down the hallway. He kept rolling until he disappeared into the elevator. The hotel staff were stunned by what they saw. Is this guy crazy? Should we send him to a mental asylum? On the contrary, Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt, those two so-called insiders, were full of envy. If only I hadn't already left. They really wanted to say that their experience enrolling wasn't any less than that brand rep's. When they were just a few months old, they already knew how to roll. Can we have a chance to roll together? Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck in the end. On the other side, downstairs, when I was about to part with my senior, Selena, and the others, I suddenly looked at Susan. "Susan, I want to ask about the contract you signed with Selena." Before I could finish my sentence, Susan immediately said nervously, "Miss Miller, please don't misunderstand. The contract between Selena and me is just a regular trainee contract. The termination fee isn't large. It's very easy to handle." She was obviously worried that I would find trouble with her over the contract. I smiled slightly. "Susan, you've misunderstood," I said. "What I mean is, you can consider bringing Selena to develop her career here in Pearl City. Professor Hunter's studio is right here. You can affiliate with her studio." I paused, my tone carrying a very dominant flavor. "At least here, no one will dare force you to do anything you don't want to do." Having said that, I didn't say any more. I led my group and left directly. Susan and Selena stood there, watching me as I was surrounded by the men in black. For a moment, they were a bit dazed. The weight of my last sentence, Susan knew it better than anyone. In their circle, seniority is a serious matter, and there are all kinds of unspoken rules. Many girls who dream of entering the industry and have no background, many will be forced to sacrifice something. But here, maybe that culture can be completely changed. "Go, Susan. Vanessa, is she inviting us?" She also said no one would dare force us, Selena asked in a low voice. Susan didn't answer her. Instead, she asked, "Selena, what do you think of Pearl City?" Selena hardly hesitated. "I think it's pretty good. With Professor Hunter here, I can definitely learn a lot about music, and I feel more at peace here." A sleepless night. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt, those two investors, both woke up with dark circles like panda eyes. The reason was simple. Neither of them had slept well last night, although no one had truly disturbed them last night. And they stayed in luxury business suites. It didn't stop them from scaring themselves, even in the middle of the night. With a very tacit understanding, they both had their wills written. You can't be too careful. Better safe than sorry. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about calling the police or asking friends and family for help, but after thinking about it seriously, they gave up. After all, the other party had already made an example of someone yesterday, proving that whether they wanted to play clean or dirty, they would be handled perfectly. Early the next morning, "Morning, Mr. Hicks." "Morning, Mr. Holt." The two met in the hotel restaurant. When they saw the dark circles on each other's faces, they couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Looks like neither of us slept well. After a simple breakfast, they came to the hotel lobby. Sure enough, men in black were already waiting for them in the lobby. "Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, this way please." The leading man in black was still very polite. When they reached the roadside, they immediately saw that expensive Maybach. Several black sedans guarded it from front and back. Their moods improved slightly. Judging from this standard, the girls still valued them very much. Of course, they also knew that these cars and people were sent largely to prevent them from escaping. At least, that's what they believed. Part of 1947. But if they didn't think about that, and purely treated the motorcade as a reception motorcade, the feeling would be different. Soon the motorcade arrived at the destination, the building where Grand Apex Alliance is located. After Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt got out of the car, they saw the sign hanging on the building at a glance. Compliance Plaza. Prosperity follows compliance? The two almost instinctively thought of the hidden second half. Death to the defiant. This name, this style. It really was just like Miss Miller's style. Even the office location carried a domineering air. At the same time, they were secretly rejoicing. that they had held back and didn't call for help last night. Otherwise, it really would have been over for them. After I learned that Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt had arrived, I didn't go to welcome them. Instead, I had the department heads take them, to familiarize them with the environment first. Of course, Lily Harper had to accompany them the whole time. After all, right now, she is the head of the investment department, although there is currently only her in this investment department. But after the semester starts, I will launch the first campus recruitment, to hire some talent to assist Lily Harper. Meanwhile, other departments also need some fresh blood, to develop rapidly. Relying solely on the veterans of Grand Apex Alliance is far from enough. We still need a sufficient talent pool. I plan to conduct campus recruitment at 2 schools. One is my alma mater, Finance University. The other is the tech college where Victor Hale is. Victor Hale has already proven to me that even a second-tier college can produce good prospects, especially in technical R&D and internet operations. There are plenty of talents. The most crucial thing is that there are many hacker talents in the tech college. These people, maybe their academic results can't match those from prestigious schools, but in researching certain niche fields, like game cheats and such, they show very impressive talent. Moreover, under Victor Hale's leadership, they made a group buying website in such a short time, which also demonstrated their strength. Currently, the group buying website under Grand Apex Alliance has already started operating. For now, it's called Grand Apex Group Buy. Using the name Grand Apex for a group buying website doesn't sound very good. I'll consider changing the name later. Due to the constraints of the current technical environment, this group buying website is destined for a long period of time to remain in a loss-making state. There are 3 main reasons. First, LBS technology is immature. Simply put, during delivery, it's impossible to accurately locate a user's position like in the future. This greatly restricted delivery efficiency. Second, the penetration rate of third-party payments is still too low. Online credit card payments and the like are not very popular. Users still have certain misgivings about paying in advance. Third, big data technology is also immature. It is not yet possible to efficiently and accurately push information on shops within 5 kilometers to users. Besides this, there is another very critical point. In this era, domestic investors and entrepreneurs tend to be more inclined to copy foreign models that have already been proven successful, whether it's online shopping websites, portal sites, or other internet products. Almost all of them are introduced into the country for imitation, only after they have succeeded in overseas markets. The time group buying websites truly began to rise was precisely because, after Groupon Abroad in 2009, which is the second half of next year, successfully achieved a profit, the founder of MyTuwan from my past life finally took his original project team, which had been suspended due to regulatory issues, and started a new round of entrepreneurship. That time was also the first year of a very famous event, the War of 1,000 Groups, that later generations talk about, which started from then. This fully illustrates that, to some extent, domestic entrepreneurs and capital are used to treating foreign trends as a bellwether, preferring to enter the market only after seeing clear results. The situation is different now. Grand Apex Alliance will become the world's first company to officially operate a group buying website, nearly a year earlier than Groupon, which is expected to be founded in November of this year. But this project is a total money pit. This is why I wanted to keep those 2 capitalists, those investors, around. Since money needs to be burned, I might as well burn other people's money in the early stage. Similarly, in the future, this project will also be spun off from the Grand Apex Alliance system, retaining only direct operation rights in the Pearl City area, using it as an operational sample and industry bellwether. I thought about it for a long time, and came up with a concept. First, it wouldn't be good to cram all the projects I want to participate in under the Grand Apex Alliance's operations. For one, the system would become bloated and chaotic, and for another, it would be subject to many restrictions. Capital is profit-driven, and people are profit-driven. Since the Grand Apex Alliance cannot go public, then I should let projects suitable for going public and making money be spun off to go public independently. So I plan to carry out the relevant separation. Pearl City, being the base under my absolute control, must have all projects located here, operated independently by the Grand Apex Alliance. Once the business scope expands beyond Pearl City, they will be spun off, with Grand Apex Alliance as the holding entity. In short, I want to let Pearl City exist as a benchmark. This benchmark won't be limited to Pearl City locally, but will become an industry benchmark and bellwether domestically, and even on a global scale. Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, welcome to the Grand Apex Alliance. As everyone knows, Sion bid and contended to work out of Wall. Our Grand Apex Alliance is a well-known enterprise in Pearl City, and a legitimate company. A legitimate company, exactly. Each department of our company is strictly divided according to the structure of a normal company. For example, the disciplinary hall and the guard hall. Before Maddox finished speaking, Jesse Hicks couldn't help but interrupt him. Wait, what did you just say? Could you let us process this first? Just now, Mama, you can call me Hallmaster Maddox. It's mainly because it sounds a bit clunky otherwise. I don't mind if you call me Brother Maddox either. Anyway, it's just a title. We both seem to be older than you, aren't we? Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Brother Maddox, you just said Grand Apex Alliance is a legitimate company, right? Then why are the department names? Well, for a moment, they didn't know how to describe it. They're particularly resonant, and have a lot of presence, right? One look and people will know. We are an extremely law-abiding, legitimate company. Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, Maddox said, you too. You're quite perceptive, aren't you? You noticed the highlights immediately. As expected of investors, your vision is indeed sharp. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt. By the way, I am personally responsible for the disciplinary hall. It's mainly to review the talent in each department, handling promotions, screening and checking if there are any traitors or the like. As for the guard hall, you can understand it as the company's security force. For example, some time ago, our brothers from the guard hall successfully protected the safety of our company employees. They just called hundreds of people to crush the opposition. Maddox stood there, talking incessantly, recounting the glorious battle achievements of the Grand Apex Alliance. Of course, he actually wanted to express how outstanding the working abilities of the Grand Apex Alliance members were. However, when it reached the ears of Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt, the two investors, it took on a completely different flavor. The more they listened, the more terrified they became. Jesse Hicks couldn't help but blurt out, "Isn't this just being gangsters?" Maddox was immediately displeased. He frowned and said, "What makes you think we are gangsters?" Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt involuntarily looked at the men in black, walking back and forth inside the room. They really wanted to say that they looked like it from every angle, although they're company employees. All wear suits to work as well, and they usually think it's normal. They just didn't know why. In this company, the Grand Apex Alliance, the suits felt like they had a different meaning. Perhaps it was because of the two banners hanging on the walls of the Grand Apex Alliance. For example, in their own companies, they like to post motivational slogans about wolf culture, like, "Work hard until you are powerless," "Strive until you move yourself," and so on. But here, there were only two slogans. One was, "Anyone who betrays the Grand Apex Alliance gets 3 to 6 holes." The other was, "Prudent and meticulous, bold and law-abiding, unity of knowledge and action." They could easily understand the first one. It was the second one that felt a bit out of place. They knew what the first part, prudent, meticulous, and bold, meant. Prudent probably meant being cautious during street fights, to avoid being killed in a counterattack. Meticulous meant paying attention to details when beating people. Bold was even easier to understand. How can you survive as a gangster if you aren't bold? But they couldn't understand the last two. What did law-abiding mean? And what did unity of knowledge and action mean? You two, one look and I can tell your thinking is flawed. It just so happens I'll take you to the place where we inherit spiritual civilization and improve our professional literacy. You'll understand after seeing it. Maddox then led Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt to the floor where the law firm was located. When they saw that they had actually come to a law firm, they began to speculate in their hearts. Could it be that she's going to force them to sign contracts and cough up money now? But when they saw the environment inside the law firm, they were completely stunned. Besides a few offices where a group of lawyer-looking people were working, on this floor, there were actually several rooms similar to multimedia classrooms. Originally, Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt thought these classrooms were for training, and in fact, they were used for training. The content of the training left them deeply shocked. It so happened that a class was in session in one of the rooms. They followed Maddox to peer through the window. They saw a man who looked like a lawyer, lecturing a group of very street individuals. Moreover, those street types were listening with great interest. The learning atmosphere was very positive. Students, next I will discuss a real case. A medical student stabbed someone over 20 times because of a verbal spat, yet wasn't sentenced for very long, because every single stab missed the vital organs. The lawyer explained while using a physical model, looking very professional. Everyone, look here. From this position at the 4th and 5th intercostal space, at a 15-degree downward angle, keeping the entry depth within 7 centimeters. You can perfectly avoid the lung apex and major blood vessels. Wounds created this way, under forensic identification standards, will typically only be judged as minor injuries, or level 2 slight bodily harm. After the lawyer mostly finished the explanation, a very studious student in the audience immediately raised his hand. Teacher, what if the person moves too much? The angle isn't controlled, and the stab goes too deep? What then? Is that manslaughter or intent? I'll answer that question a bit later. Let's first talk about this issue of controlling the angle. If any of you aren't sure about the measurement, you can find a student at the medical college next door to ask for advice. Those students are professionals. Learn to be humble enough to ask anyone. Okay, teacher, we'll go ask them. Such teachable students. Now, back to the previous question. What happens if a mistake actually occurs? The first thing to consider is whether the on-site remedial measures meet the criteria for emergency necessity, or the essential elements of self-defense, and how your subsequent testimony should reflect your subjective, goodwill, and objective limitations. Students, you must remember, knowing the law isn't to prevent you from making mistakes. It's to make sure you know how to settle things after a mistake is made. Teacher, I understand now. Just like one of our brothers last time, he almost got in trouble. In the end, he said the other guy pulled a weapon first, and he was forced to fight back. He even proactively called an ambulance. In the end, nothing happened to him. That is the unity of knowledge and action, applying what we've learned. Exactly correct. The essence of the unity of knowledge and action lies in perfectly integrating legal knowledge into business practice. This is the professional literacy members of our Grand Apex Alliance should possess. Everyone, keep working toward this goal. Outside the window, Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt's jaws nearly hit the floor. While their hearts were profoundly shocked, their worldview suffered an unprecedented impact. How on earth could a law firm operate like this? The so-called knowing the law and unity of knowledge and action meant that when they got into fights, they studied the criminal code as an operation manual and a risk avoidance guide. Maddox saw the stunned look on these two guys' faces. He leaned over smugly with a proud expression. So, what do you think? An eye-opener for you two brothers, right? The lawyers in our firm are top-notch. Every one of them is an industry elite, especially our founder, the great attorney Theodore Vance. He has specialized in criminal cases for so long, without a single defeat. And look at our brothers here. How high is their enthusiasm for learning? Ha ha ha. Jesse couldn't help but say, Brother Maddox, are you sure you guys aren't learning how to exploit legal loopholes? Aren't you systematically learning the skills for hacking people and getting physical? Maddox pulled a stern face again. Brother Jesse, look at you. Your understanding is too narrow and too negative. We call this front-end risk management and crisis response planning. Do you understand? Our Grand Apex Alliance is a legitimate enterprise. All actions must be within the legal framework. Only then can there be sustainable development. Do you understand? While we're on the edge of the law, we are under the guidance of the law, exploring a more efficient and safer working model, making our problem-solving more civilized and professional. This is called innovation and keeping up with the times, you know? You two brothers, it's not that I'm lecturing you, but as investors, you need to take a long-term view. You need to expand your perspective. You need to see the huge potential and advanced nature of our company's standardized and professional management. This management counts as advanced? Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt heard this word come out of Maddox's mouth, and their lips couldn't help but twitch slightly. However, upon further reflection, it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. Compared to those who just messed around blindly on the streets, the group from the Grand Apex Alliance indeed appeared more advanced. Have you ever seen street thugs who know the law? Anyway, this was the first time they had ever seen such a thing. Next, Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt visited the other departments of the Grand Apex Alliance, especially the gym, which was comparable to a martial arts dojo. It once again refreshed their understanding. Not only did these people know the law, but their combat skills were also quite formidable. Indeed, a gang with professional management was truly unique. Right now, they were only relieved that the Grand Apex Alliance, fortunately, didn't exist in their own city. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for anyone. After finishing with the law firm and the gym, the next part of the itinerary surprised them again. Who would have thought? This group of black-hearted street thugs had industries that were actually quite grounded. It wasn't the dark, illicit things they imagined, or anything of that sort. The industries were all things like supermarket chains, logistics, and so on, businesses that were labor-heavy and asset-heavy. However, they soon thought of a logical explanation. This kind of business seems perfect for money laundering. Especially the supermarkets, they'd be even easier to wash through. As expected, they had still underestimated the Grand Apex Alliance. They even have lawyers. Who can come up with this method to go legit? It was quite ingenious. If you asked why they would think this way, there was actually a major factor. The person in charge of the supermarkets told them that their Grand Apex supermarkets were the dominant force. In Pearl City, the top-tier enterprise, crushing all sorts of famous supermarket brands. From what they currently knew, usually it was the famous brands that crushed the local brands after entering a location. Seeing it happen the other way around was indeed rare. It should be said to be extremely rare, so it was only logical for them to have such suspicions. Your turnover is much higher than others. But is your money clean? Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts. On the surface, they kept praising them for being truly impressive and so on. Even so, they still looked at Grand Apex Alliance through tinted lenses. However, under the Grand Apex Alliance, there was a newly formed group buying department that caught their attention. As professional investors, whether a project has potential is something they can judge at a glance. After touring the Grand Apex Group buy department, an inexplicable impulse suddenly surged within the two of them to see Vanessa Miller as soon as possible. They wanted to understand this project deeply and even proactively invest money. As soon as this thought emerged, Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt were both startled, although they had a general understanding of the Grand Apex supermarket status in the local area. As investors, they still instinctively felt that the investment potential of the Grand Apex supermarket was far inferior to this group buying project. The reason was very simple. It was precisely because they were in this business that they made such a judgment. In this day and age, any project related to the internet naturally possessed an aura in their eyes and offered a higher return on investment. As for the physical industry, its attraction to them was indeed somewhat lacking. After they had finished visiting every department, Lily Harper suddenly asked enthusiastically, "Seniors, what do you think of the Internet Cafe project I invested in?" The Internet Cafe sector still has prospects for at least the next 3 to 5 years. It's quite good. Well, if you were asked to invest, would you? Seeing the girl's expectant face, Jesse Hicks found it a bit hard to say, but he still spoke the truth. "Miss Harper, it's like this. I've actually already invested in an Internet Cafe project. So, according to convention, I won't invest in another one." He originally thought that saying this would directly discourage the girl. To his surprise, Lily Harper turned to look at Charlie Holt. "Mr. Holt, Jesse says he's already invested in a cafe. What about you? Have you invested in one?" Charlie Holt shook his head. "I haven't invested in one, but for small projects that Jesse has already invested in, I generally don't get involved." Lily Harper interrupted him and said, "Then that's perfect. Invest with me instead. We'll join forces and crush Jesse's Internet Cafe." Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt. Presh. Charlie Holt coughed twice. "Haha, Ms. Harper, my primary investment focus isn't in this area. Besides, Jesse is more professional in this field. I wouldn't dare compete against him." Lily Harper curled her lip after hearing Charlie Holt's words. Although her mind wasn't as sharp as mine, she could tell that these two investors had zero confidence in her Internet Cafe. However, she really wanted to know what the name of the cafe Jesse invested in was. She wanted to know why Jesse would invest in someone else. "Jesse, what's the name of the Internet Cafe you invested in?" Actually, it wasn't an investment I made directly. It was a project followed by one of my managers. I only signed off on it at the end. I think it's called King Swallow Internet Cafe. The founder's model for this cafe is quite innovative. Given time, it's not impossible for it to spread nationwide. What? Lily Harper's big, dark, bright eyes instantly widened. She hurriedly asked, King Swallow Internet Cafe? Is it that chain in our Pearl City? Jesse Hicks, not knowing why, said, Yes, why? Lily Harper's small face was puffed up with anger. You just wait and see. After speaking, she walked toward the elevator in a huff. No wonder that internet cafe across from her. Styx Internet Cafe was so arrogant. They competed with her every single day. It turned out Jesse Hicks was the big financial backer behind them. In that case, she absolutely had to make her cafe bigger and stronger. She would utterly defeat that Hell King, slap these two guys in the face, and prove that she, Lily Harper, was superior. It was their own blindness. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt saw Lily Harper leave suddenly in anger. And for a moment, they were confused. They hadn't provoked the young girl, had they? You two are in trouble. Lily's gone to find the young lady, Maddox said from the side, gloating over their misfortune. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt heard this, and their faces instantly turned pale. No way, T.A. Is she really that petty? Just because they didn't want to invest in her cafe? She went to complain to Miss Miller. Brother Maddox, it's all a misunderstanding. We're actually very interested in Miss Harper's Internet Cafe investment project. Brother Maddox, could you please help us put in a good word? Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt finally realized this was the Grand Apex Alliance's territory. They had just used their usual investment mindset to directly dismiss and reject Lily Harper. Wasn't that just seeking death? Today, they were essentially here to give away money anyway. No matter what project they invested in, if it failed, they would only lose money, as long as they could safely return home. That's what mattered. Thinking of this, they felt like giving themselves a big slap in the face. But what could they do now? Maddox intentionally frightened them. TSK. It's too late, brothers. Our little Lily has a very stubborn temper. Most importantly, her relationship with the young lady is as strong as blood sisters. Now that she's gone up there, it won't be as simple as just a complaint. By the way, let me tell you, Lily's very first internet cafe is right across the street from one of the branches of that King Swallow Internet Cafe you mentioned. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt panicked even more. Holy crap, we're really finished this time. Brother Maddox, I swear to God, I really didn't know. That project was followed by a junior manager under me. I was only responsible for the final signature. I didn't even bother to ask where the cafes were located, much less know. That one was right across from Miss Harper's cafe. If I had known, I would have pawned everything to invest in Miss Harper's project first. Brother Maddox, you have to show us a way out. As long as we can appease Miss Harper's and Miss Miller's anger, we are open to any discussion. Yes. Brother Maddox, you are so capable. Help us smooth things over. You name the conditions. Maddox waved his hand. Well, don't be in such a hurry. You've seen everything you were supposed to see. The young lady is waiting upstairs. Let's go. Yes, let's go. After you, Brother Maddox. The two of them lowered their posture even further. With incredibly uneasy hearts, they followed Maddox to the top floor. Finally, in the only office on the top floor, they saw me, along with Lily Harper, who was standing before me waving her little fists, with a fierce expression on her face, complaining about something. As soon as Lily Harper saw them enter, she immediately turned and pointed at them. Vanessa, it's them. I'm going to destroy them. What she actually wanted to say was that she would give them a challenge, to prove that the cafe she invested in was better, and could wipe out the competing cafe. However, in Jesse Hicks's and Charlie Holt's ears, it sounded like she meant she was going to have them killed. Terrified, they fell to the ground with a thud. Miss Miller, Miss Harper, we are guilty. Please spare us. This stunned Lily Harper. Wait, what are you guys doing? I just wanted to give you a challenge. Do you really need to be scared like this? I walked over with a touch of speechlessness. My voice carried a hint of helplessness. Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, what are you doing? You are my honored guests. Stand up and talk. Maddox was suppressing a laugh nearby. He quickly stepped forward. He grabbed both Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt by the arms. He hauled them up from the floor. Exactly. Stand up, brothers. The floor is cold. Our young lady is very reasonable. She won't do anything to you. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt were helped up and pulled up by Maddox. Their hearts were still pounding with uncertainty. This wasn't right. Didn't Lily Harper just come to complain to Miss Miller? Are they really letting them off like this? But an explanation was still necessary. Miss Miller, we really didn't know. We didn't know Miss Harper's internet cafe was right across the street. The King Swallow Internet Cafe project was handled by my subordinates. I truly had no idea. Yes, exactly, Miss Miller. Mr. Hicks had absolutely no ill intent. He really wasn't trying to oppose Miss Harper. Lily Harper looked at their sincere, yet terrified appearance. She scratched her smooth forehead. Her big eyes were full of confusion. Hey, I'm talking to you two. What kind of nonsense is going through your heads? I, Lily Harper, do things above board. Do you really need to act like this? I came up to see Vanessa to solemnly tell you that Lily Harper is officially declaring war on King Swallow Internet Cafe. Since you, Jesse, are the backer for King Swallow, it's perfect. I'm going to defeat it fair and square. I want everyone to see whose internet cafe is truly superior. I want to show you that it's your loss for not investing with me. This is a formal challenge, do you understand? It's not about hitting you. It's about going head-to-head with your cafe in fair competition. So, after all that, this is what she meant? It scared them half to death. I raised my hand to rub my temple. A faint, somewhat helpless smile curled on my lips. I think I understand now. These two were scared by a misunderstanding. They mistook Lily Harper's simple competitive spirit for a desire to physically punish them. Heh, Mr. Hicks, Mr. Holt, my sister is just like this. Her personality is very carefree, although her way of expressing herself is a bit direct. But she definitely does things honorably. You can rest assured on that point. I just heard from Lily that the cafe Mr. Hicks's company invested in is right here in Pearl City. I can be blunt, Mr. Hicks. This investment of yours is destined to fail. As soon as those words came out, the office fell silent instantly. Jesse, although he knew these words weren't directed at him personally, hearing the other party so confidently declare a project he approved would fail, still made him feel a bit indignant. After all, he was one of the most famous venture capitalists in the country. He still had that much vision. He had seen the files for that internet cafe project. The model was clear, the positioning accurate, and the prospects were definitely no problem. But he didn't dare to directly contradict me. He could only give an awkward smile. Of course, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Mr. Hicks's vision. On the contrary, I think there's no problem with this investment at all. It's just that it was given to the wrong person. Mr. Hicks, I believe you understand that most of the time, investing in a project is essentially investing in the person. It's a pity you invested in the wrong target this time. As I spoke, I pointed to Lily Harper standing beside me. The internet cafe Lily invested in will also go national in the future, as long as it's a sector she's interested in. The Grand Apex Alliance will support her all the way. I wonder if Jesse dares to make a bet with Lily. Give it 1 month. If the monthly revenue of Lily's first internet cafe in Pearl City can exceed the revenue of the cafe Mr. Hicks invested in by double, then Lily wins. By then, you must withdraw your capital and inject those funds into Lily's internet cafe project. How about it? Both Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt gasped at the same time. Double the monthly revenue of a single store in 1 month? They now knew that the first internet cafe Lily invested in was open right across from the King Swallow Internet Cafe's first flagship store in Pearl City. This means the geographical location, potential foot traffic, and surrounding environment were almost identical. Under these circumstances, to double the turnover, wasn't that a pipe dream? King Swallow Internet Cafe was positioned as a mid to high-end cafe. Whether it was hardware facilities, environment layout, or marketing investment, none of it was low. Its current revenue was also good. It could make several $100,000 a month. If they wanted to double it, then the single-store revenue would need to reach nearly $1 million to achieve that. The conditions were, frankly, a bit unfair. He really didn't know what to say. Miss Miller, aren't these betting conditions a bit too harsh? Of course, I'll state my position here. Even without the bet, I can arrange to withdraw the capital to invest in Miss Harper's project. I raised an eyebrow. So Mr. Hicks thinks Lily definitely can't do it and wants to take it easy on her? No, that's not what I meant. I still have a lot of confidence in Miss Harper's abilities. She can definitely do it. Saying this, Jesse Hicks felt it was a bit hollow. Good. I'll make the call then. Since Jesse also thinks Lily has a chance to win, then this bet is settled. A 1-month period. If Lily wins, Jesse, then you will take the money originally invested in King Swallow Internet Cafe, withdraw it, and reinvest it into Lily's Internet Cafe. Of course, since it's a fair bet, both sides have to put something up. If Lily doesn't do it, 1 month's turnover for Jesse's King Swallow. In Pearl City, no matter how much it is, I, Vanessa Miller, will have my people pay you back double. Mr. Hicks, are you satisfied with this stake? Doubling the compensation for a month's turnover. Jesse Hicks really admired my boldness. And as for this girl, the more he interacted with her, the more he felt. She was far more than she seemed. In addition to that aura of an underworld princess, she seemed to also possess the potential of a true business leader. Perhaps their trip today wasn't necessarily about throwing money away. Perhaps they could really make an investment with a very high rate of return. Jesse Hicks didn't hesitate anymore. He directly agreed. Miss Miller, you speak plainly. I, Jesse Hicks, accept this bet. Fantastic. Then let's wait and see. I looked at Lily Harper again, with an encouraging look. Lily, did you hear that? Double. Don't let me down. Don't you worry, Vanessa. Lily Harper straightened her chest and waved her little fist. Sticks will prevail. Jesse Hicks and Charlie Holt heard the name of the Internet Cafe for the first time. Both were stunned. What, Sticks?